World background, our knights, and timelines. Terra is a world similar to ours, but more technologically advanced and is plagued by catastrophes. These catastrophes are much like natural disasters, though they carry a substance called originum with them. If someone came in contact with it directly, it can only spell their deaths, or the acquisition of a disease called oripathy, basically cancer and AIDS combined. It has a 100% lethality rate and can only be slowed down by various medical products. What's interesting is that oripathy changed the entire world background of Terra, with it being the source of discrimination and wars. People with oripathy are treated unjustly, and even the countries doesn't care about them, thus the formation of an infected terrorist group called Reunion. To sum it up, originum is the main cause as to why our Knights has the dark, dreary theme. As for the timelines, it's the following. Our Knights, 3 years prior to the main story. Fate/0, 1 year before the Fourth Grail War. F/Go, right after the Singularity F. Love, the beginning of the main story. Chiyunibu, halfway through Season 1. Sword Art Online, 2 months after Episode 1. Azalane, Ash's timeline, the one before the main story timeline. Prologue, Inevitable Fate. A/N, edited and proofread by Absolute Melody. The Demon Kingdom. In the Divine Realm, it is one of the most dominant powers, rivaling even the Kingdom of Light. However, if not for the strong counterforce preventing divine beings from descending into the mortal world, it would have long been destroyed. I did not expect that I would be felled here, right in the middle of my kingdom. A kingdom capable of interweaving 100 laws is indeed terrifying. But the one who broke that kingdom apart is even more terrifying. A demon who looked just like a human spoke to the robed mage who stood opposite him. The demon's black battle garb and crown symbolized his status as the demon god. If I didn't have the time to develop, I would surely lose. Humble words. How long do you think the Kingdom of Light has fought against me? 100 years? 1,000? No, more than 500,000 years. Then it seems that their teaching methods are ineffective. The robed mage pointed towards the outside of the Emperor's Hall. 100 heroes from different eras fought against the powerhouses of the Demon Kingdom, each hero rivaling a god in power. All of them were his disciples. Haha. Those old fogies from the Forbidden Zone would punish you if they heard your remarks. Them? When the time comes, we'll see who'll punish who. Haha, true. Silence pervaded the hall once again as the two locked gazes. Unbeknownst to the demon god, the robed mage had been operating his source power to destabilize the field of laws protecting the Emperor's Hall. From the first moment he set foot in the hall, he had constantly been analyzing and disabling them. As long as he bought more time, the advantage would gradually tilt to his side. What a shame. I can't even self-destruct normally. Normally. Big bosses usually have a trump card or two when they know they're beaten. We still have our pride. Right. When it comes to me personally, I dislike the thought of my enemies gaining something when I die. The demon god looked in the direction of his treasury as he said this. Boom. An explosion occurred. Moments later, all of the demon kingdom's treasures gathered over 500,000 years were gone. This is truly unexpected. The robed mage raised his arm, calling forth thousands of laws to manipulate time. Soon, the treasury returned to its former state, completely unchanged. Fuck. You are a monster. Well, thank you. Seeing his plan fail, the demon god sat in helpless disbelief on his throne. Since this will be the end for me, won't you reveal your true appearance to me? My appearance? You, the one who pushed my demon kingdom to this state, are so intent on being mysterious that you haven't shown your face to anyone except your disciples. I'm just curious to know what's under the hood, that's all. The robed mage didn't reply but slowly removed the plain black robe covering his body, revealing underneath a robe luxurious, white and adorned by jewelry of varying styles. Then, in a similar fashion, he pulled down the white hood attached to the robe, exposing a distressingly cute, androgynous face matched with short white hair, deep blue eyes, and fair skin. He looked like a perfect porcelain doll. You're a woman. Fuck you. But no, I am a man. His adorable face blackened for a moment before replying. Ha. I would have never imagined that my arch-nemesis was a cute little boy. What a good life I had. Shut it. Let's finish this right now. Hey? I thought that you'd still buy some more time. Tired of talking with me already? Yes. Then, let's do it. The final battle. Source power started gathering towards both of them. To the demon god's side, an extremely evil and baleful red ball of source power began forming on the tip of his scepter. At the same time, rainbow source power also assumed the shape of a ball at the end of the robed mage's white staff. It seems that we both thought of the same attack. Good taste. Bzzzzzt. The balls twisted into a beam as both combatants launched their final attacks against each other. The two beams collided, but as expected, the red beam started being pushed back. Just as the rainbow beam was about to hit the demon god, the world suddenly turned grey. Time control. The robed mage attempted to counteract this force but failed. He combined more than 100,000 laws, but it wasn't enough. Fug. This is a higher dimensional power. Let us share the same fate. A deep voice resounded in the grey world before the robed mage was engulfed by a black-red power of higher rank than anything else he had ever seen. This is dangerous. Changing the essence of a great entity. The robed mage sensed that his perception was slowly being distorted, forcibly changing him into a very different person than he once was. He desperately tried offsetting it but to no avail. The world regained its colors as the rainbow beam obliterated the demon god. Teacher. One of the heroes outside felt something terrifying inside the hall, so they immediately looked for their teacher. There's no more hope for me, Eve. You'll have to be the one to inherit my position. That instant, the robed mage separated something from his body as a majestic force descended toward Eve, his first disciple. Teacher. You. Instead of joy, she felt a deep sadness. She knew that since things progressed this way, the teacher must have encountered something that could potentially endanger both the divine and mortal realms. In a minute from now, I'll turn into a vile entity and destroy everything. This is it for me, my disciple. I don't want to pull you all down with me. Having taught them for nearly 2,000 years, he held a fond attachment to every disciple he groomed. Though, his first disciple would always be the most special to him. Suddenly, his white staff turned into a sword before promptly stabbing into the mage's heart. Magic circles of different colors appeared on his back, though they were slowly corrupted, turning black-red one by one. His blue eyes slowly shifted into a deep crimson as the energy transformed him into an entirely different entity. Quest complete. Reward settlement ongoing. Ha, system. You're really different. You didn't even try protecting me? Now that I'm dying, I don't care about the rewards anymore. A few more seconds passed, and a terrifying baleful force descended into the divine realm, alarming many. What is that? The demon kingdom is under attack. Did the heroes fail? The faces of a few elders who had lived for more than 100,000 years slowly morphed into frowns. This is a power of higher level than the source. How could such a power exist? It didn't take long before the force disappeared, causing the populace to sigh in relief. Still, the strong powerhouses maintained their vigilance. What if it didn't disappear but concealed itself instead? The idea of something beyond their control lurking in the divine realm terrified them. Teacher. Sister Eve, what happened? Where is teacher? When the force descended, the heroes were very shocked. Not only them but their enemies as well. Due to their teacher's instruction, they didn't stand dumbfoundedly but seized the chance to finish off their enemies. All of them were finally freed from the exhausting battle with the demons. Teacher is gone. The mightiest powerhouse in the divine realm, a teacher to all the 100 heroes, perished during the final battle against the demon kingdom. Chapter 1, Drifter, Revised. A/N, chapter edited by Absolute Melody. It is revised by me, the promised revisions during the break. Rays of sunlight cascade over the blistering desert sand. Loose, full-body clothes would be worn whenever one crosses such terrain, but there were some exceptions. One such exception could be seen here, a mere speck in the vast expanse of sand. The miniature silhouette was draped in only a tattered black robe to protect themselves from the elements. What was more unusual was the complete lack of sand on their person. Nearly invisible to the naked eye, a transparent spherical barrier allowed him to safely traverse this expansive space without proper equipment. Where was I heading again? The cloaked figure paused as he reached past the folds of his tattered black robe, revealing an immaculate white robe beneath. That was right, he was wearing 2 cloaks in such a hot desert. Pulling out a map, he cursed. My damned memory. It has even affected my sense of direction. Based on the map in his possession, he was currently in a desert region populated by many nations. The hegemonic power of the zone, the Sargon Empire, had the most extensive reach compared to their neighbors due to their foundation dating back to the era of the Golden Empress, the peak of their prosperity. There were also many other countries on this planet called Terra. But an extensive portion of the land remained unexplored. After examining the map for quite some time, he determined his location should be near the Sargon rainforest. A cluster of tribes occupied the area, still living a backward lifestyle. I've heard from some helpful guys that they are not amiable to modern people. Well, those helpful guys were scattered into ashes a few days ago after attempting to rob him. It was also through hunting those bandits and criminals that he acquired this nifty map, which also illustrated the aggressive expansion of foreign powers into the territory of the Sargon Empire. When he first arrived in this world, his mind was blank. He could not remember anything except some basic knowledge and some technical details regarding swords and magic. His own name was an enigma. Confusion, disarray, and anxiety flooded his mind. After finding his bearings, he maintained vigilance as he began exploring as an amnesiac in an unknown land. Damn, I really look good. For the nth time, he praised his appearance as he gazed into a water mirror condensed by his magic power. Black silver hair, a cute face, and a pair of deep orange eyes would surely mesmerize anyone, right? After drinking the water from the mirror, he continued walking while viewing his status. Realm, 2nd rank Rune Magician, plus, / 3rd rank Aura Knight, plus. Soul Points, 799. Attributes. Physique, 8. Dexterity, 9. Wisdom, 12. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 13. Mana, 15. Originum, 14. Charm, 100, max. Luck, 89. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired Masteries. Arts Masteries, Beginner 58%, Gun Mastery, Proficient 77%, Apothecary, Beginner 26%, Writing, Proficient 89%. Apart from some absurd attributes, everything else was relatively normal. As for the acquired masteries, these were the experiences obtained through killing some bloodthirsty bandits in self-defense. Strangely, he was void of any emotions when he reaped their lives. Tisk, tisk. The vehicles just had to brake after I finished. Boom. He was about to regulate the temperature around him when he heard an explosion nearby. Using his mental power fortified by his max-level willpower, he peered into the distance, seeing more than a dozen large transport vehicles exploding successively. Vehicles. His eyes gleamed as he started running in the direction of the explosions. Dashing faster than any Olympic athlete, he drew a beautiful rune in the air, materializing wind to propel him forward at an even higher velocity. Stop. He drew another rune in the air, forming a protective sand dome, sparing one of the vehicles from an attack. Bam! The sand dome barely obstructed the attack before it broke. Still, it had done its job. Please. Wait a minute. The assailant silently stared at him with vigilant eyes. Strange. How could he feel the aura of the sea in this desert? I don't care about these guys, but please leave this vehicle intact. It's so tiring to walk every day. He spoke his heartfelt intentions hoping his emotions would reach the assailant. To prove himself further, he drew a complicated rune, transforming the ambient sand into spikes, impaling some of the bandit-looking fellows on the ground. Soul Points plus 89. Soul Points plus 34. Acquired Mastery chance gained. He dismissed the notices, maintaining eye contact with the girl in front of him. Even when he demonstrated his power, she was expressionless, as if she wanted to push everyone away from her. Fine. She turned her back to him as she continued killing the bandits. If only he knew he had his max-level charm to thank for this situation. Phew. My luck finally triggered. He entered the truck and tested its functionality. Not only was it road-ready, the fuel bar had not hit the red zone yet. What luck! Boom. Explosions rang out again, but he had wrapped a preemptive protective water shield around his truck. The water attribute counteracted kinetic forces better, so it withstood and lasted much longer than the sand dome. As for the girl, she continued blowing up vehicles with each hit of her greatsword. Meanwhile, he scanned the bed of his new truck with his mental power to check for loot. Guns. Guns. A blade? Wait, this is... He manipulated a metal box to fly over to his hand before opening it. There, he saw orange-black crystals scattered all over. He touched one with his bare hands, making him feel a strange sensation all over his body. More than that. Originum plus 1. Originum plus 1. Originum plus 1. His originum attribute grew just by touching this thing. Not only that, he could feel his mana and aura growing stronger. After the prompts stopped showing up, the crystal turned into ashes. He saw these stats when he woke up, but this was the first time they had changed. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 13 plus 3 equals 16. Mana, 15 plus 3 equals 18. He smiled as he felt his strength increase just by touching these crystals. Moreover, he discerned no detrimental side effects. Well, there was one, black crystals sprouting from his left arm. Those leftover crystal residues were inconsequential as he could quickly absorb them as energy to make them disappear. Originum plus 1. It took more than half a minute before I absorbed one crystal completely. What if I just ate one orally? Praising himself for his genius idea, he grabbed the 3 remaining crystals before stuffing them inside his mouth. Originum plus 1. Originum plus 1. Originum plus 1. In less than 10 seconds, he gained 3 more points. This had proven his previous conjuncture. It has been less than 3 days since I woke up, but I am already comparable to 5th rank Rune Magicians and 5th rank Aura Knights. This world is something else. Thanks to the common sense ingrained into his mind, he knew that advancing from 1st to 9th rank of the respective power systems requires a year at the very least. High talent increasing the limits of a person was also taken into account when devising this conjecture of his. Ding! Hidden quest completed. Reach 20 Originum attributes through oral consumption. Reward settlement. Top grade Originum fluid +1. A small vial filled with glowing orange fluid appeared in his hands. He looked at it closer, wanting to examine it in more detail. MN. This is just a fluid filled with high-density energy. He dilly-dallied no longer and twisted off the metallic screw cap, drinking the strange liquid as if he was drinking water. The moment it entered his mouth, he tasted something similar to sweetened carbonated water. Although he was an amnesiac, he was blessed to learn the taste from his spoils of bandit hunting. This. As time passed, he felt a strange kind of power entering his body, something destructive. The feeling faded just a few seconds later, but the memory of the sensation remained with him. Originum +1, +1, +1, +1. What a lucky day. Just as he finished drinking it, he found the girl from before staring at him with a dumbfounded expression. She asked, "Do you want to die?" "Excuse me. Do you know what you did just now?" "Him?" Hearing his confused voice, she came to a realization. "Wait. You really don't know what you just drank?" No." He replied as black crystals rapidly proliferated across his body. The crystals were mostly hidden under his two robes, but the stranger could still partially make out the ones jutting out from his face. "You're beyond SAV." She began with a helpless tone before her countenance quickly distorted when she saw the crystals slowly shrink until they were no longer visible. "What were you saying?" The girl was stunned by the turn of events occurring in those 10 seconds. The robed man slowly listened as she explained what he had just consumed. Originum is a mineral used as fuel to generate power comparable to nuclear reactors. Yep, I understand that it is full of energy. But once someone directly touches it, they are guaranteed to catch oripathy. Oripathy. He learned that oripathy was a disease unique to this world. With advanced technology eradicating nearly all other ailments, this was the only illness people still feared contracting. Once contracted, those affected will die a slow and painful death. The only way to live with it was to inhibit the originum in the body using specialized drugs. At the same time, the guns of this world also used those originum crystals as gunpowder. The robed man knew how intricate and unique these guns were, yet he was still but a novice. The more he listened, the more interested he became. To him, whether a society was advanced depended on the quality of life for its citizens. The more convenient life was for the populace, the greater the extent of advancement. Only one disease worthy of concern indicated how advanced this world was. Will my life magic be able to contend against it? Excuse me. The girl misunderstood his murmurs and thought that he was talking to her. Nothing. Oh yeah, we still haven't introduced each other. What's your name? The girl fell silent for a while. She thought of running away from him due to her circumstances, but she felt that sharing her name was acceptable. Scatty. You can call me Scatty. Hello, Scatty. I'm. The man pondered over a name that could serve as his identity in this world. He did not bother thinking about this topic days before, but now it was a matter of extreme significance to him. An abrupt, unfamiliar name suddenly popped up inside his mind, causing him to subconsciously blurt it out. Shiro. While driving, Shiro contemplated the event from only a couple of hours ago. This name. Why did it randomly appear in my head? Does it have something to do with my past self? The concept of a name establishing existence came as a part of his innate common sense. Although the way learned his name was bizarre, he was delighted he remembered it. His mulling was cut short after he glimpsed at the backlog of a prompt from hours ago. Hidden quest completed. Remember your true name and introduce it to a person. Reward settlement. Acquired mastery upgrader +1. The reward Shiro received was very straightforward. He could permanently raise an acquired mastery to a corresponding higher level. His writing, proficient 89%, could upgrade to expert level and beyond. There were no theoretical limits on how high he could go, which was a terrifying concept. He chose to hold on to the upgrade point for now. Acquired mastery selection, please select 3 masteries from the following. A short list appeared in his side vision. There, to his surprise, was an expert level mastery. Cooking? Interesting. I'll choose that, and these 2. Gained acquired masteries, cooking, expert 45%, blade mastery, proficient 9%, tech master, beginner 98%. Shiro felt this new knowledge materializing within his mind, leaving him in a momentary stupor. After sorting his thoughts, he completely integrated this foreign knowledge and muscle memory as a part of his own experience. My originum attribute should have increased. Let me check. Shiro. Realm, 2nd rank rune magician, plus, /3rd rank aura knight, plus. Soul points, 1499. Attributes. Physique, 8. Dexterity, 9. Wisdom, 12. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 16 plus 12 equals 28. Mana, 18 plus 12 equals 30. Originum, 18 plus 12 equals 30. Charm, 100, max. Luck, 89. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired masteries. Arts masteries, beginner 58%, gun mastery, proficient 77%, apothecary, beginner 26%, writing, proficient 89%, cooking, expert 45%, blade mastery, proficient 9%, tech master, beginner 98%. Shiro was surprised that his Originum attribute managed to snag first place in his attribute panel. Moreover, his attribute panel appeared abnormal for his level, as only a 9th rank rune magician could achieve a mana value of 30. He wondered if his level UPS would expand his mana pool even further. With that in mind, he increased his rune magician rank from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. Mana, 30 plus 1 equals 31. Sigh. Is it that the higher the attribute, the more difficult it is to increase? Oh well, I won't complain. Supposedly, each rank upgrade should give him 2-3 points each, but he only gained 1. Just as Shiro was about to hum a chipper tune, he encountered yet another group of strange people wearing tribal attire. For the Calamity God. Die. Sandstorm suddenly appeared after one of the men said that. What the hell? Am I this unlucky? A few days ago, Shiro was made privy to the existence of weird cults all over Sargon. This Calamity God was only one of the several he knew, demonstrating just how little control the Empire had in the vast majority of its territories. He was about to exit his truck when he witnessed black crystals appearing in the surroundings due to the sandstorm. He exposed his arm to the outside, and in no more than 10 seconds, he saw the expected prompt appear in his vision. The sandstorm was a catastrophe, a natural disaster filled with originum from the atmosphere. Catastrophes usually signified danger due to their originum-filled disposition. Just one touch would induce oripathy, and further exposure would only exacerbate the effect leading to death. Originum plus 1. So I'm lucky this time. Thank you, guys. The strange men stood there, confused. Shortly after, they began summoning hailstorms and tornadoes. If one failed, then several more would do the trick. These actions only improved Shiro's mood. Consuming the originum in these catastrophes increased his strength, after all. He promptly placed a protective magic barrier around his truck before exposing himself. This temperature is just right. Thank you. What is he saying? You can't understand me? That shouldn't be the case. He stood there as stable as a mountain. Even the tornado rotating at rapid speeds failed to move him. After 5 minutes, these natural disasters gradually dissipated. As thanks, I'll let you all die peacefully. Shiro drew 3 consecutive runes, summoning dozens of wind blades. Before the tribal folks could even process the impossibility of what Shiro did, they died. He ignored the prompts popping up and focused on his Originum attribute. Originum, 30 plus 4 equals 34. He was disappointed that the catastrophes only increased his Originum stat by 4 points even after absorbing the leftover residue. Unable to change the situation, Shiro started the engine and left. Meanwhile, in a not-so-far-away mountain, someone was looking in his direction through a highly advanced drone. It had many useful functions like camouflage, high speed, and long-distance operability. The researcher commanding the drone only intended to explore the nearby areas, not expecting to bear witness to the scene before him. He thought he was still dreaming. Oh? You're still operating the drone? What time is it now? 4:30 p.m. Why do you ask? No. I saw something unbelievable. I thought I was still dreaming, but that's not the case. He recounted what he beheld to the feline woman donning a white lab coat. Standing still in the middle of a level 1 catastrophe without any protective gear? I'll let the director know. One had to know that a level 1 catastrophe was enough to decimate a small town. Without specially made exoskeleton suits protecting them, oripathy was the least of their problems. The risk of death in such situations was almost certain. Shiro was heading to the country of Columbia when he received a notice for his first official quest in this world. Official quest, save a little girl. Details: Loken Williams, an influential figure in Loken Water Tank, is scheduled to receive an important product from the Church of the Deep. Eager to uncover the secrets of the Aegir, he sent out an escort team to deliver it to Loken Water Tank. Objective: save the kidnapped girl. Reward: 5,000 soul points, 3 weapon enhancement cards, 1 random character card. Weapon enhancement cards? Character cards. He wondered what these were, but that had to wait until he completed this quest. An orange arrow appeared in his vision, directing him to the location of the mission objective. To his surprise, the designated area was relatively close, only a 10-minute drive. Moreover, the location coincided with his planned route. Maximum speed it is, then. He stepped on the gas and even turned on the nitrogen booster, accelerating the truck to speeds only sports cars could reach. In this unregulated desert, he could do whatever he wanted, so long as he had the strength to back it up. Minutes later, a caravan of 10 vehicles ranging from small jeeps to armored trucks and heavily armed personnel carrying abnormal-looking firearms appeared. Shiro kept a distance from them and hit his truck using light rune magic. Firearms and vehicles. There should be a fuel tank somewhere, right? Since his power barely reached the 9th rank, he was cautious about this mission. When he failed to block Scatty's blow earlier, he realized that there really were some monsters in this world. Heck, her physique and agility must be at an astronomically high level to break his barrier with a casual sword strike. Though his mana value was the same as a 9th rank, he lacked the necessary computation speed to form and utilize 9th rank runes. Should I use a rain of fire? No, there are some casters. Wait a second. Shiro recalled his monstrous willpower value. Even if they were stronger than him, he could stun them to buy a few valuable seconds. He could also use his mental power to locate the fuel tanks on each vehicle. Concentrating his mental power, he quickly located every Originum store, laughing in anticipation upon noticing how unstable the fuel in these caches was. Let's go. Slamming his foot on the pedal, Shiro bore forward as if his original intention was to crash into the mercenaries ahead. At the same time, he started drawing runes out of thin air. These runes invoked the 7th rank rune magic, Rain of Fire. Do you hear something? Wait. Do you the sound of an engine? Isn't that ours? No, I can hear it coming from that direction. As the gunners talked, they heard the shrill screams of the arts casters beside them. Unbeknownst to the gunners, an invisible mental power swept across the casters, causing intense damage to their minds. Arg! My head! No! It hurts! Just as they were about to recover some semblance of reality, they witnessed fire raining down from above. The fireballs penetrated the vehicle, some reaching the fuel tanks, inducing vibrant explosions engulfing entire trucks. Boom! Boom! Intruders! Enemies? Where? Bam! Bam! The 2 gunners were nailed in the head. Without hesitating, the remaining gunners concentrated their fire in the direction where the gunshots originated. Augmented by Originum-based technology, the guns of this world were exceptionally durable. Each weapon, even handguns, could rapidly fire dozens of bullets consecutively so long as the user reached an optimal level of control. Invisible wind blades tore through necks and brains. Some lucky mercenaries dodged in time, but many turned into headless corpses. The non-combatants began fearing for their lives, panicking, and creating even more chaos on the tumultuous battlefield. Meanwhile, Shiro approached a truck unaffected by his 5th rank rune magic. He saw a lock on the payload doors, but such things were meaningless to him. He cast rune magic called Blazing Hands and slowly melted holes into the reinforced alloy doors. Shiro consumed about a third of his total mana to accomplish this. Still, wasting mana was preferable to toiling over the hidden mechanisms in the lock. Who are you? A girl with purple hair and blue eyes spoke from the constraints of a caged operation table. Tentacles jutting out from her back swayed sporadically, revealing her nervousness from the unexpected confrontation. This girl was an Aegir, an ancient race that lived under the ocean. Hello. Shiro finally ran out of mana, so he transformed his staff into a sword. Utilizing his aura, he cut through the steel bars like a hot knife through butter. What are you going to do? The girl asked with a nervous expression. Sigh. Do I look that creepy with this oversized black robe on? He thought. Left with no choice, he took off both hoods, exposing his stunning appearance underneath. Big sister. The girl subconsciously murmured, but Shiro quickly refuted her, as if he was already used to such things. No, I'm a big brother. Do you want to go home? Home. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 5,000 soul points. Plus 3 weapon enhancement card. Plus 1 character card, William. Official quest, save a little girl, 2. Details, the girl's parents hired a mercenary group with a substantial sum of wealth. They are on their way, having ascertained this is the caravan that kidnapped the girl. Objective, give the little girl to Gaviel, the leader of the mercenaries. Rewards, 5,000 soul points, 1 high-grade AR 3070, 1 quasi-mechanical blade, replica. Gaviel. Quite a strange name. Ahem. Do you want to? Yes. The girl replied without hesitation. Then leave the rest to me. Shiro held the girl in a half-princess carry with his left hand, grasped his sword with his right, and donned both hoods before exiting the truck. He was immediately noticed by the enemy forces surrounding them both. Intruder. The intruder is here. Unfazed by the dozens of fighters, he asked the girl being carried by him. All right, little girl. What's your name? Andrina. Okay, Andrina. Can you close your eyes for a while? MN. Andrina heeded his request and closed her eyes. She also snuggled closer to his shoulder, providing her a sense of security. The tentacles behind her back also stopped moving so erratically. With her eyes shut, Shiro comfortably shifted his gaze toward the caravan members shouting profanities at him. They were all hastily fleeing from him. You guys must be the ones responsible for that, he said with unprecedented coldness. He swung his sword towards them, projecting aura blades that split their bodies into two. Shiro did not know why, but he felt a strange aversion to the operation table when he looked at it. He was deeply enraged by these scumbags. Do good in your next life. Shiro chased after another group of personnel and slashed his sword in a circular arc. A tornado made of aura blades formed and shredded their bodies apart. Blood shot into the air, forming sanguine precipitation over the battlefield. Though Shiro ensured none fell on either him or Andrina. He disdained to chase the remaining rats, instead proceeding back to the area he concealed his truck. Shiro sat Andrina's shotgun and drove away. You can open your eyes now. Oh. He took off his hood yet again and flashed her a smile. You're safe now. Tears welled up in her eyes upon hearing this, but she held them back. Her strong mentality cultivated from this experience prevented her from doing so. Thank you, big brother. Silence pervaded the cab as Shiro continued driving towards the quest navigation waypoint. Before long, he posed a question to break the silence. Andrina, do you know anyone close to your family? Someone your family might hire to come looking for you. He asked this question because mercenaries were mentioned in the mission description. Mercenaries. Yes, them. She pondered for a moment before she recalled an individual from her memories. The big sister she met only a couple of times, with her long, eye-catching green hair. If my parents entrusted a task to someone, it would probably be Sister Gabriel. Sister Gabriel. Andrina told him stories about her. Due to her mercenary team always protecting her father's trade caravan, her father trusted Gabriel the most among all the mercenaries he hired. She hailed from the Sargon rainforest and was a medic. Though Andrina questioned whether Gabriel was a medic or a fighter, she used her staff to smash the heads of her enemies before acting as a medic that treated the wounded. Shiro continued driving as he listened. It did not take long before he came across a mercenary group with more than a dozen vehicles. Each vehicle had a strange tribal decal on them. He knew some tribes still lived under the empire but avoided modernity, embracing their tribal heritage. Big brother, that's them. All right. He stopped his truck in front of them, causing these mercenaries to instinctively guard against him. Some straight up pointed their guns at him. Shiro walked out of the truck and met them without his hoods on. His charm immediately placed the mercenaries into a trance. Though, their minds regained clarity after he asked a question. Is there someone named Gabriel in this group? Hearing this, the mercenaries became tense. Their practiced vigilance went up as they talked inaudibly. Finally, one of them got the determination and asked. Who are you? Someone that she doesn't know, but I might have rescued one of her acquaintances. After speaking, Shiro left his vehicle together with Andrina. In that instant, the door to their van opened, revealing a tall woman with flowing emerald hair. She held a black scepter in her arms, the one used by her to smack their enemies to coma. Sister Gabriel. Andrina. Shiro lowered her to the ground and allowed her to run to Gabriel. Sister Gabriel, he's the one who saved me from the bad guys. He. Shiro could not tell if it was rhetoric or a question of his gender as his face was exposed, but Gabriel thanked him before he could speak. Thank you. No problem. I just sensed something unusual and headed to the caravan. Saving Andrina was a lucky coincidence. He sensed something similar to Scatty when he first met Andrina. With their octopus-like tentacles and aura of the sea, he deduced that both girls might be related to the sea. Moreover, he felt a strange fondness for them, as if he held an intimate relationship with the sea. Though, he felt that Andrina was quite different from Scatty in that the feeling she exuded was somehow incomplete. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 5,000 soul points. Plus 1 high-grade AR 3070. Plus 1 quasi-mechanical blade, replica. Then, I'll be on my way. He declared now that his mission was complete. He was about to enter the truck when Andrina asked him a question. Big brother. What's your name? Me? You can call me Shiro. Big brother Shiro. Thank you for saving me. He smiled at her before he entered the driver's seat and started the engine. Like a drifter scouring for a destination, Shiro made his way to Columbia. A/N, so. I've finished the revisions. With this, reading this should be far easier for someone without prior knowledge of our knights to understand. Of course, the FIC followed the progression of slowly being explained as the chapter goes by, thus you can see more about it more so when my writing skill improved as the chapters went by. Happy reading everyone! Chapter 2, Parallel Worlds. Editor, Absolute Melody. Revised. Beeb. You have been chosen as a member of the chat group. Chat group initiating. Shiro had just roused from his slumber, only to be met with a transparent black gold panel in his face. Carefree Doctor joined the chat group. Expressionless Doctor joined the chat group. Greatest Genius Sensei joined the chat group. Reliable Older Sister joined the chat group. Future Bastard joined the chat group. Queen of Darkness joined the chat group. Double Robe Supreme Magus joined the chat group. What is this? While Shiro tested the chat group functions, the new members sent their first messages. Carefree Doctor, hello. Future Bastard, what kind of magecraft is this? Queen of Nightmare, I have come upon receiving its summons. Reliable Older Sister, am I drunk? Am I seeing things? Did this system appear out of nowhere for them as well? Shiro thought so, but his knowledge of systems couldn't go further with his amnesia and lack of information. Greatest Genius Sensei, this is interesting. Carefree Doctor, this is interesting. Double Robe Supreme Magus, this is interesting. Ha! Some people feel the same way as me. Shiro laughed. As long as it didn't harm his interests, discovering more about this chat group would only benefit him. Greatest Genius Sensei, I didn't expect my quantum causality theory to be proven this way. Carefree Doctor, you mean parallel worlds? Greatest Genius Sensei, yes. Do you know what beta means? Carefree Doctor, nope. Kaujiki Yueko, the vice commander of the Yokohama base, wore an unconcealable smile on her face. Alternative Plan 4 stands a chance now. Even though 7 years had passed since she proposed the quantum causality theory, she didn't give it up. She knew there had to be a way to communicate with betas. To her, humanity couldn't enact Alternative Plan V unless they were truly cornered. The 00 unit was one of the core components of Alternative Plan 4. The possibility of parallel worlds was one of its chances for it to awaken. Vice Commander. A man who claims to know you is causing trouble at the main gate. Who? His name is Shirogane Takeru. She switched to one of the cameras at the main gate. There, she saw Shirogane obnoxiously shouting. She was about to send him off when she heard the words Alternative Plan 4. Shocked as she was, she ordered the soldiers to let him in. You will be transferred to the lounge along with the other group chat members. Note, you may leave after 2 hours have passed. The time flow in your world will be temporarily stopped. Other members? This is getting more interesting. She looked forward to meeting people from parallel worlds. Glares of white light shone on Shiro before he arrived in the so-called lounge. He was greeted by several individuals in his vision. Why you? The girl with a gothic outfit pointed toward the guy dressed like a doctor. He had orange hair and gloves on both hands. Though, Shiro felt something extraordinary belied his outward appearance. Romani. Arch-Aman. No, did Solomon really appear in front of me? Nobody in the room expected this girl to blurt out some incomprehensible words. Though Romani Arch-Aman, the man in question, found the situation quite interesting. How did you know? Nobody else except the two of us here knows of my identity back then. You seem to know even more than you revealed right now. Oh, of course. Chaldea's acting director, you're the one who led everyone else to remove the dangers in humanity during the singularity arcs. Romani? Am I dreaming right now? Characters in an anime started appearing in front of my eyes. The short black-haired girl muttered absent-mindedly. Everyone else was confused. Only some intellectuals Shiro, Yueko, and the white-haired feline figured out what was happening. Anime. So she knew these people from some anime. We might only confuse ourselves more if this continues. How about we introduce ourselves? Shiro spoke, hoping to organize this group and clarify any confusion. Alright. You guys don't need to hear my introduction since you already heard it from this young lady. You can call me Romani. King Solomon, no, Romani Arch-Aman, was the first to introduce himself. Kaujiki Yueko, a researcher. The woman with long purple hair and a white lab coat introduced herself after Romani. Takanashi Tuka. I'm a chef. Shinji. I'm the Queen of Nightmare. You can also call me Kuroniko. Kaltsit, a doctor. Takanashi Tuka was a mature woman with waist-long black hair and piercing scarlet eyes. Shinji was a small boy with curly blue hair. He had a permanent air of pretentiousness around him despite his juvenile mannerisms. Kuroniko wore a gothic outfit. She had long, straight black hair neatly cut at the forehead in a Heim style, white skin, and red eyes due to colored contact lenses. Kaltsit was a feline race with white hair and green eyes. She wore something similar to a dress, though it looked more optimized for medical operations. Everyone but Shiro had finished their introductions. Shiro, a mage. As he introduced himself, he kept his double hoods on. He felt more comfortable like this as he could avoid the confused eyes of people doubting his sex. What should we do? Just sitting here would be boring since we can't leave until 2 hours pass. Excuse me. Does magic exist? Tuka asked. She had to deal with her Chiyunibita little sister, so she always assumed magic never existed. This group chat and the people here shattered that perception of reality. You shouldn't ask me that. Go ask Shiro instead. I bet he'll give a better answer than I. Romani pointed to Shiro. With his tattered black robe, everyone in this place guessed he was the double-robed supreme magus. Magic does exist, Shiro stated while drawing a rune in the empty air. After that, lightning began crackling in his hands. He drew yet another rune, forming a fireball above the surface of his palm. It is one of the ways that we manipulate the existing laws of the world. I've heard that kid mention magecraft before, so it seems that we might have a similar system in this regard. Shinji, hearing his name called out so suddenly, was startled. Why yes, that's right. I'll be able to awaken my magic circuit soon. The kid shouted proudly. He said so with great confidence. Upon hearing this, Kuroniko was secretly envious. Do I also have the talent for it? On one side, she was thrilled to see and experience magic personally. On the other, she was nervous about whether she had the aptitude for it. Do you have something similar to a magic circuit in your world? Romani asked. He sat lazily on a couch, prompting the others to take their seats and recline into the comfortable furniture of the lounge. No. We sense mana and accumulate it in our body instead. Shiro explained. In Romani's world, mages had a fixed mana value upon activating their mana circuits. In Shiro's magic system, mana slowly accumulated in mana vessels after passing through mana pathways in the body, allowing for perpetual growth. Fate's magic circuit is fixed since birth, and the only way to increase it is via special means. Meanwhile, Shiro's world is similar to a cultivation world where a magician grows stronger as he meditates. Once these mana vessels achieved mana saturation, mages could use their stored mana to expand their mana vessels, thus achieving a breakthrough to a higher rank. The same concepts applied to the aura. The aura absorbed by a knight strengthens their body. When enough is stored, they use stored aura to break through their body's limits, allowing it to contain more and eventually repeat the cycle. Romani and Shiro were interested in each other's magic system, so they began exchanging information. Meanwhile, the other members also started conversing. Chapter 3, Mana Circuits. Edited. A world without beta/oripathy. Kalstit and Kaujiki Yuako mumbled subconsciously. They would be lying if they weren't envious of the other two girls' worlds where everything is peaceful. They have to work full-time to prevent the downfall of their worlds. The pressure that they're under is unimaginable, yet how they handle the said pressure is even more unfathomable. Ahem. So you're also from a parallel world? Kuroniko asked. I think so. I haven't heard of Mascara nor seen it on the TV. Takanashi took a reply to the younger girl which made her remember her unique little sister. It's like I've only been frustrated by her delusions yesterday. Took a thought. She is the only person left in the world who would care for her. She always played along with her sister's delusions since she only wanted her to be happy. Their fun times had ended abruptly. Her little sister still couldn't cope with it. Inadvertently, she fell into her delusions that she would be able to see her father once more through her powers. Tuka thought that it is simply impossible. However, this chat group changed her previous perception of the world. It's now possible. So you're saying that you knew him from a game? The calm-headed female professor asked. That's right. My friend told me something about the guide of a game being one of the strongest characters in a game. Kuroniko replied while recalling her horrid memories of the so-called gacha mechanics in that game. If there's a causality conductor or someone that might possess abilities similar to it, then it is possible to create a game based on another parallel world. Kaujiki Yuako went on full concentration unknowingly. She continued deducing some possibilities and couldn't wait to verify it at her office. Magic circuits, mysteries, reality marble. Shiro thought of the things that he had learned right now. These things surprised him a bit, especially the existence of reality marble. In his magic system, it is similar to a domain. Though reality marbles can be used as long you master your origin, while domains could be used as long as one is in the Grand Magician realm. My origin, what is it? To a person whose identity isn't even known by him, it is similar to a way in which he could know more about himself. Perhaps, he'll find something about him once they are discovered. At the same time, Romani is marveling at a magic system that didn't involve the collective unconsciousness of people. There's no need to do various measures to protect the remaining mysteries left after the Age of Gods had ended. Furthermore, it is also full of potential, unlike their magecraft which depends on the number of magic circuits available. If they had low numbers of circuits, it's the same as having no potential as a magus. Only the capable few had bypassed this common consensus, signifying how stringent it is. Can I regain my power through this? He thought. This doesn't matter if he was the King Solomon before, but now that he became a human, having enough power to fend off the final boss would be nice. If he is to make a choice, it's better to have some power himself to have a higher chance of succeeding. Magic circuits. Something that is like a soul, yet not at the same time. Shiro mumbled. It can be flicked using a switch, forming a pathway between the body and soul. So that's how they enable Magi to use Magecraft. Shiro deduced the Magecraft system further using that line as a basis. In the end, he concluded that magic circuits are something born from the soul and the body, a new organ, to speak. Having finished that, he began looking for it throughout his body. Mental power. Nope. Mana. Since he didn't find it with his mental sense, he decided to do something that might allow him to perceive it, running his mana in his body. Mana is an energy stored in his soul. Meaning, it contains a trace of his soul power. With it, there's a chance that the circuits would resonate together with mana, thus allowing Shiro to sense it properly and activate it. However, he already has aura running through his body. It and mana are different in nature, so he can get severely injured if he makes a single mistake. Still, he's confident about his control. Whoa, wait a minute. Are you planning to inject mana into your body while having another energy inside it? You are more reckless than I thought. As the former king of Magecraft, he knew that every unknown energy has a chance of causing a reaction with mana. Furthermore, implanting mana in the body alone will inevitably trigger its self-protection mechanism, which will induce hallucinations. It could even cause their mind to break down if not treated well. Not really, I'm just confident enough with my control. Shiro commented. He spread his mental power yet again, but this time, he focused more on his body. He saw aura flowing in it, which is very similar to blood circulation. Though, it had permeated not only his blood but every single cell of his. Albeit, they only possess minute amounts. I have to do that. For this operation, he only needed to do one thing, stop this aura circulation for a while. His body would still have injuries since there are still minute amounts of it present in his body, but he could prevent it from happening for a short time. After a while, he felt that the circulation had stopped. Then, he only took a little less than 10 seconds to locate the magic circuits. They look like lines that are present all over the body, but they do not exist as of the moment. These are the inactive circuits. I'll deal with this first. Shiro sensed that he couldn't stop the circulation further, so he removed his restraints and let them flow once more. His mana had been withdrawn from his body, but the connection between him and the circuits remained as an effect of his max-level control. Romani, who watched this by his side, was surprised at how finely he controlled his mana. Furthermore, he's also surprised at the quality of it. They're only mana from the atmosphere, but he could vaguely see the power of true ether in it. It is strange, indeed. I should be able to activate it now. He thought before he began using his control stat to fiddle with the circuits. In no more than a minute, magic circuits started appearing all over his body. Though most of it was blocked by his luxurious white robe, light still shone on some places such as his hands, face, and feet. Once it appeared, he experienced the feeling of being cooked in an alchemy burner. His physique attribute that far surpassed normal humans made him able to handle this kind of pain. Still, it felt painful, as if it was something present somewhere beyond the body. At the same time, Shiro felt his body absorb mana at a faster rate. Although, it is technically not his body but the new mana storage organ that absorbed them. This mana capacity is already comparable to a grand magician. He thought. From 10 to 30, it's within the range of rune magicians. For 31 to 80, it is comparable to a circle magician. Lastly, 81 to 150 mana attributes are the capacity of a grand magician. For another world system to break his own, he felt surprised. Magic circuits successfully activated. Circuit count, 130. Quality, abnormal, 1 unit/circuit. Mana, 31, plus 130. 130. Shiro was really surprised when he saw the additional 130 mana attributes on his panel. Since the increase of his mana before is more of qualitative than quantitative, due to his rank, his entire mana capacity is still the same as a 4th rank's. Though, he can use lower mana as its quality increases. However, the mana in the magic circuit functioned more like an additional mana capacity. It is something that he can turn on and off at will, so he could conceal it before surprising his enemies during crucial fights. Chat group, hidden quest complete. Awaken the mana circuit during the first meeting reward/S, 3 random thaumaturgy, full mastery. Hidden quest complete. Activate your mana circuits upon coming in contact with it for the first 1 hour. Reward settlement. Plus 2 magic crests, 100% adaptability. Shiro got 2 unexpected rewards yet again. Congratulations, I guess. The orange-haired doctor said. Only now did he realize that his surroundings had been very silent. Thank you. Shiro paused for a moment before an idea came to his mind. As a meeting gift, how about I activate the magic circuits of everyone here? Hey, no need to be surprised. You'll find this out later on through the store. The one that requires the use of points. Shiro looked at the feline woman and nodded. That's right. The basics of each system that corresponds to the members who have supernatural powers can be bought at the store for a negligible price. What he meant here is the common sense of Kal Stit's, Romani's, Shinji's, and Shiro's power systems. They correspond to the following: Originum Arts, Magecraft, and Rune Magic / Aura Control. Though, what Shiro exchanged with Romani and vice versa is the knowledge that isn't in that pack. They haven't bought this stuff yet, but the two of them were confident that it was worth their price. He thought that they'll be quite hesitant to do it as the activation looked quite scary earlier, but he underestimated these people. I'll go first. Dr. Kal Stit. He was a bit surprised when she volunteered to be the first, but he didn't pay attention much. It's just that he couldn't read her expression due to her paralyzed face. He asked him to sit comfortably on the couch before he started the operation. Now that he has his circuits opened, there's no need for the troublesome mana sweep from before. Instead, he would connect his circuit to theirs to achieve the same resonance effect from before. It only took half a minute before he succeeded. Green lines started appearing all over her body, signifying that her inactive mana circuits were awakened. It's over. Her cat ears trembled after she finished awakening it. Surprisingly, her mana circuits were deactivated the moment it trembled. What a weird way of deactivating it. Romani said. But it's nice. Romani saw many ways that people could activate and deactivate their mana circuit, but so far, this is the first time he saw someone deactivate it using her cat ears. His repository of otaku knowledge learned something new once more. Hearing this, a blush appeared on her expressionless face. She ran away swiftly to hide it. Ahem. Who's next? It is this monarch's turn. Now, it only took 20 seconds before Shiro activated her circuits. Her reddened skin slowly went back to normal while her hazy pupils regained their focus. Her circuits have excellent quality, though it is a tad bit lower than Kal Stit's. Shiro watched her deactivate her magic circuits and asked, how is it? Thank you, Supreme Mega-san. Surprisingly, she seemingly forgot her usual way of speaking, her face blushing a bit due to the sheer excitement that she was feeling right now. Just call me Shiro. Then, thank you, Shiro-san. She said with a bright tone. She ran off the corner to play with her newly found powers. Next is Yuako-sensei's turn. Mana? Is it similar to dark matter? She asked curiously. Dark matter? Seeing that Shiro is unfamiliar with the term, she explained it to him. In simpler terms, it is an invisible matter that takes up the majority of the universe. Hearing this, Shiro replied, if it's like that, then yes, mana is similar to dark matter. Interesting. After a while, Kawasaki Yuako activated her magic circuits as well. Just like the others, she didn't pay attention to her high body temperature. She focused on sensing her 25 magic circuits. They are less than the other two, but the quality far exceeded their circuits. This made her mana comparable to Kal Stit and Kuroniko. Soon, it became Takanashi Toka's turn. Will I be able to use Magecraft after this? She asked with a slightly excited tone. After all, she could tolerate Rika being Chiyunobu as she had gone through that phase herself before. This moment is simply fulfilling one of her childish fantasies from the past. That, and the possibility that they might be able to see their father once more made her more enthusiastic about this. Yes, you will. Even if you don't have any magic circuits, you could still practice my rune magic instead. I understand. After going through the same process as Kal Stit and Kuroniko, green lines appeared on her body. As she awakened her circuits, she instinctively knew how to deactivate them immediately. Her mouth twitched as she received this information. She didn't know if it was the effect of dealing with Rika daily, but her activation words are simply embarrassing. Synapse break. She shouted out some incomprehensible words before her magic circuits got deactivated. Embarrassment could be seen on her face, but her red face due to the high temperature hid it. Thank you, Shiro-san. No problem. You saw the quest complete. On your side, right? Yes. The rewards are 3 random spells. That's it. You can open it now or later. Though, I have to say that you possess a huge potential as a mage. That's right, that's right. Romani commented. He further added, X-rank mana circuits is enough to label you as a genius. Rin Tosaka, Zelrich's disciple, has 40 magic circuits. She can carry a total of 1000 mana units through it. This talent is enough for someone who's a magician, true magic holder, to acknowledge her. As for Takanashi Toka, she might be able to hold more than 1500 mana units based on their conservative estimate. What about you, Shinji-kun? Shiro didn't feel any magic circuits from him, so he thought that he was still an unawakened one. And no. I'm fine. Seeing this, he sent out a mental transmission to him. Really? Or there's nothing in your body? Hearing this, Shinji's eyes widened. He was ashamed, but then he found out that only he could hear Shiro's voice. How did you know? He asked. Shiro learned a lot of things from Romani earlier, including some facts that are considered not well known in his world. You didn't have any mana in your body and you refused my help. That's it. He looked down after being reminded of the cruel truth. Shinji Matu is originally a child who lacked parental affection, so he always strived to be the best in all fields. In his elementary school, he's the #1 student. Only, he was devastated as he discovered that he didn't have any magic circuits in his body. I could do better even with a broken one, so why wasn't I given that chance? He thought so before. He believed that with his hard work, he could still achieve something that could make both his grandfather and father proud of him. His existence is just like that, one born out of the other's validation. Ahem. It's not impossible for you to learn magic. Really? Did you forget? My system is different from your world. This means, you still have a chance by taking another path. Controlling his mental power, he decided to directly stuff some basic knowledge of being a rune magician and an aura knight to him as the kid looked pitiful. Shinji experienced a severe headache, but he didn't let out a grunt as he was too shocked on opening another possibility for him. Thank you, Shirone. He sincerely said in their mental link. He thought that he was a girl given his voice, hence this happened. Shiro's eyelid twitched as he heard it. I'm a man, so call me Aniki instead. Shiro Aniki. The group members stayed for another hour before returning to their respective worlds. Just as they were about to leave, Romani suddenly asked Shiro. Can you show your face to us if you are comfortable with it? I just became curious about something. He thought for a while and realized that they'll be more often, thus it wouldn't matter much if they saw his true appearance. Slowly, he lowered the oversized black robe as well as the luxurious white robe. There, they saw the power of max-level charm. Everyone went silent due to varying emotions, but surprise is the most prevalent one. You remind me of someone. Romani said, thinking of the other Grand Caster candidate in that flower field. I'm a man, remember it. Shiro took the initiative to declare it before they left the lounge. They were engulfed by the white light before they returned to their respective worlds. Chapter 4, Shinji's Future. Shiro opened his eyes the moment he returned to his truck. Time control. He looked the truck's digital clock and saw that not even a single minute had passed. With his limited power, he could tell that everything is basically the same as if he didn't really go to the chat group's lounge. There are now 2 panels. When he saw the 2 panels side by side, he compared the 2 of them. The one that he has right after he woke up possesses the power to level up, gain masteries from others, issue quests, and show an accurate data of the host. There should be more functions after those, but he hadn't encountered them yet. As for the chat group's panel, it consisted of daily rewards, points, point store, free lounge entry, 2 hours, missions, and public/private chats. The time flows between their world differs, however, which results in them seeing the conversation too fast or the reply being too slow. There's also the function of this panel being attached to another device and vice versa, attached/panel mode. There should be more functions that are still locked. He thought. Ding! Suddenly, he was interrupted by the sound of a notification. Queen of Nightmare, I found it. I found which anime the others belong to. Queen of Nightmare sent a file, Heaven's Feel. Queen of Nightmare sent a file, Move Love Alternative. Queen of Nightmare sent a file, Chiyunibita Demo Koi Ga Shitai. Queen of Nightmare sent 10 attached files, Fate/Grand Order. Shiro was about to reply when he noticed something on his profile tab. Clicking the icon on the upper right of the panel, he saw many options. One of them is the option to change his nickname to his real name. My nickname's way too long. Change your displayed name to your real name. Confirm. Clicking the confirm button, he began chatting. Shiro, thanks for your hard work. Queen of Nightmare, it's nothing, just some few searches on the web. Queen of Nightmare, anyways, how did you change your name? Queen of Nightmare, wait, never mind. It's in the profile tab. Thanks to the files sent by Kuroniko, everyone got the chance to know of the others' identities. It only took more than 4 hours of watching for Shiro to watch everything. The first anime is related to Shinji. There, Shinji has the role of an antagonist. However, his background is much darker than Shiro had expected. He grew up from a twisted environment that was caused by his grandfather, Makarizuken. Due to it, he had done many unspeakable things just to appease his twisted ego. It didn't help that he couldn't activate his magic circuits as well as the circumstances surrounding his adopted sister, Sakura Matu. In the end, he violated her for 3 consecutive years due to the aphrodisiac-like effect of Zuken's experimentations on her. This is the boiling point for his unsalvageable character. It's unexpected. If Shinji-kun will grow up in such an environment, it's not that surprising that he will end up like that. Shiro thought. Though, he can still be saved provided he gets the proper guidance. Meanwhile, Kaozuki Yuako's background came from Muv-Love Alternative, a visual novel. It is all about the protagonist whose mission is to prevent the completion of Alternative Plan V, the abandonment of every other humans, with only 100,000 of them surviving in the end. Their enemies are the aliens they dubbed as Beta, which is in short for beings of extraterrestrial, which is adversary to the human race. To accomplish his goal, they must complete the alternative plan for the plan to communicate with Betas and aim for peace. That way, there wouldn't be an extremely large sacrifice for the continued survival of the human race. Here, Kaozuki Yuako is the vice commander of the Yokohama UN base. She is the main proponent of the alternative plan 4 as well, so her efforts are required in order to accomplish the main character's mission. Lastly is Takanashi Toka's anime. It is an interesting slice of life that shows the life of her delusional, i.e., Chiyunobu, sister named Takanashi Rika. Their world is not of supernatural origin, hence it is relatively peaceful. Unfortunately, Shiro's and Kaltsu's stories are not available in any of the members' worlds. Reliable sister, that's my sister and Yuata-kun. Carefree doctor, it must be hard taking care of your sister. Shiro, +1. Queen of Nightmare. Queen of Nightmare, +1. Greatest Genius Sensei, +1. Expressionless doctor, I agree. What about Shinji-kun? I will become like this in the future. After scheming through fate/stay night heavens feel, Shinji found out what kind of person he will be in the future. Pathetic, abominable, twisted. Even before he died, he never gained the so-called acknowledgement that he always sought. Instead, all he got is a trash from his grandfather. As for his father, he escaped the Matu household when he found out the truth of the Matu family's worm cave. Abominable. During those years, he had never seen his adopted sister as a proper human being. Twisted. The most self-explanatory one. His ego was twisted to the point that he'll ignore everyone's feelings for his sake. As a pure child who only has a fake air of arrogance to hide his insecurities, he didn't want all of this to happen. He doesn't want to be a pathetic and abominable human being, ever. Haha, Shinji tightened his hand into a fist as his expression became twisted. If things are going to be like this, it's better for me to die. That way, I wouldn't cause pain to others. Shinji felt depressed. Unlike before, he couldn't even have that usual mindset of as long as I do my best, they'll definitely acknowledge me. He's even leaning more towards him disappearing so that those events in the future wouldn't happen. After all, the last thing that he wants is to turn into a monster, just like his grandfather. Ding! Private Shiro, are you alright? Shiro Aniki. Private Shiro, it's too much for a kid to know his shitty future, isn't it? Private Future Bastard, I now know the reason behind my nickname. Private Shiro. Private Shiro, I won't tell you not to care about it, but do remember that your predestined future can be changed. I can change my future. He thought. Recalling that he's now a member of a seemingly powerful network called Chet Group, a spark of hope was reignited within him. It is still small, yet no one knows if it could make massive waves in the future. Private Future Bastard, how can I change my future? Private Shiro, there are many ways, but I suggest that you try our power systems first. Then, we'll see what to do after you test your aptitude. Private Future Bastard, alright. Thank you, Shiro Aniki. At this moment, Shinji thought of the two techniques that Shiro had passed on to him hours ago. One of them is a physical exercise that required him to move into a stance while the other one requires him to concentrate well and meditate. I should begin with the meditation first. Shiro tapped the steering wheel as he stopped 10 kilometers away from Colombia's borders. This is also the place that Kaltsit mentioned to him when they agreed on meeting in Terra. When he first saw the Originum Arts on the Points store, he knew that they were in the same world. Thus, he talked with her personally after the group discussions were over. Private Expressionless Doctor, I'll arrive in 2 days. Private Shiro, copy that. She's studying something called the Great Silence that is involved in the Agir civilization underwater, hey. Shiro thought. Wait, the sea. He recalled the two strange feelings that he sensed before which originated from Skadi and Andrina. Each of them has the aura of the sea as well as something incomprehensible in his senses, making him more interested in it. They must be related to that event. Ding! You earned 99 points. It was only at this time that Shiro did redeem his daily points. In this function, one could check in daily before receiving points ranging from 1-100. Thanks to his extremely high luck stat, he got the second highest possible points at first shot. He then scrolled through the point store. At this point, only stuff related to the group members are here. There's an increase magic circuit, Tyrant's Eye, real, XF 2000 a Typhon, application of life and death, and so on. When he scrolled further, there's some stuff that made his heart beat more quickly. There are true magic in it. Just by having one, they could contend against type-level beings such as the Ultimate One of Mercury, Ultimate One of Venus, and so on. Though, the points that it require is heaven-defying. I'll try acquiring it first before acquiring it through the group chat. His sight then moved onto the shiny golden button on the top right of the points store. Random spins. Nope, let's not gamble. No, no. He swore that he would never rely much on the shining random spin prompt above the points store, never. Chapter 5, Human's Greed. Edited. I'm bored. That was the first thought that came to Shiro's mind after he waited for 2 straight days. In those 2 days, he did nothing but go to the lounge, sleep, and eat. That, and his daily practice regarding his spells and thaumaturgy. He never moved much from his truck as he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to himself. Knowing that the borders are more complex than he thought thanks to Kaltsit, he waited here obediently. He was about to test his thaumaturgy again when he saw a huge van coming from behind. At that instant, a prompt popped up in front of him, marking the 3rd quest that he had received since he woke up. Official quest, Exterminate Balrog 4. Details, Rhine Labs Energy Section Director, Ferdinand Clooney, gave a certain vial to Edwin upon seeing his intent to go against the former Dame of Ursus. That vial being an experimental product, it is given with the purpose of acquiring more perimeters for the future project code-named Ifrit. Objective, kill the Balrog replica. Reward /S, 7,500 soul points, fusion function, system, 3 archive sigil. She's finally here. Edwin looked at the rusty short sword in his hand with complex emotions. It was something passed on by his grandfather to his father on his deathbed. Since his father died, this was passed on to him. On his deathbed, his father told him. One day, someone might ask for the repayment of the favor that I had. Remember to help them to the best that you can. He didn't know who that benefactor was, but then, when he received a call from her, her identity shocked him. Dr. Kaltsit, a very famous head of the laboratory operated by the Ursus Empire. Due to some unknown circumstances, she murdered a duke. Though, Edwin felt that there was much more in this story just like any other event in history. I recall that bounty list from Ursus. They still haven't removed it. With him having not much money, the prospect of capturing her started to take over him. Moreover, he also thought that this favor has got nothing to do with him considering that it's already been 3 generations since it was made. In the last 2 days, he commissioned a lot of mercenaries on the border in an attempt to capture her. The bounty offered alone is enough for a normal family to spend for 7 generations. What's more, the reward can be exchanged in any currency, hence the greater the temptation. You said she'll arrive today. Soon. Just do your job and we'll split the reward into equal parts. Fine. If we find out that you are tricking us. A large black van appeared in their sight, inducing Edwin's delight. It's her. He heard the leaders of each mercenary group issuing commands to their members. Not long after, the van stopped nearby the outpost before its window opened. Here it is, Doctor. Edwin readied the things needed long ago so that he could give it to them directly. He is nervous, seeing their targets in person, but he tried his best to have a calm appearance. Thank you. She said with an expressionless face, making him wonder whether she was really thankful or not. No problem. My grandfather always talked about you helping him during those hard times. I see. She nodded before closing the window to the van. The conversation didn't last long before the van continued on its journey. Though, before the window closed, he saw that Kaltsit is being accompanied by someone. Moreover, even with the hood of the white robe obstructing the face, he found out that he's been charmed just by seeing her companion's lower half of the face. He stood still and only broke out of his stupor when one of the mercenary leaders communicated with him through a radio. When will we do it? Wait. Let's do it when they're quite far away from here. Some mercenaries might try to make our battle a bigger mess. He said to every accomplice of his. Looking at the quite distant van, he wondered whether he could have a chance with her companion. They're following us. To this, the experienced Kaltsit just snorted. During her 13,000 years in Terra, only God knows how many times a human's greed had she witnessed. That's also the reason why her face became like this, she's just tired with these. Let me handle them. You must be tired of seeing these kinds of things. You can tell. Well, yes. Shiro said. Your face literally screams I'm tired of this. She looked quite annoyed as she heard that. She was about to rebuke Shiro when she saw his charming face and stopped. Even if it's an old fossil of over 13,000 years old, it didn't prevent her from appreciating his max-level charm attribute. Shiro waited for a while until he confirmed that more than 24 vehicles are slowly chasing after them. Bringing out a gun similar to an Mk-18, he used a mage craft that he received as a reward from the chat group. Reinforcement. The use of magical power to push the target's potential to its utmost limit. Its success depends on how well you know the structure of an object. In Shiro's case, he knew it well thanks to his mental power and gun mastery that he had acquired from someone. Due to it, he also knew that the guns in Terra are vastly different from the guns of the normal world. Here, it is very similar to a casting tool. It doesn't end with a simple pull of a trigger. You need to control the reaction of a bullet through Originum Arts so that the powerful force won't destroy the gun. Green lines started appearing in the gun as the reinforcement took place. He then focused more on increasing its firepower. The gun became stronger, but he needed to control the gun even more. He used his Originum Arts of controlling hydrogen with a mix of rune magic and mental power to control it. Opening the window of the van, he peeked out and pointed the gun at one of the trucks. Let the fun begin. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out in the surroundings, shocking these mercenaries. They never thought that their target would draw the first blood instead of them. Bullets rained out. Several of them penetrated the entire truck and SUVs and killed many of them, but some are fast enough to maneuver away from it. Shit! What was that? It can pierce through our entire bulletproof vehicles. Damn it! Return fire, idiots! They took out their bows/crossbows and started to return fire. Though, they found out that a transparent circular barrier covered its van, which shredded the arrows that came in contact with it into pieces. One of the bullets hit a mercenary leader who also drove an SUV. The SUV went out of control and crashed into another SUV, creating a massive explosion. No, my loot. It was quite speechless when she saw him like this. She knew that he was someone knowledgeable regarding things, so his momentary childishness surprised her. Die. He switched to fully automatic fire, with no more care about the ammo expenses. Originally, all he got from those bandits are 3 magazines worth of rifle bullets. He couldn't even loot much from the caravan before since he doesn't have access to dimensional storage at that time, which is generally used by grand magicians. All in all, he has 5 magazines worth of rifle magazines. The bulletproof glasses shattered even more frequently under his fire. Slowly, the number of vehicles chasing after them thinned out even further. Did that guy from the border sell us out? Shiro mumbled. That guy is the only one whom they ever met during this time, so it is natural for him to suspect Edwin. He did. Kaltzit replied. Then, I'll have to kill him. Shiro paused for a moment before asking, can you follow that blue-black SUV? That one. He pointed out to a dark blue SUV in the middle of 2 other mercenary vehicles. Yes, that one in the middle. Wait. She agreed to him, but she told him to wait for a while. Shiro didn't exactly get what is going on, until a black thing passed through the window and went outside. He was stunned when he saw a monster coming out from her spine. It has a black metallic skin as well as 4 talons as its weapon. I'll let it take care of the rest, so you go after him. All right. But wait, do you mean that I'll ride it to him? What else? Shiro was surprised that he'll be riding this thing. But, he was also interested at the same time. Swoosh! He leaped out of the van and grabbed its back. Using wind runes, he made his grasp firmer. With that, the mobs would get wiped out even faster. Chapter 6, Balrog. Looking at the mercenary groups dying one by one, the rest who watched on the sidelines gulped. They were even more determined not to be involved in that fight. Meanwhile, a certain emerald-haired girl saw a black thing moving at an extremely fast speed. It went to the mercenaries' vehicles and pierced through their roof easily. Then, she saw a person drop out of it to a certain vehicle. A person that she couldn't be more than familiar with. Shiro-san. The aforementioned person, Shiro, didn't notice her gaze as he was having too much fun right now. Reinforcement. He applied reinforcement, one of his 3 thaumaturgies, to his entire body as he hopped to the roof of the van. Inside it, he heard some people arguing. Fuck. Fuck. These are the targets you've talked about? Even the campaign knights aren't this absurd. Only the rumored Aegir in the sea is this strong. Shut up. I didn't know they were this strong. Bang. A bullet pierced through the roof of the vehicle, directly killing Edwin's brother. Brain matter exploded inside the SUV as some of it got into Edwin. Fuck. Thinking that he doesn't stand a chance against the monster that he provoked, he made his decision. He took out a small silver box within his coat and opened it. There, he saw a dark black fluid that looked like liquid metal. Moments later, its color turned crimson red as it left the cooling box. The temperature around him suddenly changed, as if he was sitting inside a huge fiery furnace right now. Those guys. He looked at the vial inside the box. It is given to him by a certain higher-up of an organization after saying that it'll help him in the future. Damn it. They knew I would fail right from the start, he thought. Why did I even think of provoking her? If I die, Even my father and grandfather won't let me go. Soon, he forgot all of his dilemmas. It never truly mattered as he is now in a life and death situation, hence he swiftly did his job. PSSSHK. Edwin injected it into his thigh. Nothing changed at first, but he slowly got the feeling of power accumulating within him. Shiro was about to shoot him with his rifle when he sensed an arrow coming at him. Swoosh! Getting off from the vehicle, he saw what shot him just now. A ballista. He avoided it since he felt some threat emanating from it. Furthermore, he also sensed a couple of sarcasm mercenaries getting off their vehicles and coming straight at him. Its power is too strong that it pierced through my barrier. Shiro mumbled. Time to get serious, then. He deactivated reinforcement in the rifles and stored them in the newly bought dimensional storage. He didn't close it as he picked up the two strongest rifles that he ever has, the AR-3070, similar to MK40A1, and the AK-47. This time, Shiro used up the reinforcement spells stored in the magic crest. One of the few things that he did is to add spells in his magic crests, which was done smoothly thanks to its 100% adaptability. Thanks to it, he could instacast the thaumaturgy that he has. Green lines started appearing on these rifles, making them stronger. The sarcasm mercenaries, being confident that they can tank the guns of Late Reino, took a defensive stance. Some used a shield as a cover while others used a great sword and ducked within a thick boulder as a cover. Bang! 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 The moment the projectiles hit them, their confidence was shattered as well. Some of them got out of it by being knocked over a few meters, while some directly got shot and are now severely bleeding. What is this? Guns shouldn't be that strong. One of them explained. Unless, it's a Sancta gun. Hearing that, the mercenaries shouted, be careful. Don't get hit by it. Meanwhile, Shiro sighed as he looked at the remaining bullets in his magazines. He decided to place back the AK-47 in his dimensional storage and attempted something for the first time. Gradation Air. Gradation Air, also known as Projection Magecraft, is one of the rewards that he acquired together with Reinforcement and Flame Magecraft. By using structural analysis on an object, it can be materialized/replicated with the use of mana. The more the Magus knew about the object, the better the materialized object would be. Though, he also used a mix of his mental power to gather the exact information needed, which means that he created a variation of projection magic. He utilized his computation speed that surpassed the limits of a human plus the help of the circuits to succeed. This way, the ratio of the replica to the original is almost 1-to-1. Another AR-3070 appeared in his left hand and shot it at the mercenaries. This time, he didn't give a damn about his bullets and went full auto. Another round of prompts appeared in his sight, indicating his kills. Bang! 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 Hat! So you guys are just like this? He mockingly said as he ran at them while firing another round of bullets with the rifle in his left hand. You! Don't you dare! His head exploded before he could even finish his sentence. The ones who were angry at him were also wounded in one way or another. They are this easy to provoke. Shiro mused. Right now, 1/10 of his mana from his circuits is gone. Since he's still analyzing the magic circuits and how to turn them into something compatible with a rune magician, he could only use the 3 rewards he received as a form of attack. Flame Magecraft would only destroy their weapons too, so he didn't opt for this if it's not the last resort. Bang! The final mercenary who chased after he died. After he killed the sarcasm mercenaries, the rest weren't even trouble. Guns are also rare in this world, so all he dealt with are crossbows and cold weapons. Just as he was done looting them, he saw a huge fire pillar appearing not far away. Seeing this, he looted them with haste, even more, utilizing his dimensional storage, SR, so that the weapons that he saw would get straight into it. Blame the temptation of the random spins. If not for his luck, he would have lost 300 points for nothing. Thankfully, he got an SR, speaking volumes of his luck. Growl. Soon, a flaming giant was formed. It is more than tens of meters tall and has skin made up of stone and magma. The heat that it emanated is enough to turn its surroundings into an inferno. It feels familiar. He felt a familiar sensation as his eyes swept through it. However, he soon thought about the countermeasures to be used in this situation. Hey! Dr. K.A. Eltsit. He was surprised to see her appear with her van nearby. That thing. An experimental subject, one that is related to the demons. Demons. They are beings whose strength increases the more people know them. They are the #1 enemy of the world which are being fended off in the known borders of Terra. To be honest, Shiro's theoretical and technical knowledge only reached the entirety of the rune magician/aura knight. He didn't know much about the tricks and only discovered some up until now. But, the only thing he felt vividly was the aversion toward higher-leveled beings. These entities known as demons are one such being. Demons? I see. It must have a core, no. You're right. The person who took the drug now serves as the core of this magma giant. Damn. I should have killed that bastard first. He put aside his regrets and focused more on the situation. Looking at it, the magma giant is the result of an originum technique. Meaning, it is extremely volatile at the moment. It can explode at worst, contaminating the area with originum. Though, it doesn't matter much for Shiro, who's immune to it, and Kaltsit, who's already infected with it. Shiro, can you bring MON3TR to its core? Wait, you'll try to collapse it from within. If MON3TR went inside this extremely volatile creature, it could result in its immediate collapse. Only by then would the threat be exterminated. Of course, Shiro wondered how it would do this, but chose to trust Kaltsit for now. Okay. Let's go hitch a ride first. Chapter 7, Giant Slaying. The Sargon Empire, a once powerful empire that resided in the Sargon rainforest. As the Khagans pillaged the entire Terra, they've set their sights on the eldritch creatures of the Fane Hotlands. To contain these said creatures, they allied with the Sargon Empire. One of the legends about them is when they brought down a magma giant that is hundreds of meters tall. They used originum arts to completely destroy it by making its volatile structure collapse by itself. Showering them with much originum arts is impossible. We're lucky that what we're facing right now is a defective product. If it's the real thing, we won't be able to deal with it easily, she said. The real demons are terrifying, since they'll become stronger just by more people knowing them. That's the reason why the highest authorities of Terra kept it from the public, just like how the Magi on the Fate world kept magic from the normal populace. Wait. Is it just me, or is it coming towards us? Rumble. 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 The magma giant made the land quake with each of its steps. The air seems to distort with the sheer temperature that it emitted. Great. It's really moving towards us. Kaltsit's eyes twitched as she saw how carefree he is. He might be just as carefree as the other guy in the chat group. Moreover, she was also reminded by another friend of hers, one that can join the list of carefree people in the world. She summoned MON3TR out yet again as Shiro rode its back again. We meet again. Let's do our best this time too. Growl. It let out a low growl as if it understood him. Shiro looked interested, but he decided to focus on this quest first. Due to their previous cooperation, their speed became faster this time. There's not much delay too, hence they easily got into the proximity of the giant swiftly. As they got closer to the magma giant, it threw out a punch toward them. Projection Magecraft. 3 slightly large black blades appeared on top of its arms before it dropped. Then, the right arm that got hit cracked visibly. Even though the mechanical blade that he got as a reward is only a replica, its weight didn't differ much from the real mechanical blades from Aegir. Only, its control-related aspects and something else are missing. Bam! 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 3 more mechanical blades appeared on top of it, dropping towards its right arm yet again. Growl! It blocked the 3 blades with his right arm, though it crumbled into pieces as a result. Temperature control. With his magic spells, he managed to alter the AoE effect for a moment. The heat that the giant had emitted disappeared. For a moment, the temperature became normal again. Then, he tried manipulating the volatile source through his originum arts, which allows MON3TR to collapse it more easily. Here you go. Good luck, he said as he patted its head as he encouraged it. Growl. MON3TR replied to him as if it understood him before it went inside the center of the magma giant, the location of its core. Surprisingly, MON3TR melted upon contact with it. Shiro wondered how it could have done that, but running away from here is much more important. Shiro hurriedly boosted himself with wind runes and dashed away. Since his every step is boosted, he traveled more than 2 kilometers in just 5 seconds, reaching the van that she was driving. He didn't hesitate as he jumped inside it. Whew! This van has a couple nitrogen boosters? No wonder you are confident in escaping this place. With the help of those, they managed to get away from its blast radius before it exploded. Boom! In the radius of 10 kilometers, the temperature rose up abnormally high. After the flames disappeared, the land were charred black. There's even a large crater where the magma giant stood earlier. At the same time, a green crystal quickly flew to Kaltsit's side before attaching to her back. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 7,500 soul points. The fusion function has been unlocked. Plus 2 archive sigils. Just as he was about to check his rewards, another prompt immediately appeared in front of him. Official quest, Alien God, 1. Detail. Rhine Labs' archaeological team went on a trip to the Sargon rainforest to unveil the mysteries surrounding one of the alien gods. However, they didn't know just what kind of entity they are about to unveil. Objective: arrive in the rainforest 3 days before the team reaches the tomb of the Sargon Empress. 7 days remaining. Reward /S, 2,000 soul points, 1 weapon enhancement card. Well, thanks for your help. Never knew that killing that thing would be easier than I thought. He said as he disregarded the new quest for a while. He thought that he would have stayed by its side to collapse it with his originum arts before bearing the brunt of its explosion nearby. Thankfully, MON3TR helped him in this regard as it is the one who made it self-destruct. MN. I need to investigate who's behind this incident. You're sharp. But, you don't need to investigate further. I know who's behind this. Shiro replied. You know. Yab. There's this convenient quest-giving prompt that gave me enough information for my next actions, you see. Hearing this, Kaltsit is not that surprised since there's the chat group. It housed the most valuable function, in her opinion, which is the store. There's even a cure for oripathy on it. That's why she's saving her points to buy that one first. Though, she didn't expect that Shiro would also have something similar to it. It's an institution called Rhine Labs. I don't know much of them, but they sure are shady as heck. Them? I see. Well then, would you like to come to the rainforest with me? The info says that the one behind this went there, and not for a good reason too. He started explaining stuff about them wanting to unearth some secrets related to an alien god. Kaltsit then mentioned that these alien gods are the ones behind the demons in Terra's borders, so they are extremely dangerous. Let's go. She stepped on the accelerator as they went in the direction of the rainforest. He died. As expected of her. Did you get the perimeters? Yes, Director. Knowing that the subject this time will be quite different, they added something to the injection beforehand. They were proven right after Director Ferdinand Clooney saw the result after MON3TR made the Balrog 4 collapse. How many ruins are left? 3, Director. What about the thief? She escaped. Find her. That sword is essential for my plans. The man in white coat left and relayed the director's orders to the black steel soldiers that were contracted by them. Gods! What wonderful existence are they, he thought. He looked at the files in his temporary desk with satisfaction. Soon. Their secrets would be unraveled by me. Edited. Chapter 8, First Quest. Romani, everyone, what should I do? My Oshi turned out to be a guy. PFFTTT. Ahahaha. Shiro laughed out when reading this text. Kaltsit, who was driving the van, was quite startled at this sudden outburst of his. No, it's nothing ahahaha. Sure couldn't stop laughing so silly as he recalled what Romani had done for the past 2 days. When Romani decided to check out his possible future, he decided to binge all the FGO movies in a single night. Though, what bothered him the most is not him having his existence erased, but the true identity of his Oshi. When he asked Kuroniko to send Meiji Mari's wiki page, he was devastated upon learning the cold hard truth. After all, she turned out to be a he. Meiji Mari is just made by a certain D-wizard who is trapped on that tower. Romani, I want to forget about this. Shiro, air. Can't you give that guy a beat down? Romani, nope, not with my current strength, to say the least. Shiro, condolences. Kuroniko, +1. Tuka, +1. Yuako, +1. A new quest is published. A sudden announcement in the chat group panel disrupted Shiro's laughter as he became interested in it. Quest, changing one's fate. Objective 1, eliminate Zukin Matu. Objective 2, save Sakura Matu. Objective 3, retrieve all the knowledge in the Matu family's ancient study. Participants, 1 member. Reward/S, 2000 points, 1 random reward ticket. Deadline, 1 day after the quest is published. Note 1, the time in the participant's world will be stopped once the quest is accepted. Note 2, the participant/S of this quest would be randomly penalized upon failure. This. Shinji-kun's world. Just as he had expected, it is really Shinji's world. Shinji, this is my world. Romani, Shinji's world, eh? We reside in different world lines, am I right? Shinji, that's true. Our worlds are almost the same, except that the Fourth War will happen 10 years earlier than yours. Meanwhile, Shiro recalled all the relevant information about Shinji's world. He recalled that his grandfather is someone who used worms as a form of magecraft. If he was asked about it, he would definitely say that it is disgusting, both in appearance and in their personalities. God, that old bastard kept a little girl in the basement, only to be ravaged by those worms every day. Yuako, who will go this time? Kuroniko, I'll pass. Tuka, me too. I think that I couldn't fight against him since I never had any experience. Shiro looked at Kaltsit and asked, do you want to go? You're the one who mastered magecraft the most among us. Then, it can't be helped, I guess. Shiro, if it's alright, I'll go. Kuroniko, Shiro-san. Tuka, Shiro-san. Romani, good luck. Tuka, +1. Kuroniko, +1. Yueko, +1. Shinji, +1. Kaltsit, +1. See you in a second. After clicking accept, a white light engulfed him as he went to a different world. The heat from the sun is at its peak since it is noon at this time. If not for the black robe that he wore, Shiro would have felt the heat even more. I just hope that I'm not too far away from the Matas. He started looking around and saw that he's somewhere near Mayan River. He sighed as he thought that being teleported straight to Fuyaki City is much better than being sent to other countries. Ah, right. I can't use much magic right now due to those annoying rules. As the venue for the Fourth Holy Grail War, it has many ley lines scattered all over it. Of course, magi are the one who are residing in those place. They're either busy practicing new spells or doing some other experiments. Private Shiro, I'm near the river. I'll go to your school later and we'll meet up. Private Shinji, understood. What about your living expenses, Anaki? Private Shiro, no worries. I'll be able to take care of it. Though, it is to be said just how he will be able to do it. Anaki has already arrived. I should show that I'm not slacking at all. Before, Shinji's life had been nothing but studying and practicing magecraft in hopes that he could gain the acknowledgement that he wants. Now, he wants nothing but to gain as much strength as possible. As his benefactor and half-teacher, he owed this opportunity to him. After warming up for 20 minutes inside his room, he began his training. It consisted of several stances that could temper a certain body part by doing a body posture. Once he had done all that, he sat down in a chair and began circulating aura throughout his body. He had done this for more than 7 days and felt that his body became stronger than before. But this time, it felt different. Shinji sensed a surge of energy that enveloped his entire body. If not for the concealment runes that he carved in the walls of his room, he wouldn't be able to hide that from a pride-rank magus. After having the feeling that something similar to a lock was broken, he felt his body become more lighter. Right now, he had surpassed normal humans. First rank Aura Knight. I really owe a favor to him this time. Few days ago, Romani himself imparted mental interference spells to him on a whim. It is helpful right now as it'll become necessary to manipulate the memories of the civilians who saw magic. It also made his life here more easier since he could just borrow some amount of currency to the kind strangers. I now know why normal humans who turned into a master accidentally are crazies. If no one's out there to maintain order from these spells, the adverse effects that it could bring are quite big. Let's see. I only ate some dry foods up until now. A change of pace would be nice. Shiro walked around the city as he looked for a good place to eat. Of course, he had changed his attire to a black windbreaker and pants, a face mask bought from the point store, and a pair of sunglasses. He is rather lucky as he found a place to change clothes nearby the river. He doesn't want to attract unnecessary fiasco just when he had arrived here, thus this get-up. Still, his presence is noticeable to the passerbys that he came across. McDonald's? Isn't this the store where that saber class loved to eat? I'll give it a try. Curious by this fast food restaurant, he went inside. Unbeknownst to him, this will be the reason as to why he got addicted to good food in the near future. Chapter 9, Strategy Meeting. I didn't know that I missed such a good thing. Recalling the taste of a Big Mac earlier, he cried out tears of joy. If not for him going to this store, he would have continued eating MREs since he's fine as long as it gives enough sustenance. Official quest, killing a murderer. Details, Ryu Anosuke Ryu is a hopeless human whose nature couldn't be changed. After a week, he will start killing children out of his vanity. Objective, kill the target before he kills his first victim. Reward /S, 1000 soul points, 1 random spell card. Speak of the devil, he thought as he recalled thinking about this guy earlier. Shiro thought about killing this guy before returning, but he received this quest early on, so he has to die first before the other one. Looking at the navigation arrow that appeared in his sight, he slowly strolled toward the destination. Inside the storage room of a certain convenience store, a man could be seen stacking up one boxes after another. Sigh. I'm bored to death. Up until now, Ryu Anosuke had been living a normal and boring life, or so he had thought. However, this all changed a week ago as he felt something awaken within him after seeing a cat brutally murdered by someone. Death. He saw death as something cool. The sight as a living being's life slowly gets sucked away from them is something that he finds interesting. Suddenly, he heard someone breaking into the store and asked, "You're interested in death?" WH. A stranger pointed out an M9 straight at him before pulling the trigger. Bang. A bullet went straight to his chest, with his blood spilling from it rapidly. It then spurted as a sign of his heart being ruptured due to the bullet. This is death? How cool. He slumped down to the ground as he lost his life. Moments after, a blazing flame appeared, burning his corpse to ashes. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 1000 soul points. Plus 1 blue flame spell card, 9th rank rune level, 3/3. Shiro walked out of the back door as the wind wall that he called forth disappeared. It is also the one responsible for making the kill as silent as possible. As for the store manager, Shiro made him think that their part-timer resigned a day earlier. He was only allowed to do this as he didn't have enough mastery with memory manipulation. Plus, it can only be done as he himself is much stronger than an ordinary human. A spell that can be instacast during emergencies is helpful. Shiro stored the spell card as he tried his best to find the school where Shinji goes. Though, it is to be expected that it is not a menial task for him as he doesn't have something that could guide him. His sense of direction can sometimes be like this. He stopped in one of the schools for a while before he asked Shinji through the chat panel. Private Shiro, can you send me the map of this city? And I'm in front of a school, is this it? Private Shiro sent a photo. Private Shinji, no, but it's almost there. Private Shiro, alright, I'll send the picture to you. Private Shiro sent a photo. Private Shiro, can you see it? Private Shinji, yes. You're actually in her school. Private Shiro, whose school? Private Shinji, Rin-san. Private Shiro, ah. Knowing that the kid is starting to get depressed again, he changed his topic. Private Shiro, do you know when would Sakura arrive in your household? Private Shinji, I recall my father mentioning this to me before. He said that an adopted sister of mine would arrive in the next 2 days. 2 days. Hearing this, Shiro already set up a rough draft of how he would complete the said mission. After all, vigilance is necessary against a 500-year-old monster in human skin. Private Shiro, alright. Let's meet up sooner so that we could go over more details. Shiro Aniki. Shinji waved his hand as he saw Shiro enter the empty classroom. Closing the chat group panel, he then replied. You've really worked hard, he said as he noticed how Shinji had entered the first rank Aura Knight in the span of 7 days. He knew beforehand that the time between their worlds is different, but he was still surprised by this. According to the knowledge that he has, a talented genius would take more than half a month before they complete their mana/aura saturation and officially step into the ranks. Shinji achieved this 8 days earlier, which speaks volume of his talent. Well. I only did what I'd been doing before. I only discarded some things to focus on more important things. Shinji looked away from him to hide the slight embarrassment on his face. To be honest, it was his first time being sincerely complimented. It feels good, he thought. Don't be shy. In terms of hard work, you are comparable to Shiro. Give yourself some praise. Anyways, here is the blueprint of our house. Shiro sat at one of the desks beside Shinji before grabbing the blueprint. There, he could see the Matu household's mansion, from the first floor to the attic. There's also a deduced drawing of the basement in it. I've never been to the basement before, so I've only guessed the general layout of it. The anime helped really well. Thanks. It'll definitely be a big help against him. Though, he inwardly thought whether this is really a work of a 5th grader. After all, this blueprint is too detailed. A potential student that was led to the right path. Accepting him as a disciple, hey. When he first saw this guy, he felt as if he had experienced the same thing as before. This feeling of déjà vu became even stronger when he saw him work that hard. On our side, we have the two of us. On Zukanmata's side, there's him, the worms, and most probably the Toes AKAs. The Toes AKAs? We need to make sure that they're not present 2 days later. No need to worry about that. We'll just need to prepare some countermeasures if he does visit this place. The two talked about the content of the anime and visual novel that they had played. From there, they have also inferred information that might be useful to the upcoming fight. I also asked Kuroniko before to send me his wiki page. Did you see it? I saw it. His weakness is supposed to be the main worm hidden in the house. Yab. That's the crucial point in this fight. Even though Zukanmatu is very resilient and is close to having an immortal body, he had many flaws such as the decay of his body and soul. Most importantly, he would die if the main worm gets killed, as he wouldn't have any place to revive after his soul on the blood bugs is obliterated. To add on, his main worm is so weak that Shinji prior to his night practice could destroy that into mush. Before the main worm went to Sakura's heart, it should be hidden somewhere else. What do you think? Shiro said, recalling the heavens feel root of fate. You mean, the places where he might have hidden the worm? It should be in these 5 places. Shinji pointed out 5 areas, in which he emphasized that the study might be the most likely place. He couldn't guarantee that it'll appear in these 5 places, so it all relies on their luck. After all, thinking like Zukan is the limit of what Shinji can do at the moment. These 5. He murmured as he placed himself in his enemy's position. Shiro agreed with Shinji that the study might be the most likely place, though he also felt that it should be somewhere else. For example, the garden. It is very easy to hide somewhere underground. It's also more secure than the study since bounded fields are more focused there due to the high-level medicinal plants that are used for the experiments. Zukinmatu is such a cautious person, thus it is really hard to predict where he would hide those worms. It's like playing an invisible mind game against him. Alright. We'll focus on these 5, just like what you've said. Really? Shinji asked with disbelief. After all, this is the first time he's been trusted that much by others. Yep. I'll also require your help. My help. Shiro began explaining the rough plan that he had formulated. Edited. Chapter 10, Just a Passing by Magus. One day had already passed since Shiro entered this world. Using the money that he borrowed from some kind strangers, he checked into Hyatt Hotel since he wanted to see in person this hotel before it collapsed due to gas leaks. Gas leaks aside, this hotel surely did have a nice foundation, he chuckled as he left the hotel to eat something good. Last night, he scouted the Matu household mansion in advance. There, he found out that they have strong bounded fields even though the family itself became trashier as time went by. Circle Magician, Circle Magician. Luckily for him, the character card that he got back in Terra could help him in this regard. Character card. Details, the character card of one of the 100 god heroes who led the demon kingdom to collapse. The user could attain his power up to the level of a 9th rank Circle Magician for 3 minutes upon usage. Included spells. Light of Judgment, Circle. Turbulence Wind, Circle. Heaven's Protection, Circle. Wind Pikes, Circle. Light Barrier, Circle. Lightweight Ray, Circle. Light Spear, Rune. Wind Spear, Rune. Wind Blades, Rune. This card could temporarily raise his rank to 9th rank Circle Magician, and it also allows him to use spells of a higher rank than him. These included spells function similarly to a magic crest and archive sigils. Moreover, it can also compensate for his lack of spell variety since he still couldn't use the mana on his circuits outside the thaumaturgical foundations on Fate. Shiro looked at the mark in his right hand, which is the result of the fusion of 2 magic crests and 2 archive sigils. It looked like a pair of wings, with the left wing being full black while the right wing is shallow, it only has the black lines, quite sharp, and is not fully shaded. Magic Index. Details, a brand new item created through the fusion of various spell storage. It can store a great deal of spells up to 1 realm higher than the user. As a result of the fusion between items of different systems, it could be utilized on these said systems. There are also other functions, such as casting acceleration and increased spell effectiveness. Looking at this and his current power, he thought that the way he gained his powers is unprecedented. If used well, he guessed that he might be able to fight against a 9th rank Circle Magician or someone equivalent to it. Shiro. Realm, 7th rank Rune Magician, plus, /5th rank Aura Knight, plus. Soul Points, 975. Attributes. Physique, 20. Dexterity, 19. Wisdom, 26, plus 130. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 33. Mana, 43, plus 130. Originum, 35. Charm, 100, max. Luck, 89. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired masteries. Arts Mastery, Expert 76%, Gun Mastery, Proficient 99%, Apothecary, Expert 65%, Writing, Expert 23%, Cooking, Expert 45%, Blade Mastery, Expert 14%, Tech Master, Proficient 78%, Bow Mastery, Expert 9%, Explosions Master, Proficient 32%, Mechanic, Expert 33%, Surgeon, Proficient 89%, Shield Mastery, Expert 12%, Negotiation Master, Expert 30%, Demonic Arts, Proficient 10%. Aside from the masteries that he got before, there was more than a dozen new masteries that he got. Some were new, but some were merged in the pre-existing masteries, causing them to be upgraded instead. The rescue and the Balrog quest were a huge harvest. Though, he has to say that the most special one out of these masteries is Demonic Arts. It's not some kind of martial art, but a type of originum application that he got from the Balrog replica. Unlike what Arts Mastery does, Demonic Arts lets originum flow in the body to create certain enhancements on it. These are also the special skills of the extraterrestrial demons that are situated within Terra's borders. By using Demonic Arts, he could have a 2-fold enhancement on his physique and agility alone. The other effects that it brought remains a mystery up until now, which is why he's planning to study it more thoroughly after the matter with the Rhine Labs is over. I should try some street foods next. Okonomiyaki, yakitori, gyoza, dango, taiyaki. For his lunch, he ate amount of food for more than 5 people. As for the money that he used this time, he, of course, got it through the help of his tech mastery. It's bullying, to be honest. Using technology hundreds of years ahead of this world is like breaking into a bank that has only a wooden fence. Even, that wooden fence was broken by a customized bulletproof van filled with advanced robbery tools. At this point, he could become a millionaire just by using his hacking skills. Another day passed and the night of the second day arrived. Earlier this morning, Tosaka Sakura arrived in the Matu household and became their adopted daughter, changing her name to Mata Sakura. Just as expected, Zukin planned to bring her into the worm cave in their basement tonight to start his sadistic experiment. Private Shiro, Shinji-kun, are you ready? Private Shinji, yes, Anaki. In their plans, Shinji would be responsible for finding the main worm while Shiro will be the one responsible for distracting Zukin Matu. Private Shiro, the moment the boundary fields are broken, it is the start of our operation. Private Shinji, I understand. While Shiro is chatting with Shinji, a quest prompt popped up in his sight. Official quest, Rotting Man. Details, for 500 years, Zukin Matu had done almost everything to extend his natural lifespan. Still, it is with flaws as he didn't possess the third true magic, Heaven's Feel. This resulted in his body and soul rotting due to not having a proper anchor. Objective, truly kill Zukin Matu. Reward/S, 30,000 soul points, elemental affinity, fire and wind, latent potential accessor, element and origin. Whoa! Is this the benefit of having two panels? Double the rewards. His mind didn't dilly-dally longer as he grabbed the character card from the dimensional storage, SR, that he got in his first single pull. Shiro pinched the character card before it turned into white light. The white light merged into his body, giving him vast power. Though, he already had this feeling before when he first awakened his mana circuits. Light of Judgment. The sky above the mansion lit up as if it was the middle of the day. Rays of light descended on the Matu household mansion before they started destroying the bounded field set in their perimeter. Then, it did not take more than 10 seconds for the bounded fields to shatter. Boom. Boom. Shiro deliberately avoided damaging the mansion too much, to avoid the trouble Shinji would face in the aftermath. That's right, he has enough confidence to play with this old guy for a while. Old man, where are you? He stepped his foot inside the mansion. There were some horrified civilians such as the maids and the cooks as he entered, but he made them sleep using his mental interference spell. He walked to the corridors that lead to the basement. That is until someone interrupted him. Who are you? Shiro looked back and saw a man similar to Shinji in appearance, but much older. With him having dull eyes, it is not hard to guess that this man had been broken by being born into this family ages ago. Oh, the one who acquiesced to the old man. Lightweight ray. An invisible ray went straight to Byakuya-mata's left and right arms. Since he is vastly weaker than Shiro, he couldn't even react before being nailed to the wall by them. KGH. Arg. Let Shinji decide your fate, then. Why you? What do you want? While panicking, he asked Shiro a question. Me? The death of that bug geezer. He shot his wounds again with lightweight ray. Shiro didn't explain further as he left for the basement. He didn't care about Byakuya's cries of pain as he himself is a perpetrator of this abominable household. Furthermore, he would also go to the basement and silently acknowledge Zukin pushing Sakura to the worm pit. If he was asked about this, he would surely kill him. But right now, he is still the father of Shinji, his prospective disciple. Soon after, he arrived in an empty room with an ancient-looking metal door. He should be there, right? I'll go all out then. Sensing the presence in the basement, he didn't hesitate to cast Light of Judgment again. Boom. The metal door went flying to the other end of this room, which is the notorious basement of the Matus. Upon entering it, Shiro saw the disgusting sight of it. Thousands of strange bugs proliferated the ground. There's also Zukin Matu who's about to push off a young girl with short black hair in that bug hell. Tisk. Tisk. I blame Tosaka Tokiomi for all this. Who are you? Zukin looked at him calmly, though there was also unconcealable confidence as if he held Shiro's fate in his hands. Me? I'm just a passing-by magus who decided to contribute to society. The silence served as the buffer time before the fight broke between the two of them. Chapter 11, Karma. Sakura, I decided to accept the Mata's adoption request. One day, it all happened suddenly. Sakura didn't expect that after being called by her father while she was playing with her sister, she would receive this news. Both Yu and Rin possesses outstanding talent as magi. Talent. That's what she has. Both sisters has the same amount of magic circuits. Rin has the 5-element affinity while Sakura has the imaginary numbers, a rare affinity to access the imaginary number space. This is for your own good. Sadly, every magus family can only have one heir in the end. For the two sisters to not have a conflict, Tosaka Tokiomi chose the best decision to adopt Sakura to other magus family. Though, is it really the best decision? What's happening? Don't be afraid, little Sakura. Zukin said so with a cynical tone. His chuckles made it even more ominous. Boom. Just as she was about to be pushed to that pit of hell, the metallic door sealing this hell flew all the way to the other side of this basement. The metallic door implanted itself to the wall very deeply as a result of too much force being applied to it. Tisk. Tisk. I blame Tosaka Tokiomi for all this. A soft yet firm voice resounded in this enclosed basement, surprising Sakura. As Zukin looked towards the source of that voice, he saw a young boy wearing a huge black robe. His face can't be seen very clearly due to the darkness, but he was sure that the intruder is very young. Who are you? Me? I'm just a passing by magus who decided to contribute to society. Zukin readied the worms inside this basement, as well as the thousands of bugs that he kept here. He is very vigilant as he sensed the bounded fields outside was broken by the intruder alone. Drawing the first attack, he sent out a large wave of blade wing worms towards the intruder. Turbulence wind. A wind wall consisting of sharp wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, cutting all the worms that got close to it into pieces. Then, he followed it up with a flame mage craft. The intruder sent a batch of turbulence wind at Zukin, cutting him into pieces. Though, it wasn't effective as he is seen reforming in the worm pit after that attack. The intruder hurriedly went to the staircase and grabbed Sakura in his left hand. Only this? You'll die if you keep it up. We'll see about that. Shiro used the same attack again, the light of judgment. Magic circles appeared as light rays were summoned out of it. Each light ray pierced through many worms before burning them with its high temperature. Still, it was proven useless. Zukin sent out a batch of bugs again as a retaliation. Only, their effect is unknown as these ones are not shown on the wiki that Shiro had read before. Heaven's protection. Another batch of magic circles appeared before forming a rainbow dome, isolating him and Sakura to the outside world. The bugs tried to break through, but to no avail. Shiro cleaned up these bugs yet again using his flame mage craft. In doing so, he saw hundreds of prompts pop up, which made him disable them first as they are distracting. I'm an immortal, you can't kill me. Is that so? He replied as he knew that this is one of Zukin's cunning tricks, making his opponents lose morale in front of his seemingly immortal body. Shiro disabled the barrier and went upstairs to have a higher ground. This time, he kept sending light spears as well as some mental power attacks to the bugs who are coming after him, so as to conserve his mana. From the start up until now, he used up more than 35% of it already. If not for him repeatedly using his reserves on his mana circuits, it might be even lesser. Hello, Sakura-chan. Who are you? He saw her eyes full of tears. Right now, she is still shivering due to what she had experienced earlier. I'm with Shinji-kun, don't worry. Ani-sama. Shinji? That trash. Oops. You heard it? I expected that you are only a rotting old bastard, but it looks like you still have some of it, hey. Shiro launched the third light of judgment to the worm pit yet again. He was now cornered into the entrance, but he didn't care and continued buying time in this basement. You'll see later who's the trash here. He said so as he saw the chat messages of Shinji since 5 minutes ago. Private Shinji, it's not in the living room either. Shinji ran through the entire mansion with a tense expression. It's not in the study, living room, bedroom, and courtyard. Right now, he is running to the direction of their garden. He tried looking for the main worm earlier, but he still couldn't find it. Earlier on, he used an application of aura, which is to make them into thin strings and sense their surroundings with them. Since both Shiro and Shinji guessed that his bedroom and study is more likely to be filled with traps, they used this way of checking them instead. Just a small life force. That's all he needed to find. Once he found it, he would have used the spell card that Shiro gave him before. Another bounded field. Damn. Blazing blue flame appeared as he pinched the spell card, effectively breaking the bounded field that protected the garden. As he entered it, he felt that the mana concentration here is higher. This is natural as Zukin would only place these plants filled with mana in such places. This way, they would grow and be preserved better. Shinji created such aura threads again as he tried to detect the life force in this place, only to fail as these places are full of such plants. The plants are messing my senses. What should I do? He knew that every second he spends here means more danger to Shiro, so when he thought of a direct solution to this problem, he never hesitated. He pinched the spell card again, causing the plants to be burnt by the blazing blue flames. As the plants got cleared up, he could sense life force better. Shinji tried looking for it again until he sensed a very faint signal of life underground. Underground. Now, he wondered how to reach that said signal. He's just an 8-year-old child who's also a first-rank aura knight. Even if he could stomp on the ground to dig, it would only be more than half a meter deep. The last usage. Shinji punched through the soil hardly, causing his fist to sink. There, he unfolded his fist before pinching the spell card one last time. Blazing blue flames erupted on the soil, which made them collapse. Cracks started appearing on the soil before they collapsed and made a deep pit. Sensing the signal again, Shinji got into position and punched out the soil, making the soil hit become craters. His fist went deeper until reach it. He used up the majority of his aura left and strengthened his fist again. As he used his remaining power this time, it caused a deeper impact to the soil. It was then. Quay. Shinji heard a weird screaming sound coming from underneath his fist. Removing it, he saw a strange bug that was squashed to pieces by the impact before. Private Shiro, good job. Seeing this, he collapsed instantly due to fatigue. Shiro typed mentally before focusing his attention again to the now screaming Zukinmatu. As for Sakura, he already asked her to leave through the entrance since he lost the enhancement that the character card had brought to him. Meaning, he fought against Zukin purely with magecraft left. He used gradation air to project different kinds of rifle as he shot the bugs while using flame magecraft. With these, his mana reserves dropped faster. He thought that he had to resort to using the entirety of his mental power if even his B-rank mana couldn't take it, but he saw Zukin suddenly scream. "Hat! Seems like your karmic retribution has arrived." Using the strongest flame magecraft as well as the mental power that he can use right now, he burned the rest of the blood worms, killing Zukinmatu in a truest sense. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 30,000 soul points. Plus 5,000 soul points. Plus 1 acquired mastery chance. Plus 1 elemental affinity, fire. Plus 1 elemental affinity, wind. Plus 1 latent potential accessor. The moment the prompts showed up is the moment that marks the end of Zukinmatu's life. Chapter 12, Expert Cooking Mastery. Darkness. It is a world of pure darkness. Just by being here, it induces fear and detachment. Sakura Mata was confused for a while until she saw the boundless worms in the distance. Run. Just run. That is what her instincts had told her, and that's what she did. Unfortunately, it seemed as if these worms are boundless. Running towards different direction became useless. No. Don't. A worm was set ablaze just as they were about to touch her. The fire spread out faster and faster, until all of them are burned to ashes. Sakura saw a young boy look at her before saying, "It's over." The darkness converged as her consciousness woke up. That's how it is. The morning after the fight, Shiro decided to try out his acquired cooking mastery. He doesn't have much to do right now except to read those books, so he viewed these as a form of relaxation. Right now, he is trying his hands on a Japanese dish called omuris. Truly, it was overkill. He could have become a good professional chef just with his mastery alone. It made him wonder as to why someone with such skill wandered around the desert which is practically filled with dangers. Wait, will this work? He suddenly had thought of something and got 2 more pans from the cabinet. Then, he started 2 more stoves as he started cooking omuris on both pans. Only, he used his mental power to act like arms. It's hard, but still doable. Shiro is multitasking at this point. Though, the main reason why he had an urge to train his mental power is because of his fight with Zukinmatu last night. As a spiritual entity, physical attacks can't hurt him. Magical attacks don't hurt him much since he is practically in a spirit form. He tried using mental power as well, but it felt as if there's still a certain threshold before it could effectively deal with non-physical entities. After all, he is limited by his rank, both in knowledge and in mental power. He's only at the Rune Magician rank right now, so his mental power is limited to the said rank. It's just like how his mana quality is comparable to a 9th rank Rune Magician while being only at 6th rank Rune Magician. Shiro's mental power is so strong that it could be compared to 1 rank above him, but it's still fundamentally at Rune Magician rank. The effects that it could have at Grand Magician rank would not be available, even if his mental power is already comparable to 1 at Circle Magician rank. As for his knowledge, new knowledge would just pop up after he crosses up a major rank. Anaki, you're the one cooking? There's the chef for that. Shinji, who caught the smell of the food, went to the kitchen, only to find out that Shiro is the one who's cooking. Unlike his previous attire, the clothes that he wore right now is much more casual, consisting only of a plain white t-shirt and blue pants. Just wanted to try my cooking skills. Turns out, I'm actually quite good for this. Oh. Can I have a bite? I'll give you an entire dish. Do wait for a while. Shinji watched him cook. He was surprised to find out that the other 2 pans beside him are moving by themselves. Since he received Shiro's guidance for the last 2 days, he knew that it has something to do with mental power. After placing the chicken rice in 3 different plates with a metal shaper, he began frying the eggs. This is actually the most important part as it can affect the final quality of the omuris. It's better if the omelette doesn't get overcooked for the dish to taste better. As for Shiro, he stirred the eggs on the pan lightly with chopsticks. He did the same to the other 2 pans with his mental power. It didn't take long before he positioned the 3 pans on top of the plates. Then, he carefully put the now cooked omelets on top of each chicken rice before slicing it in the middle, causing the omelet to cover the chicken rice. Lastly, he poured in some kind of sauce that he made earlier. Traditional omuras for 3 servings, done. The dining room is just near the kitchen, so he carried all 3 of them at the same time to the Mata's dining table. It is very large, but he chose to place all 3 of them side by side. You can also join us here, Sakura-chan. Sakura. The door to the dining room opened, revealing Sakura Mata behind it. Shinji ran over to her before leading her to the table. Unlike his original counterpart, who still has his air of arrogance, Shinji is more amicable after knowing his future. Even if he's not the one who had done those things to Sakura, the guilt and loathing that he felt with himself is deep enough. He hoped to at least make up with the sins that he had done in his futures. Sakura, this is Shiro Aniki. Yup, you can call me just like how Shinji does. And no. How could I do that, she replied. Calling her savior without any honorifics felt uncomfortable to her. Is that so? Then, you can just call me Shiro Nii. Shiro Nii, Nii-sama, thank you for saving me. She said words of appreciation to the 2 of them, making Shinji feel warm. Right now, he detests those future Shinjis even more. How dare they treat a younger sister like that? Now, let's eat first. You 2 must be tired from what happened yesterday night. The 2 of them acknowledged his words since they truly felt hungry. Though they had some awkwardness at first, they ate their breakfast more comfortably after tasting the first bite. Shiro Aniki, Shino Nii, is the best. Chapter 13, Strong Declaration. As soon as Shiro was done having breakfast, he fixed the broken bounded fields last night. I finally got these right. Didn't waste a time reading all night I guess. During last night's battle, Shiro brute forced through the bounded fields in the Mata mansion. He knew that he couldn't stay that long here after the quest is completed, thus he tried fixing it after reading through some records in their study. Though, it became quite different from what it used to be. Since Shinji's a knight, Shiro prioritized putting some anti-magecraft capabilities to it such as making the transmission of mana inside slower. Then there's also some other function like gravity pressure and light ray attacks. As for its power source, Shiro randomly picked something that could function as one in the Mata's 500-year-old treasury. Magic circles to create such domains. This is a first for me. With his prior knowledge to runes, it is not that hard to create a good bounded field in less than a day. Though, he planned to upgrade it further while he stayed here. He knew that he would stay because I knew they were coming. With this newly built bounded field, he sensed a single presence outside. The person is filled with active mana, thus it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that he's most likely a magus. Narrowing down the person that would come in this place after such an event last night, he could only think of few most likely people. He didn't think much about it before deactivating the bounded fields, letting the said visitor inside. Looking at the person sitting opposite of him, Tosaka Tokiomi came to a single conclusion. Strange. The mana capacity that he saw within him is above average, though it is not the most outstanding value that he had seen. However, his mannerisms didn't match it. It's as if the overconfidence that he possessed truly matches his strength. Though, he has to say that his appearance stunned him for a while, making him think whether his daughter would fall for him in the far future. The old man's experiment had gone wrong. Right now, I am temporarily the representative of this house. Shiro said calmly while sipping the tea he made. What about Byakuya? Injured too. He can't go out of his room for a while. Can you prove the authenticity of your words? Hearing this, Shiro acted as if he had expected this question. Authenticity? I'm just their distant relative, someone who belongs to the remnant Makari family back in Kyivi. Hearing him mention Kyivi, Tokiomi believed some of what he said already. After all, only the other 2 families knew about the Mata families past 500 years ago. Some knew that the Matas are foreigners, but they didn't know much about them. Don't worry, the contract that was agreed by both you and the old man is still valid. Here. Shiro brought out a geese scroll that he prepared earlier in the morning. He also hurriedly learned a bit of cursed arts aside from bounded fields to make this countermeasure if this guy visited this place. As for the contractor, he had put it under Byakuya's name along with his signature. With his strong mental power alone, he could memorize many things in one look. This is one of the perks of having high willpower attribute. Upon seeing this, Tokiomi didn't care about his authenticity anymore. If Sakura gets to be the family head and inherit every knowledge of the Matas, everything else is fine. He silently read the geese scroll while Shiro looked at him speechlessly. It's different when I first watched him. This guy prioritizes his magus side slightly more than his father's side. This is the reason for his bad judge of character, he thought. To him, it was ridiculous just how he gets backstabbed by the one he always trusts. Moreover, his ending is literally him getting backstabbed to death by his disciple. Are you done reading? Oh, and the family crest will also be passed down to her. I'm fine with everything here. Tokiomi signed the geese scroll before Shiro felt the contract taking in place. Happy cooperation, Tokiomi-san. Please teach my daughter well. Don't worry, we will. Both of them shook hands before Tokiomi left the mansion. After making sure that Tokiomi is now gone, he looked behind him. He left now, Sakura-chan. On one of the doors in the guest area, Sakura was eavesdropping the conversation between the two. Shiro and I. She opened the door while looking at him embarrassedly. Shiro came closer to her before squatting to see her eye to eye. Are you alright with not meeting with your father? Ota-san. Shiro sighed upon seeing this. He knew that she might be estranged to him due to his actions, but he didn't know that it would be this bad. He deserves it, he thought. Without him, things will most likely follow the predetermined future of hers, with her living in this hell for 8 years straight. Some of her suffering included her being ravaged by those worms that'll last for half a day straight at most. That all happened in the basement with the corpse of Korea and Shinji's mother. Due to those worms, her lust will rise every time she experiences a change in her emotions. That's where the future Shinji came in, with him doing all that to Sakura. Those worms will get mixed by her blood, thus it couldn't be cured anymore. Truly, she led a miserable life until Emiya Shiro had saved her. Well, both me and Shinji will try our best to raise you as a very strong magus. Very strong magus. Yes. Very strong magus. So that no one can snatch away your happiness. Sakura remembered what happened to her last night. That was also the time where she felt fear the most in her life. She started quivering as she felt the same fear all over her body again. Suddenly, a warm embrace wrapped around Sakura. Shiro wordlessly patted her head as he promised her with a serious tone. That won't ever happen to you again, I swear. Her eyes reddened as she started crying very loudly. All of her fear from last night being vented out in this instance. It took a while before she calmed down. As she separated from Shiro's embrace, she has this determined look in her face. I will become a very strong magus. He smiled wordlessly from this sight. For reasons unknown, he felt warm right now, as if his entire being is in support of taking care of this brave young girl. How about we have an early lunch? I'll cook again this time. Amen. Sakura's eyes shined as she nodded her head excitedly. With Shiro's cooking, she felt much more better. The two informed Shinji, who was still training in the backyard, that they'll have an early lunch. Shiro then used a mental interference spell to the cook who is now awake before checking the recipes in his mind again. What should I cook this time? Unbeknownst to him, cooking became a time of relaxation for him. Chapter 14, Shiro and Gotcha. Random spins. In Shiro's mind, this is an extremely evil thing, one that is created by the vilest entity in existence. He didn't like putting his own fate down to others' hands, yet he was presented such a thing. However, random spin. Details, containing items from different worlds, its purpose is to give those who are destined to receive. The item from the spin is not limited to the members' worlds. Note 1, every 10 pulls, a guaranteed R will appear. Note 2, from lowest to highest, the rarity are the following: common, uncommon, rare, super rare, special super rare, ultra rare. X1 spin /100 PTS X10 spin /1,000 PTS. He was curious as to what rewards he could receive last time, thus he tried to spin using the points that he received from the past 3 days. In the end, he won the super rare dimensional storage, SR. Dimensional storage, SR. Details, a space storage that is bound to the user. It possesses unlimited space, but it can't store any living beings. The targeted items can be stored with just a thought, but the item /S has to be free of interference. Note 1, opening/closing it won't spend any mana. Note 2, opening/closing it won't produce any fluctuations. Note 3, only items are allowed to be stored inside the storage. Note 4, time will be frozen inside the storage. With his 89 luck attribute, he hit the jackpot. There wasn't any specifications on the item grade, but he could guess that SR rarity items are just as ridiculous as the dimensional storage. Tapping the desk in the study, Shiro is feeling conflicted right now. Do I spin or do I just save up? Looking at the points store, he saw that the normal price of an SR is at 10,000 points minimum. SSRs are even more ridiculous as each costs a minimum of 100,000 points. As for the URS and UURs, they start at an even higher price than the SSRs. Shiro almost drooled after seeing all the available UR in the point store as of now. Each and every one of them can wipe the floor against gods easily, or so he had thought. Do I spin? Damn it, at least show me the rates. After reading another ancient book in the mat his study, he finally calmed down. Right now, he has 2 things to do. I need to decide whether to use the random spins, and this one. He decided not to mind it first and continued reading, grinding, the books in the study. To be honest, it is very interesting to see these, mostly when they even had their own spirit due to how old they are. Drawn by the books, he didn't notice the passage of time. Quest complete. Claim rewards. Y/N. After clicking Y, he sensed a brand new object in his dimensional storage, SR. Shiro took out a blue ticket with gold linings on its borders. Then, he saw the description that the chat group panel gave it. Random reward ticket. Details, the quest reward that gives a guaranteed R rarity and above. Note 1, tear the ticket to claim the reward. This is the so-called guaranteed tickets. Just by having this, someone could have a good enough ranked item as a reward. Damn it, pull it is then. Accessing his systems panel, he decided what to do with the more than 40,000 soul points that he got. Shiro. Realm, 9th rank Rune Magician, plus, /8th rank Aura Knight, plus. Soul points, 40,982. Attributes. Physique, 29, plus. Dexterity, 28, plus. Wisdom, 32, plus 130. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 33, plus. Mana, 45, plus 130, plus. Originum, 35, plus. Charm, 100, max. Luck, 89. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired masteries. Arts Mastery, Expert 76%, Gun Mastery, Proficient 99%, Apothecary, Expert 65%, Writing, Expert 23%, Cooking, Expert 45%, Blade Mastery, Expert 14%, Tech Master, Proficient 78%, Bow Mastery, Expert 9%, Explosions Master, Proficient 32%, Mechanic, Expert 33%, Surgeon, Proficient 89%, Shield Mastery, Expert 12%, Negotiation Master, Expert 30%, Demonic Arts, Proficient 10%. Notice, 1 acquired mastery chance available. Even when Shiro had upgraded his ranks before, he still got 40,00 soul points, a testament of just how many bugs Zukin had raised in his 500 years. They must have amounted to thousands at the very least. Checking the system panel, he was disappointed when he didn't see a plus sign beside the luck stat. Though, it is understandable since it is a special attribute at 89 points already. Closing it, he decided to do the X10 spin /1,000 PTS first. As for the other 1000 points, he decided to save it first. Confirm X10 spin. Y/N. Clicking Y, a transparent blue cube appeared in front of him. It has various thick blue lines on its body that served as a nice aesthetic design to it. Then, the transparent cube opened from the thick blue lines. The pieces started to float away from each other before a purple orb appeared from within. Purple? Isn't this the color of the orb when I got an SR? Excited on the prospect of having another SR, he decided to watch the orb intently. Items appeared inside of it one after another, some are just some knowledge orbs, while some are tools and weapons. Finally, the 10th item appeared, with its silhouette being full purple. The purple light soon disappeared, showing its true appearance. It's a mecha with an overall color scheme of white and blue. It is more slender than he had thought, making it more like a human. This is GN001 Exia. X10 spin results. Typing Mastery, C. A Swordsman's Notes, UC. Taekwondo Mastery, UC. Floating Hover Guard, R. Ladle, C. Magnetic Armor, UC. Old World Fighting Suit, R. Pure Gold X5, C. An Old Knife, UC. GN001 Exia, SR. The spin result summary appeared after the random spin is finished. Resisting the urge to do another spin, he reviewed the items that he got just now. Typing Mastery and Taekwondo Mastery? I'm not sure if I'll need that. As for the notes. A Swordsman's Notes, UC. Details, a diary that a swordsman wrote after he tried to adapt his previous swordsmanship to his new world. It consists of several techniques that made him notable in his previous world. Shiro checked its description before he started reading it. Admittedly, some of the writings are quite confusing, but they do seem practical, especially when fighting in life and death battles. Horizontal Arc, Vorpal Strike, Vertical Arc, and HM. Starburst Stream, a 16-step sword movements utilizing dual swords. Even though he hadn't understood it fully yet, he can envision that this sword movements focuses more on speed. The faster the wielder, the lesser the flaws that he will reveal. To do this, a high level of skill is necessary, so as to control his movements accurately. Shiro knew some techniques that either utilizes speed or technicality as a way to remove the flaws of a swordsman, but not a technique that would combine the two. Interesting. They bear quite the semblance to the ones in my memories. As an Aura Knight, he possessed the memories to weapons. Just by touching a specific weapon, the memories of wielding the said weapon appears in his mind. It's as if he's used to wielding such weapons. The ticket is next. Without waiting any further, Shiro tore off the random reward ticket in half. Blue light came off it until... Wait, what? The blue light turned into different colors such as purple and orange before it stopped at something that he had never seen before. Rainbow. Did I just hit the jackpot? The rainbow orb soon dissipated, leaving a sword silhouette glowing in rainbow colors. After that, Shiro sensed something being added to his dimensional storage, SR. Chapter 15, Fragrant Olive Sword. A golden longsword. Just by looking at it, one would be bedazzled by its beauty. Its golden luster shines from the pommel all the way until the end of the blade. Cross-shaped flower design decorates the sword's guard while another cross-shaped design is present in its pommel. The center of its guard as well as some of its grip are decorated with color blue. A scabbard also came along, with its color being less intense than the luster of the blade. Lastly, it emanates a strong pressure from within, proving that it is not something that was created through human hands. Fragrant Olive Sword, what a fitting name. Fragrant Olive Sword, UR. Details, a sword created by someone whose authority is on par with the gods. Crafted using the first immortal object created by a creation god, it possesses the immortal concept. It cannot be broken nor be damaged. As slender as the sword may be, it has an absurdly large weight and power in its normal state. Under it has two forms. Enhanced armament state, the blade of the sword transforms into flowers. Each flower has the full strength of a giant's punch. The power of these flowers depends on the amount of mana injected in the sword. Release recollection state, similar to the enhanced armament state, but it no longer possesses any limits. The strength and numbers of the flowers depend on the amount of mana injected into it. Furthermore, the flowers can explode upon the user's order. The resulting explosion depends on the injected mana as well. Upon touching the sword, Shiro gained the memory of the said. To his surprise, it is very similar to the system of magecraft on Shinji's world. All the user needed to do is to recite certain syntaxes before they could unleash the memories stored inside the weapon. These memories are related to the material used to forge the said weapon. The memories of the armament gets brought out. Based on the said memories, the sword would usher into a new form. Since the fragrant olive sword is related to an osmanthus tree, it can transform into countless flowers. Syntax and commands in Fate World. I do wonder how I could mix both. He marveled at the sword's appearance for a while before storing it inside his dimensional storage, SR. Slumping down the chair, Shiro got out of his excited state. Truly, I never expected to be shocked like this. Never had he imagined that he would get a UR on his first ticket. Granted that his luck is very high, but it still seemed quite unbelievable for him. At this moment, he remembered something. My staff. He took out the staff that was beside him since the day he woke up. Looking at it, the staff is mostly colored black, with some tinges of white in it. It has many jewels adorned in it, though they all look very dull. It's as if they're sleeping right now. However, the one thing that caught his attention is the vibe that it brought. At first, Shiro thought that this must be a very extraordinary item. Now that he got Fragrant Olive Sword, he had this strange feeling that it will definitely not lose against this sword. Is it just baseless feelings? Or something else? I'm itching to find out my prior identity right now. Putting aside the staff to his storage, he got up the chair and left the study room. On the hallway, he is greeted by the Matu household servants. Few days ago, they were suddenly informed that a relative will come visit this house. Not to mention his identity, just his charm alone is enough to make everyone friendly to him. There are even some women who fell for him at first sight. Though, they are still professionals after all. They just bowed waist down before continuing their work. Along the way, he bought a lion stuffed toy on the Points store. Then, he silently fused it together with the floating hover guard inside the storage. Fusion, floating hover guard and lion stuffed toy. Fusion starting 1% 2%. Opening the door, he saw Sakura and Shinji in the courtyard. The former is sitting under a tree while reading books while the latter is doing his usual spear training. In the last 7 days, not only did he read through the books in the study, he also taught both Shinji and Sakura the basics in their respective fields. Shinji was taught both rune magic and aura techniques, while Sakura is mostly focused on the mage systems on both worlds. Good morning. Anaki/Shiro and II. How's training? It's going quite well. I did have some problems today. Your reach? Yes. How did you know that? That's normal. Your body is still that of a child. Go train with a normal spear first, then I'll give you one that suits you. Thank you, Anaki. Running off to the courtyard yet again, Shinji practiced the 3 basic skills in spearmanship: thrust, strike, and cut. With the help of the training stake that he bought yet again from the Point store, Shinji felt the recoil of each and every thrust and strike of his. Well, this only proved that the point store is beyond convenient if you have points. It's your turn, Sakura-chan. Did you write your questions? Yes, Shiro and I. She gave a notebook full of her questions on the books that she had read. They do this once a day to answer all of her questions. Before looking at it, they both sat down under the largest tree in the courtyard. There are surely many questions in here. Sighing, he asked her a crucial question. Did you stay up late in the night again? No. I can see your eyes. Seeing her eyes turn slightly more frantic, Shiro knew that he was right. To be honest, her acting might be effective against normal teachers, but not for him. Try not to do it again next time. You're still a child. Knowing that she got busted, Sakura looked down before apologizing. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. This only shows your own resolve, and I do not think that this is wrong. He continued. Only, you should not forsake other important things for it. Why do you want to become strong again? My happiness. So, being strong wouldn't matter if you couldn't achieve what you want. Patting her head, Shiro thought at how he was able to come up with all of this. He doesn't have the experience, yes, but the sentiments behind these statements felt real to him. It didn't take long before they resumed what they had intended to do. What question do you want to get answered first? This. She pointed out to one of the questions in a more noticeable space. This one, all right. There are only 4 strokes that you have to do, but it is a bit tricky. You need to focus on the early morning passed by just like this, without knowing that this is a day of parting. Chapter 16, Magician. You too, do you really want to eat outside? I can just cook, you know. That won't work, Nii-san. You should relax too. But I am relaxing sometimes. Right after training, Shinji and Sakura pulled Shiro to have fun outside. At first, he was about to refuse, but then he realized that he hadn't gone outside with the kids. Well, he went outside every night just so that he could explode more cuisine. That, and some ingredients to bring back to Terra. Bland food is something he could not tolerate after all. Once they went outside, a driver is waiting for them. Then, the driver spoke to Shinji, the son of the family head. After the trouble was settled, everyone else in this house acted normally. Everyone except Byakuya, though. He got locked up at his own room, with only his name of use to the official papers. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Where would you like to go? That cafe we used to visit. Understood. Now I know why you used to keep coming here. Shiro tasted the stuffed baguette in his hands. He can tell that the owner of this shop is a master of cooking, perhaps possessing an expert-level cooking mastery. The bread has the right texture and softness while the fillings are of great taste as well. Meanwhile, Sakura got her hands on a stack of pancakes while Shinji got the usual English breakfast. This is delicious. Why isn't there much customers here? We don't know. It might be that the owner never bothered to do an advertisement, Anaki. Really? But he's much better at cooking than me. Hearing this, they were startled a bit. Honestly, they found his cooking better than this. Whenever they took a bite of his food, they almost got dragged in an illusion. Sometimes, they even thought of using his food as a weapon. A food that pull others into a reality marble. Once they're stunned, it'll only require a final hit to defeat their foe. Your cooking is still more delicious. That's right. You guys. A thought popped up his head. While he's cooking, he made sure to adapt each dish based on their liking. Sakura loves sweet things while Shinji liked it more savory. That's why he only used the dishes that he cooked by the book only as a reference. Once he knew their tastes, he adapted each meal to their liking. It felt just like doing magic, which felt enjoyable to him. After having breakfast, they strolled around the city. Since it is a coastal city, they opted for seafoods during lunch. They've also done a bit of shopping and visited some places. Evening came and they had another seafood dinner yet again. Shiro and Shinji thought of a good place to end their trip until Sakura suggested that she had wanted to see the seaside. The sea breeze surely did feel like her. Nii-san. It's nothing. His first meeting with that Agir gave a big enough impression to him. Of course, it is not only her beauty, but also the feeling that she gave. It's very similar to a higher-leveled being. Sitting down on the white sand, the three enjoyed the night sea breeze that frequently swept over their faces. Hey, Shinji. Anaki. It'll start in over a year. The Grail War. The Grail War? What is it? As a child, Shiro never taught her about Grail War yet since she'll never participate. Though, it'll never hurt if she knew a simple explanation to it for now. Thinking of a good explanation of what happened in a fourth, Shiro explained to her calmly. The Grail War is a fight where the winner gets his or her wish granted. But, the wish itself is a sham. A sham. Yes. That's why, it's useless to participate on it nonetheless. He thought of the food-poisoned grail that caused the infamous Fuyaki fire in the future. What's more, the wish itself would harm you. I understand. I'll just read more books. Good girl. While patting her head, Shiro headed with Shinji through the chat group. Private Shiro, if you can, start your preparations as early as possible. Leave this city 2 months in advance. Private Shinji, I understand. What about the house? Private Shiro, I'll fortify the bounded fields more. Try to save for some items in the shop that I'll recommend to you as well. Private Shinji, thank you, Anaki. All of a sudden, Shiro felt Sakura lay her head on his shoulders. She's fallen asleep. We should go home now. MN. The two of them went into the car, but Shiro sensed a very huge presence nearby. At the same time, another prompt popped up in front of him. Official quest, Wielder of True Magic. Details, Zelrich, the wielder of the second True Magic, sensed a change occur in one of the parallel worlds observed by him. To his surprise, someone outside of these parallel worlds had arrived and changed the history of a parallel world. Objective, do not antagonize Zelrich. Reward /S, 30,000 soul points, Jewel Mage Craft, Full Mastery, Reality Marble Awakening Chance x2. Looking at the objective, he could only sigh at how powerful Zelrich is. After putting Sakura in the seats, he told Shinji that he'll go out for a while. Anaki. Private Shiro, it seems that a magician is nearby. Ma. He quickly covered his mouth to not spill out the beans. He hurriedly replied in the chat group. Private Shinji, will you be alright? Private Shiro, maybe. Kaleidoscope isn't a bad person, so I'll be placing my bets on him trying to do something good. I'm not of this world after all. Private Shinji, the one who has authority over parallel worlds? Take care. Shiro went back to the shore along with his unsheathed fragrant olive sword, UR, in his left and his staff in his right. He also wore his original double robes that gave him an increased magic resistance, though he is doubtful whether it'll help against that guy. After all, it is the magician who literally pushed back the moon back to its place. He could only lament as to how scary the ether cannon will be if used against him. There's no more used in hiding, isn't it? No, there is. Shiro instinctively dashed away the moment he heard his voice in his back. Shiro saw an old man in his 50s who wore a rather conspicuous clothing. Shiro stared at him calmly to see if he really is an opponent. Judging from the looks, you should know me, no. I know. Wizard Marshal, the wielder of the kaleidoscope. This shall become easy, then. Squinting his eyes slightly at him, he asked. How did you come here? Through magical means, I suppose. Shiro asked a rhetorical question instead. To be honest, he couldn't understand how the chat group worked as of now. Maybe, he would be able to once he regains his memories. What a funny fellow. Zelrich seemed to have been entertained by his response. From what I saw, you are a good guy. Depending on the situation. Nodding, Zelrich looked at him amusedly. He seemed to have seen something on him before proceeding to ask him. You shouldn't be a threat to humanity, but your existence potentially endangers them. My existence? A threat to humanity. Shiro slowly sheathed the golden sword as he looked at Zelrich confusedly. Chapter 17, Clues and Departure. After a few minutes, Shiro went back to the car in his prior outfit, a matching black long sleeves and pants. Private Shinji, Anaki, are you alright? Private Shiro, yeah, we didn't fight. Talked about some unexpected things. Hearing this, Shinji heaved a sigh. After all, this is a magician we are talking about. They are existences whom are outside the rules. Tisk. If I didn't know of it now. He thought of the thing mentioned by Zelrich earlier. My past is that complicated, hey. Shiro looked out at the starry sky as he recalled their conversation a few moments ago. Apparently, he has something hidden deep inside him, one that could potentially offset the full offensive of both Gaia and Alea through their counterforce. The reason? It can wipe out humanity and Earth once released. As to why, it is something very malevolent and vile, like a power that only sought destruction without discrimination. The destruction that it caused can even damage parallel worlds. The importance of knowing it is even more emphasized when a prompt suddenly appeared after hearing what Zelrich had said. Hidden quest complete. Discover the malevolent force left by your past self. Reward settlement. Plus 30,000 soul points. Plus 1 memory unlocker, one-time use. Plus 2 time manifestation card. Snapping out of his thoughts, he checked the effects of the memory unlocker, something that is reminiscent to a bright white jewel. He can do this even when the said item is inside the dimensional storage. Memory unlocker, one-time use. Details, unlocks 10 100 years worth of past memories upon use. Useful for people with memory loss. I'll use this later. Shiro moved on with his other rewards, the time manifestation cards. Time manifestation card. Details, calls upon the history stored within the long river of time. Upon usage, summons a time phantom of the user's past. The time phantom will merge with the user, with it giving abilities related to the phantom. Depending on the luck attribute, the summoned phantom might be at a strong or weak state. Lasts for 30 minutes. If Shiro had wanted to find out more about his past right away, he could have done so right now with the help of this. With more notable clues in this time phantom, he might just have an easier time finding out about his past. Sigh. Damn counterforce. Shiro, who had arrived in the house, carried Sakura up to her bed without waking her up. He sighed as he looked at the peaceful sleeping look of hers. I didn't plan to make my departure so dramatic. He mumbled inaudibly. Looks like this world doesn't want me staying further. Shiro and I. Suddenly, Shiro felt the end of his sleeve being lightly pulled by Sakura. He stiffened when he thought that she'd heard what he had mumbled, but calmed down when he saw that she's just sleep-talking. When did I become like this? He was someone who can kill without batting an eye. Back in Terra, he doesn't possess any mercy to the enemies that tried to kill him. But when he came in contact with these children, he felt soft. Perhaps it's just his past self affecting him right now. No, he could now say with confidence that he now grew fond of those two. Taking out an ordinary lion stuffed toy from his storage, he opened the zipper on its back, revealing a glowing blue sphere. He then touched it, causing a holographic panel to appear. Setting the owner of this thing to her. Done. A soft blue light scanned Sakura before its ownership was transferred to her. Furthermore, he also took out 3 weapon enhancement cards from his previous mission before using it to this stuffed toy. Weapon enhancement proceeding. Weapon enhancement proceeding, critical hit. Weapon enhancement proceeding. Critical hit. Unexpectedly, the rarity of it became higher as a soft glow enveloped it. Hovering Lion Guard, SR. Details, a small stuffed toy filled with massive weapons of destruction. Each of its weapons are sealed by the danger clearances. The higher the danger being faced by the user, the more powerful the unsealed weapons will be. It possesses self-healing capabilities and will charge energy by absorbing energies in its surroundings. It became something ridiculous, alright. To be honest, he didn't expect for it to become this powerful after 2 critical hits. Though, he also felt more reassured of her safety, knowing that this world is filled with many dangers. Shiro left a hastily written letter as well as the Taekwondo mastery, before leaving Sakura's room. He saw Shinji waiting for him outside. Due to his transformed physique, he didn't feel tired during the entire day. Shinji-kun, I might be leaving now. Aniki. Can't be helped, the two of them acted up and wanted to kick me out of here. You mean? Private Shiro, Alea and Gaia. Kaleidoscope told me about it earlier. Shinji's eyes widened upon hearing that. Sigh. I'm sorry for this. Never expected that I won't be able to have a proper departure here. No. It's all right. I'm thinking about Sakura, though. Sakura-chan. I'll think of a way to stay connected with her later. Shiro stopped talking for a while and tried doing X10 random spins in hopes that he could get something better for Shinji. Light orbs revealed inside the cube kept appearing one after another, until another purple orb popped up. Nice. Wait for a while, I'll give something to you. To me. MN. I gave Sakura-chan an item for self-defense and it'll suffice against most enemies I suppose. Shiro asked Shinji to go to the room that he had stayed during the past week. Then, he prepared to take out the items that he'll get in this random spin. Shiro schemed through the spin results rapidly as he saw something useful appear. X10 random spin results. Lightness technique Dark Ronier, R. Magnetic shield, UC. Gaming computer, C. Spear Demon's Ice Spear, SR. Analysis glasses, UC. Box of jewels, UC. Lunchbox, C. Extraordinary pan, C. Confectionery cake, C. Sword manipulation technique Dark Ronier, R. You're lucky this time, Shinji-kun. Lucky, me. Looking at the details of the ice spear, Shiro was surprised that someone could actually achieve this kind of feat. Spear Demon's Ice Spear, SR. Details, prior to the fight against beings who possessed conceptual godhood, it is just a rare spear with mind-calming and ice attack attribute. Due to it severely wounding such beings, it now became a semi-divine weapon that specializes in killing. Wounds afflicted by it becomes harder to heal and the lethality of the said wound becomes higher. Note, the previous mortal wielder is truly someone exceptional, having used conceptual attacks and slain a god as a mortal. Picking up the Spear Demon's Ice Spear, SR, Analysis Glasses, UC, Old World Fighting Suit, R, and Magnetic Shield, UC, he gave them all to Shinji, greatly surprising the latter. The spear emitted coldness not only physically, but conceptually too. Meanwhile, the glasses, suit, and the magnetic shield are stored in their corresponding lightweight metal boxes. Anaki? This is too much. Take it. It's not much use to me, promise. But. No buts. Become stronger and protect your little sister, that's the homework that I'll be leaving you with. Shinji accepted them slightly more as he heard this assignment. Still, he's much hesitant about it. Oh yeah, there's also the spear that you've asked for before. I made it to match your current growth. This time, Shiro took out a normal iron spear. It is visibly much shorter than the other spears, but it greatly matches Shinji's small build for now. Take them. Right, you can just pay me back in the future. He said so as to lessen the weight of these items. You'll surely become stronger in the future, right? Yes. So be it. I'll be leaving, bye. A white light enveloped him, leaving Shinji unable to react in the room. Chapter 18, Knowing One's Shortcomings. The moment Shiro decided to came back through the chat group panel, dizzying amounts of notifications were immediately heard. Checking what was going on, he saw that the chat group scrolled down at a very fast rate. Messages kept coming in one after another until Shiro decided to close it first. Looking beside him, he saw Kaltsit who's having the same trouble as him. I'm sorry. Looks like we'll have this kind of problem once someone in our world takes a quest. I've dealt with something worse. Kaltsit said so with quite a strange expression. Only if Shiro knew that this is also how she explained things back in Babel. However, his mind is preoccupied to ask these kinds of things right now. Doing the math, he didn't simply receive 2,000 points during the quest. Counting the days that he spent during the quest, he stayed in Shinji's world for almost 10 days. That also meant him having nearly 900 more points due to the daily points that he received. Since only Terra had its time stopped, the others definitely has more points by now. Only Dr. Kaltsit got left out. He thought as he thought of some things that he can give to her right now. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? For making you lose points. Shiro explained the thing about her points. Yes, she had this slightly disappointed eyes, but she had hidden it from him. No need. I'll make it up with you. How about this, I owe you a favor. You can ask me to do anything. Anything? Her eyebrows rose as she asked that question. Well, anything except selling my body. You can ask me to kill someone, even. Hearing him saying this, her disappointment was gone. Understandably, she's the one who needed the points the most, so as to unravel the cure behind oripathy. It is her lifelong goal, something that lasted for more than 13,000 years. I'll keep that in mind. Phew. How about we have a cake when we stop? A cake? Oh, I forgot about this matter in Terra. As an important compound on Terra, desserts are expensive in this world. Poor guys, even sweets are expensive here. He is very thankful that not only can he travel to various worlds, he could also buy confectionaries using points. It'll be delicious, definitely. Alright. Inside the SUV, the two ate the confectionery cake at the living quarters section. After placing the strawberry cake in the table, Shiro took out a steel knife brought from Shinji's world before cutting the cake into portions. Shiro placed the first slice on Kaltsit's plate before putting one in his plate. Taking a bite, he tasted the symphony of sweetness in his mouth. The strawberry blended in further, making the cake not too sweet. I'll never get tired of eating this. Dr. Kaltsit, how is it? He looked at her, only to see that she was spacing out. Dr. Kaltsit. MN. It's all right. Though, she kept it hidden that she hadn't tasted normal food up until now. During her exploration, all she ate are nutritional fluids. She ended up doing that for years due to her thinking that it wasted time preparing foods. That's the reason why her taste buds who were numbed by those tasteless food got rejuvenated upon eating this cake. If you liked it, I'll take out another one later. Thank you. No prob, it's not that hard. After eating that entire cake, the two continued on their journey to Aquila, the name of the said rainforest. Unlike before, Shiro spoke with Kaltsit every now and then. This made it different from his previous road trips where he got bored while driving. Just asking, why do you speak so briefly? That. I had some troubles before. She said. A conflicted look slightly appeared on her expressionless face, as if she thought of something. You'll know why if you met me before. Troubles, I see. Shiro didn't choose to pry more about her past and shifted the topic instead. This way, 2 days had passed until they arrived at it. The familiar dessert greeted Shiro's eyes again. Thought I'll never come back for a while. Oh, I might have met an agir here. An agir? She has this familiar scent of the sea? Or is it a vibe? I can't fully describe it, but my senses told me that she's related to the sea. There's still a living agir? She might know about that event. She mumbled as she sat beside the driver's seat. During those 2 days, Shiro and Kaltsit switched positions as the drivers so that they could arrive here earlier. After all, there's a reckless person who's trying to do something with an alien god. The Great Silence you've mentioned before? What's that? It's the term used to denote the event that occurred during Agyr and Iberia's downfall. 20 years ago, communication between each Iberian city on the sea. She started an all-out lecture unknowingly. Since communication is very crucial in between those coastal cities, those cities fell one by one as there's no reinforcement that was to be sent when each cities are under attack by seaborns. It has to be known that Agyr and Iberia were closely linked. During the attacks of the seaborns, the tentacle monsters who populated the sea, there wasn't any lack of refugees escaping from Agyr. Civilians, soldiers, scientists. Iberia is the one who took the liberty to make them their citizens. Then, the technology and various other stuff that they brought benefited Iberia greatly. As a result, Iberia advanced by leaps and bounds. While Agyr took the brunt and fended off against the seaborns, they profited greatly. This might be the price that has to be paid with all the benefits that they've received. She said all that in one breath. He thought. I now know the reason why she chose to speak briefly. During the 3rd month in that year, no more Agyr was seen leaving the sea. It symbolized they. She continued speaking for a dozen more minutes. Since Shiro felt awkward to speak out, he listened to her until the end. Kaltsit also realized her blunder when she saw Aquila within her sight. I told you. She awkwardly said. It's not much of a problem per se. Your explanation is very detailed, too. Thank you. Shiro tried to remove that awkwardness and it seems like he succeeded. Moreover, her stone-cold face softened by a small percentage. Noticing this change of hers, Shiro thought that it was really cute. After some time, the quest prompt popped up. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 1000 soul points. Plus 1 weapon enhancement card. Official quest, Alien God, 2. Details, traveling to Aquila Rainforest, Ferdinand wanted to unearth the remnant body part of a certain alien god who descended upon Terra 1,000 years ago. With his baseless confidence, he never knew the power hidden upon it. Objective, prevent Ferdinand Clooney from unsealing the alien god of Fane Hotlands. Reward/S, 30,000 soul points, 3 weapon enhancement card, 2 additional arts affinity. Shiro read through the prompts before asking Kaltsit to stop the car. Let's stop here. The indicator is showing me that our target is nearby. Alright. Stopping the SUV, they prepared whatever they needed before stepping out in this land that used to house the once glorious Sargon Empire. Chapter 19, Aquila. Hanging the original AR-3070 on his shoulder, Shiro started walking deeper in the rainforest together with Kaltsit. Suddenly, she smiled, as if remembering something. It's been a long time since I came here, she thought. 1,000 years ago, during the reign of the Keshik Padishah of Reef Steep, Khaganate at that time, she made a friend. During their journey, she rose up to the throne of the emperor and became the ruler of Sargon. Note, Khaganate is the term called for Kagan's ruler, much similar to Genghis Khan's title. She revitalized the economy of the empire within a decade. Sargon became too prosperous to the point that their capital is a city made out of gold. As for that city, she made it due to her whims of wanting a literal golden city. Sadly, she disappeared due to that incident. It seems like you are quite familiar with this place. I used to come here in the past. You mean, 100-something years ago? She looked at him with her usual look. Though, Shiro subtly thought that something seemed different this time. I've witnessed Sargon's golden age myself. Ah. Kaltsit meant that she went here much more older than he had guessed. A city made out of pure gold. I want to see it once. It's already gone. Time magic can still do its tricks. There's the true magic, too. To this, she only nodded. Those magics that manipulated time didn't exist in Terra, more so the reason why she was surprised by it. Yes, she knows someone who could manipulate reality through metallurgy, but the concept of time manipulation is still far from what that certain someone can do. That's what she knows, to say the least. Suddenly, Shiro looked at a certain direction behind them, with looks full of bewilderment. It didn't take long for a pillar of fire to descend to the rainforest. Alien God! My luck did its work. We've only arrived just now and we immediately saw clues regarding them. The power of 89 luck finally revealed itself outside of random spins. Kaltsit called out Monst3R, who seemed to have regenerated from its self-destruction days ago, and ran to that direction. Shiro didn't get left out as he applied reinforcement on his legs as he ran. His magic circuits lit up as his speed became faster and faster. As expected, the results of it is much better than applying wind runes onto himself. Though, only by having an abundant mana would it be better than that. You're too fast. Just how strong is your body? I'm a doctor. Right now, Kaltsit is much faster than Shiro who has reinforcement on. She also received full mastery reinforcement as a reward, but chose not to use it yet. Soon, they arrived in the place where the flame pillar had descended. Unfortunately, they saw nothing except burnt trees and soil. As for the main perpetrator of this, that individual is gone. That guy's Foz. Identify yourselves. A shout interrupted Shiro's musings. On the other side, dozens of people walked out. Some are wearing white coats, while some are wearing black combat uniforms. The two of them chose to chat discreetly using the chat group upon seeing them. Private Shiro, seeing on how they are well organized, they must be from an armed group. Private Kaltsit, it must be them. Private Shiro, you got it right. On the navigation function, someone among the white coats is marked brightly. That marked person is a middle-aged feline man wearing thin silver glasses. From his looks alone, he's most likely the leader of this group. Private Shiro, Ferdinand Clooney, the director of the energy section. It's him. Private Kaltsit, be prepared to act. He might know of me. As expected, Ferdinand really did recognize her. Wait a minute. Is that you, the renowned head of the Ursus laboratory, Dr. Kaltsit? You have such a long title. Don't mind it. While the two are whispering, 1,000 thoughts ran on Ferdinand's head. Why is the famed head here? Isn't she on the run? Wait, they went exactly to this place, the one related to the alien god. Is she aiming for the alien god as well? What about that companion of hers? In the end, he managed to keep those thoughts hidden. To whom may I owe you here? We saw a huge flame pillar in the Shiro was interrupted when Kaltsit patted his shoulder. We'll be straightforward. Stop what you're planning to do. Don't meddle with that thing. Hearing this, Ferdinand only smirked with an I knew it. Look. I'm sorry, but this is what must be done. He turned back along with the others as they started walking away from here. At first, Shiro wanted to capture all of them just to be sure, but Kaltsit prevented him from doing so. Ahem. Do we follow them? No. We'll head straight to where that thing is sealed. A realization hit Shiro as he heard that. In the end, Kaltsit already knew where their main destination is. I thought we still needed to tail him. Well, this is convenient. Prepare to fight. We wait, fight. She proceeded to explain the geographic features in this rainforest. 4 tribes lived in this area, with them choosing a great chief every time the previous one passes away. They had done this for these 4 tribes to have unity, enough to fend off against external influences. So as to say, everyone in this rainforest are warmongers. There are some exceptions. I see. What a simple way of choosing their leader. On the way to the tribe to Wilderness Will, Shiro took out some insect repellent and shrouded their surroundings with it. Even though they could not pierce through his skin, they're still annoying. Unknowingly, a certain thick-tailed Archosauria caught off this scent and found out about the two of them. Who are you? Why did you trespass our territory? A small female Archosauria, around 142 centimeters, appeared from behind. Her pale skin and grey hair matched the black-colored attire that she wore. Carrying a staff similar to a Dreamcatcher, Art's Catalyst, she prepared to fight. She's small. Who are you calling small? Shiro, who for the first time saw a thick tail, focused on her appearance for a while. During his travels, he saw some Sarkaz, Feline, Forte, Karanta, and Liberi. Each of them has a distinct characteristic that was similar to an animal's. Right, Gavial did have a thin tail. He mumbled inaudibly. However, he didn't expect for that female Archosauria to hear the word Gavial no matter how inaudible it is. Gavial. You know Gavial? Did you meet her? How is she? You are related to her. I'm her, little sister. Shiro thought for a while as he recalled his interaction with her. First, I do know Gavial, but not that much. Second, I met her when I rescued a child. Lastly, she seemed fine from our meeting. Is that so? She spoke as she recalled the day that Gavial departed. Due to the so-called oripathy, Gavial chose the path of being a doctor to save lives. With that, she left Aquila to learn more about it. I don't fully trust you yet, but thanks for telling me about her. That's fine. What's your name by the way? Tamaimi. You can call me that. Chapter 20, Their Way of Living. Tamaimi guided them to her tribe, albeit her vigilance is still there. Kaltsit maintained her silence while Shiro started talking to her casually. You want to go to our temple? Is it possible? No. She replied decisively. After all, that temple is where the great chief gets coronated, a sacred place for the people of Aquila. Did someone else visit your tribe? Visitors? We don't receive much, except when Inim's partners arrive. Partners? That's right. She's the head of a tribe who does dealings with the outside world. Just like the great Sargon Empress, I see. Shiro mumbled. He could see the similarities between the two of them. Commerce is an important factor for a country, thus one of the reasons why Rimbilliton experiences those crises that Kaltsit had told him before. Their residents believed that carrot is an important item, making its price skyrocket. This in turn made their economy face a major crisis. They can't be blamed though, as most of its inhabitants are Katas. Note, Katas is an ancient race with characteristics of a rabbit. What did you say? No, nothing. Can you allow us to stay in your tribe, then? You can. You're Gavial's acquaintance anyways. A hint of worship can be seen on her eyes without the two of them noticing. I don't mind telling you of our intention then. There's some bad guys out there who aims to barge into that place, so we're supposed to guard it. Is that so? No worries, outsiders won't be able to come in. Upon hearing this, Shiro immediately thought, we're dead. This quest will definitely be a mess. Following this little girl with a thick tail, he couldn't help but anticipate the upcoming events. Her tail is distracting. Walking behind Tamimi, Shiro and Kaltsit soon arrived to the settlement. It's Tamimi. Thick tails are still the best. Heresy. Thin tails like Master Gavial is the best. No, you don't understand. No, you. The Tayaka tribesmen started a brawl out of nowhere just as they had arrived. Seeing this, Shiro was speechless while Kaltsit has an unmoved look. They're so passionate. Don't mind them much. They just love fighting. But I overheard that there's a fan club of yours. Stop. Tamimi replied with a blushing face. She didn't want to have a fan club as she prefer thin tails, just like her sister Gavial. She only let them be since she thought that they're just doing their usual shenanigans, which is fighting. Hey, Tamimi. This time, another Tayaka greeted Tamimi. Though unlike the ones before, he has this mature aura surrounding him. It's been a while since I saw some visitors from outside. Are they your acquaintances? No, but he knows Gavial. Oh. The Tayaka proceeded to look at Shiro. With his luxurious white robe and black staff, he guessed that Shiro is similar to the shamans in their tribe. I only met her briefly, during a rescue mission once. How is she? Well, she seems to be doing well. Oh, and she's a doctor by the way. A doctor? Good to hear that she's fulfilling her dreams. The mature Tayaka said with a smile. Tamimi then mentioned the two of them settling in this place for a while. That's fine, there's still quite a few houses that are empty. People in this place die often, you see. Did they contract oripathy? Kaltsit suddenly intervened in the conversation. Based on what she knew of this place before, mining is one of the jobs prevalent before the Sargon Empress revitalized this country. Since catastrophes are bound to happen more in natural places, Sargon used this to their advantage. This data is backed by Kaltsit's thousands of years of research in Originum. As long as a new Originum-related phenomena appears, her knowledge in this field would only continue to grow. Oripathy? What's that? It's a disease most notable with black crystals appearing in the body. Tamimi explained as she reprimanded him. Oh, you mean that black rock thingy? You didn't listen to Gavial properly, Yoda. Aha. I forgot about it, with all the things happening within us right now. Sister Gavial told me that oripathy should be treated seriously. Others won't just listen to me. With so many people dying every day, they didn't have the time to do so. A cultural difference. The tribes in this rainforest lives more backward than the modern moving cities, with them disregarding oripathy as a normal disease. Many of them die due to different reasons daily, so how could they care less about another deadly disease? To them, it's just another way to die. Gavial, was it? I admire her for acting due to her ideals. Shiro thought. He doesn't know why, but he admired people with great ideals that aims to go against their fate. I'll trust that Gavial would succeed in changing this. Yes, Sister Gavial can solve this. The Feng girl cheered happily. Due to some circumstances during her childhood, Gavial became the one that she admires the most. Though, she is a tad bit more than what a normal Feng girl should be. You can stay there. A family used to live there, so it should be enough. Thanks. Thank you. After that, Tamimi left to discuss something related to the tribe. No matter how small she is, Tamimi is still the leader of this tribe. Kaltsit finally spoke after a long silence. The problem here is worse. It can't be helped. Their environment made them like this. I'll do something about this. I'll try to help. This is how Kaltsit is. Even though it's futile and cannot change the entirety of Terra, she would try to help whenever she can. She dedicated her 13,000 years just to help Terra, even by only 0.001%. She entered the room first, so as to arrange the medical items that she brought thanks to Shiro's dimensional storage, SR. Thanks to his help, she brought more tools than what she could have brought in a huge bag. Meanwhile, Shiro decided to take a stroll into this new environment. Admittedly, this place is much worse than Fuyaki City. Sometimes, the wind smells so bad to the point that he has to purify the air using his wind runes. I remember that saber class living in the Middle Ages. How did she deal with this, I wonder? Though, something that didn't disappear in his sights are people who are going physical with every single disagreement made. The milder ones did an arm wrestle while the more severe ones turned into a gang war. That girl surely has a hard time managing this mess. Sighing, he noticed a machinery. In this backwards civilization, seeing this is equivalent to seeing an M9 during the Middle Ages. Moreover, this machinery seems to have been maintained well. You seem interested to this. Looking behind him, he saw a talking parrot wearing a pair of glasses over its beak. A parrot that doesn't simply mimic words, but someone that possesses high intelligence. Chapter 21, Machine Supremacy. You're planning to build it one by one, I see. Budget constraints. The main engine is even a bigger problem. If only a ship's engine would drop from the skies. The talking parrot, also known as the High Priest, spoke to Shiro. At first, Shiro had only wanted to ask about these mecha parts, but he didn't expect for this parrot to possess an extensive amount of knowledge. Right now, it together with another person is working on a giant robot nicknamed Big Thing. Though the technology used into it is quite backward from what Shiro saw before, one could still tell that its creators possessed a great skill in regards to machinery. This sounds interesting. How about I help out when I'm free? Feel free to do so. To be honest, we've been looking for someone that knows about machinery besides the two of us. We know that our limited knowledge is preventing us from improving this thing. I didn't expect those words. Only a fool would think that what he knows is enough. Smart people strives to find new knowledge. Indeed. After having a pleasant conversation with this knowledgeable parrot, Shiro went back to their lodging. There, he saw Kaltsit prepare the medical instruments earlier. Those included infection rate testers, huge syringes containing an unknown liquids of different colors, a small laptop, and so on. Planning to help the infected here. MN. Kaltsit nodded. The only strong belief of hers is that everything will turn for the better once the problem regarding oropathy gets solved. For now, she chose to do something, no matter how small it is. I'll help call those patients of yours. Thanks. Shiro went out once again, but this time, he drew several runes in the air. Only after the runes had reached 12 did he stop. Right now, wind started converging from him. Taking a deep breath, he calling the attention of everyone who has the black crystal thingy attached on their body. A doctor present right now offered to treat illnesses. Became a PA speaker. It's that bad. MN simply put, you'll die within a few years if not treated well. It doesn't seem different. There's a difference, my guy. Sitting on opposite chairs, Kaltsit began her treatment, though it's mostly her injecting inhibitors to make the spread of originum in the body slower. As for Shiro, he sat on the corner of the table, looking more casual than before. Crossing his arms, he seemed to have fallen into thoughts before speaking to the male Tayaka again. Do you have a girlfriend? No. A lover? No. Then you'll waste your life by choosing to not experience them. Life's more exciting, you know. Life is exciting. He mumbled for a while as he came to a realization. You're right. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, shaman. With that, he willingly got the treatment before he left the room with sparkle in his eyes. You're good at this. Nat, I'm just speaking out facts. Life is to be enjoyed with. Shiro doesn't know why, but he felt lighter when he said that, as if he had a huge responsibility in the past that only disappeared for quite some time. That's also the reason why he felt compelled to help Kaltsit since he felt a déjà vu after hearing more about her. After you purchase the secret behind oropathy, I'll teach you on how to enjoy life. All right. To this, she only nodded. Though, there's a small hint of expectation hidden on her eyes. Truly, it's been far too long since she'd been trapped in the past. It didn't take long for someone to enter the room yet again, but this time, it's an acquaintance. Thick tails. Tamimi. Don't call me that. She sounded embarrassed as she spoke. Many people fought because of her, which is an honor and a trouble at the same time. Just joking. Why'd you come here? I heard your voice earlier and I got curious. By the way, how did you do it? Ah, that. Using rune magic, he simply let the wind carry his voice, thus achieving the same effect as a loudspeaker. What a useful spell for broadcasting. It's the result of my own magic. Magi I see? You mean, those stage performers? You could call it as such. He said with a smile. Recalling about the matter with robots in this village, Shiro asked Tamimi. By the way, do you know who's the partner of that high priest? The one creating robots. Robots? You must be talking about Zumama. She has an entire workshop in their village. Workshop? Machinery in this place? Interesting. Zumama is unique. Even Sister Gabriel acknowledged her path. I see. Can you point out the location of her village? I want to see her workshop. Fine. Tamimi left after pointing out the directions to the Unekdes tribe's village. After the flow of patients stopped, Kaltsit had enough time to rest. I'll be going out for a bit. Also, don't eat those MREs, I'll cook a good dinner instead. Kaltsit almost instinctively took out the prepared nutritional fluids when she heard that. Snapping back out of it, she recalled the taste of her food during the last few days. Now, the so-called nutritional fluids doesn't look that good to her. An occupational disease. Perhaps it is during the past hundreds of years that she developed this trait. She's always like that, acting against time. She couldn't even spare a few moments to take care of herself. I'm changing. The addition of him did this much, she wondered. It's not like she didn't have friends like Shiro before. In fact, she has one. Looking and sounding androgynous, that guy loved to wear his signature black mask in an attempt to hide his true thoughts. Just like her, most of him died long ago due to the merciless passage of time, leaving only a cold, merciless nature. Being worn and torn, her friend transformed into an efficient killing tactician, seeing people as pawns and necessary sacrifices. If needed to be, he would sacrifice them for the better good. Babel. I should go back after this. On the way to the Unekdes tribe, Shiro performed reinforcement in his leg and wind rune magic. With that speed, he soon reached that village. What filled his sights are welded shields, metallic weapons, and some other out-of-place weapons such as harpoons and modified blades. Truly an interesting tribe. He only anticipated meeting the ringleader of all this machine reformation. Chapter 22, Pioneer. Way back in the past, Aquila is not a backward place. Few moving cities inhabited this place, that is, until a catastrophe struck. This forced the moving cities to escape from Aquila. Their main business, which is mining for iron ores, is abandoned. However, these mines got affected by the catastrophe, turning them into originum mines. Though, this doesn't change the fact that Aquila is the most desolate place of Sargon, being under it only in its name. If some powerful people invaded this place, Sargon won't even care much. Mining is their main occupation, right? This explains the huge amount of infected in this place. As the main sources of energy in Terra, originum sells like hotcake, just like oil in Shinji's world. This village really stands out from the rest. Shiro mumbled as he went to his final destination, Zumama's workshop. Just as he'd expected, this village is armed by more advanced weapons than the other villages. It ranges from welded armaments, which is a big deal since most use a weapon forged in the traditional ways, to basic mechanical weapons. As for the difference between mechanical weapons and normally forged weapons, the former allows for a greater load than the latter. Meaning, it has a heavier weight, stronger durability, and ease of convenience. One can just imagine at how normal forged weapons only weighs around 20 kg 30 kg while a normal mechanical weapon can weigh around 80 kg 100 kg while having the same, if not smaller build, than the former. A good example of that is Skadi's huge greatsword, which weighs around a few dozen tons if Shiro's estimates are correct. Clang! A sound of a metal being pressed down was heard by Shiro, snapping him back from his thoughts. Sure it is, a mechanic's workshop never goes away from my expectation. In front of him is a fairly open one-story building that consisted of several metal parts sorted across the room. Various taiakas can be seen going inside and outside, mostly with originum crystals and other metal ores. Of course, those originum crystals are handled with caution, with them being inside an open metallic box. Looking inside, he saw a more detailed appearance of the workshop. Several people worked on specific workstations. Some are welding the outer parts, some are wearing glasses while tinkering a machine, and so on. Excuse me, do you need something? A female Tayaka wearing a tank top approached him. Unlike the Arcasaria race from Tamimi's village, she is a Pythia race. Wearing especially tinted goggles, Shiro immediately thought that she's someone from here. No, I just got curious after the high priest mentioned a tribe specializing in machinery. You are a foreigner. Well, yes. He added inwardly, from another world, that is. She proceeded to observe him, only to end up in the same conclusion as others. With his white robe embedded with various dull gems and his staff, she thought that Shiro is a caster. When the high priest met him, he even asked if he's from Lithuania due to his expensive-looking clothes. Noticing her looks, he immediately clarified his identity. If you're wondering, I am a mechanic. That's why I got curious. A mechanic? A hint of curiousness appeared within her eyes. As of the moment, she never met any mechanic from the outside. It further fueled her interest on the technology outside of this rainforest. I saw some parts of the big thing from his dwelling earlier. I've got to say that whoever built that is awesome. Why is she awesome? The high priest never mentioned her learning from the outside world, right? Most of what she used is the pre-derived version of some modern mech today. If she learned that all by herself, she's definitely a genius. Did you find anything that could be further improved? The female Tayaka was stunned for a second before she asked him this question. Definitely. The most glaring issue that I found as of the moment is its power wiring. Even if using an engine 2 generations behind it, it might not be able to sustain operations for long. How long do you think would it last? Somewhere within 5 minutes. Though, lasting at 3 minutes is my best guess. Hearing this, she was surprised that he could pinpoint the exact limit of the big thing. Moreover, he could also see the lower limit of it, unlike her who could only see the upper limit. Though, that upper limit can still be raised with the Type A106 wires that I saw while walking here. Type A106. It has lesser conducive properties, but wait. Unexpectedly, the long talk between the two mechanics kick-started. It took until the sun had set before it ended. Aha! Sorry, I didn't expect to not notice the passing of time. No worries, it should still be early. By the way, your name? You can call me Zumama. Wait, you're the partner of that high priest? The high priest? Yes, that's right. Nice meeting you. Shiro shook her hands as he smiled brightly. When he heard her feats for the first time, he found her interesting. Something also lit up within him, admiring the ones who goes against their fate. Zumama was mesmerized by his smile right now, stunning her in place. Oh, I still have to cook dinner. Let's meet again. He immediately activated reinforcement and draw some wind runes before running off to the village's direction. After he left, a female Tayaka approached Zumama. Zumama, who was that? He's a foreign mechanic. A foreigner? She looks beautiful. Is that how they managed their beauty in the outside world? He's a man. Pardon. He's a man. The foreign mechanic that I conversed with just now. The female Tayaka seemed to be in shock when she heard that. How could a man look more beautiful than a woman? Let's move back to work. Alright. Thankfully, the workshop resumed operations after he left. Though, it can't be said that Shiro visiting had no side effects. Chapter 23, Enhance Armament. After cooking the dinner, Shiro went outside for a while. As for Kaltsit, she did some maintenance to her stuff. I saw her ears twitch. He thought. She really chose not to enjoy her life. It was during their dinner did he notice that slight change. If not for him being a circle magician, he wouldn't have noticed that. It only proved that her taste buds are fed up with those MREs. Recalling his panel, Shiro planned ahead on what to do with his future points. Shiro. Realm, 1st rank Circle Magician, plus, /9th rank Aura Knight, plus. Soul Points, 2009. Attributes. Physique, 29. Dexterity, 28. Wisdom, 38, plus 130. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 33. Mana, 45, plus 130. Originum, 41. Charm, 100, max. Luck, 89. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired masteries. Arts Mastery, Expert 76%, Gun Mastery, Expert 99%, Apothecary, Expert 65%, Writing, Expert 23%, Cooking, Expert 45%, Blade Mastery, Expert 99%, Tech Master, Proficient 78%, Bow Mastery, Expert 99%, Explosions Master, Proficient 32%, Mechanic, Expert 33%, Surgeon, Proficient 89%, Shield Mastery, Expert 99%, Negotiation Master, Expert 30%, Demonic Arts, Proficient 10%, Investment Master, Master 79%. Looking at it, he decided to focus more on his night job for now. As to why, it has something to do with his memories. When he became a circle magician, all theoretical knowledge related to it was unlocked. To be honest, he had only consolidated 1/10 of it right due to the sheer amount of it. His knowledge regarding runes became more abundant as well. Moreover, when he integrated his knowledge regarding weapons with his acquired masteries, it strangely grew up until the limit of expert rank. Though, acquired masteries doesn't show all of his masteries. But still, fusing those bits of knowledge actually made his proficiency rise by a large amount. Who would have expected that Zukenmata's mastery lied in investment? When he saw Zukenmata's mastery chance, he thought that he'll get something related to magecraft, but no, what he got are 3 master rank masteries, in which one of them is worm magecraft. However, it serves no use to him, which led to him choosing investment master instead. No more stealing money. Investment, Hey! This might be Fu. His monologue was stopped abruptly as he sensed a familiar presence in the high priest's house. It might be not as intense as before, but he's confident that it's the presence of that alien god from earlier. Instinctively, he used reinforcement in his legs and arms as he ran to the house, all the while bringing the fragrant olive sword. Though, he has to say that without aura and reinforcement, he might have a bigger trouble wielding it. After all, its descriptive heavy enough is an understatement. Before weight adjustment, it weighed thousands of kilograms. Only when he lowered it to 800 kilograms did he finally wield it normally. Now, he truly understood the meaning behind ultra-rare. Each of the items bearing this rank simply had no limits. Everything depends on the user himself. It's hot. Holding the doorknob, Shiro's hand instantly got scalded. It's not a normal heat. Breaking the door open, he saw the high priest carrying a bucket of water, though it didn't help much. Shiro. A stranger we saved suddenly summoned out flames. Wait a section. Doing the calculation in his mind, a few magic circles appeared behind him. They glowed in blue hue before the entire room was slowly turned into ice. However, the red flame kept fighting back. As if not wanting to lose, it became even stronger. Pulling the parrot beside him, Shiro scanned the place, looking for the location of that stranger. What happened? We saved a stranger wrapped in flames earlier. We brought her here since letting her stay unconscious in this place is dangerous. Okay, where is she? There. Pointing his beak towards what was presumed to be a room, the high priest replied. Hearing this, Shiro rushed to that place while holding a strangely glowing card that emitted clock phantoms. Kicking yet another door down, he finally saw the appearance of the stranger. She is a Sarkaz with long red hair reaching below her waist. Contrasting with her black battle dress, she has milky white skin, indicating a healthy hue. However, black crystals can be slightly seen somewhere within her left arm. On her hands is a massive two-handed sword, with its blade being orange gold while its crossguard up to its pommel maintained a shiny black color. She's strange. Looking at her manic eyes, Shiro felt that she's not herself right now. From what he knew, alien gods in Romani's world are almost the same as Lovecraftian gods, in which Kuroniko explained them as something horrible. One of their known characteristics is mental pollution that makes the target crazy. The sound of the blade scraping to the ground resounded in this room before she ran into Shiro, attempting to slice him in half. More aura. Unexpectedly, he also ran at her, gathering enough momentum to clash with the giant's sword. He readied a stance as he held his sword across his left side. He also activated demonic arts, making his attributes increase to more than 100. Black crystals started appearing randomly on his body, though. It only took an instant for these crystals to appear in his neck, arms, and so on. As the two swords nearly clashed, Shiro changed the angle of his sword by a bit, forcing the stranger's sword to slide on his blade. It missed, which in turn gave him an opportunity to slash at her back diagonally. Seeing this, the stranger instantly stabbed her sword to the ground as she used it as a support to dodge his incoming strike. Magma then slowly flew out of the ground, all the while craters formed all around her direction. At this point, the house crumbled, exposing the two of them in the gentle moonlight. Tisk. Shiro used a rune spell to condense a block of air, using it as a foothold to avoid those incoming magma. He had no choice but to use it as it can be cast even faster now that he's a circle magician. He formed another batch of magic circles behind him, summoning earth spears after her. However, the stranger pulled her sword out of the ground before she stabbed it back. This move summoned a much stronger eruption of magma to the ground. It assimilated and melted with the earth spears as she dodged the remaining spears at her direction. After this attack, Shiro landed to the ground softly using the mix of his own footwork techniques and the lightness technique that he got from the random spins. Without the mana from my circuits, I can only use its first form. Even so. Holding his sword above his head, he chanted one syntaxes after another. The stranger, who shouted angrily, tried to come closer at him, only to be distracted by the few blue jewels that Shiro threw out using his mental power. When it came close to her, it produced an explosion while making the surroundings colder. As the dust cleared out, she is seen stabbing the sword in the ground for the third time. Still, some parts of her right arm is inflicted with coldness due to the direct impact that she suffered. Though, it didn't last as the heat emitted by her giant sword is enough to offset it. I'm finally fucking done. Shiro annoyingly complained as he said, enhance armament. Command prompts appeared on the blade of his sword as they transformed. The blade of his sword turned into golden flowers, forming a sharp contrast to the night sky. They emitted the scent of an osmanthus tree as they caught the attention of the awake Tyakas in many villages. Beautiful. What are those? Flowers. Though, Shiro didn't have any time to think about that as faced the grip of his sword towards the stranger. At the same time, the flowers went after the direction where the grip is pointed at. The flowers soon dropped into her direction. With each petal weighing a lot, it soon caused a giant crater as it dropped to the ground. As the stranger got covered by them, Shiro couldn't see the situation for a while. As the dust and the flowers flew up the sky, the stranger's situation got revealed. She was knocked out unconscious with cut wounds all over her body. Seeing this, Shiro retracted the flowers back into its blade form. Phew! If this didn't work, I would have used them and the time card as a last resort. He thought that he could use this time to measure the power of his UR sword, thus he opted for it. However, he still has his reality marbles that was unlocked after using his latent potential accessor that revealed his origins and the reality marble awakening chances. No matter how strong that sword is, its wielder is weaker. That's what he saw through his own judgment and mental power, making him aim for her body instead of that sword. Walking towards the stranger, Shiro tensed up and prepared for another fight. Chapter 24, A Stranger. The crater formed by the flowers as they dropped is more than dozens of meters deep. In the center of it lied the female stranger that Shiro luckily downed in a single swarm of his attacks. He jumped down to the crater before he utilized a lightness technique to land softly. Slowly, he walked towards her. Hello? Are you awake? Now that she's within arm's reach, he tried poking her with the golden scabbard. Of course, he had only double-checked as he sensed through his mental power that she's already unconscious. Though, he sensed that there's still a will active within that huge sword. He felt that it is weak, as if it is being corroded by something. She's an infected. Wait, is it caused by originum? He thought as he noticed some clues. When I increased my originum attribute, both my aura and mana increases. This doesn't make sense unless it's converting something into those two. Putting those things aside, he focused more on the unconscious stranger. What should I do? What happened? Above the crater, Kaltsit readied herself for a fight with Monst3R beside her. On her one hand, she held a gun-like thing with a green vial loaded onto it. She also brought some other vials with her. She jumped down the crater together with Monst3R who is looking vigilantly towards the direction of the stranger. I took her down just now. She should be the one that we missed earlier. That flame pillar earlier. Right. We should bring her away first, lest there will be some troubles ahead. Let Monst3R carry her. I can carry her just fine though. She might attack you. After thinking for a while, Shiro agreed to her. He thought that only the sword is the problem, not the person herself. Though before they left, he picked up the huge sword on the ground. Of course, he held it using his mental power. A second later, his decision proved to be the right one. Fighting back, aren't you? This time, he touched it directly. In no more than 3 seconds, he performed structural analysis and eliminated the remnant will that resided within it through his mental power. It's much weaker than I thought. Shiro thought before placing it to his storage. The power remained while the remnant will got erased. Surely, it's a profit for her. When he first held it, the sword itself instinctively rejected him. The sword is the one that rejected him, not the remnant will to much of his surprise. Meaning, it is unwilling to be wielded by someone other than the girl. Met. My weapons are enough for now. My arts is not tilted towards flame after all. On the way back, Kaltsit went ahead as Shiro needed to talk to the parrot for a while. Though, some prompts appeared as he made his way towards him. Hidden quest complete. Apprehend the incarnation of the alien god. Reward settlement. Hidden quest complete. Obliterate the remnant will hidden by the alien god. Reward settlement. Plus 30,000 soul points. Plus 20,000 soul points. Plus 2 weapon enhancement card. Plus 2 acquired mastery upgrader. Plus 1 customized AWM. Plus 5 ammunition boxes, originum bullets. Plus 5 ammunition boxes, traditional bullets. Long lines of prompts appeared in front of his eyes. Though, he chose to transfer his rewards from the system storage to his dimensional storage. Thankfully, he saw the high priest surrounded by other Taiakas including their tribe leader, Tamaimi. The center of her staff glowed yellow, seemingly ready for a battle. How is it? I settled it. We'll tend to her first, just in case that happens again. Wait, what? Who are you tending to? What did just happen right now? What's with that golden light earlier? Shiro reinforced his legs once again, getting ready to run away. It's really late in the evening, so the high priest will explain everything. Good night. Spell circles appeared in his legs before he became faster as he ran. He could feel the wind brushing past his face due to his fast speed. Wait. Tamaimi's shouts became farther with every step he took. This. Assimilation rate of 3%. Her oripathy is very weak. Assimilation rate of 3%? Sadly, she is still considered as an infected. Thanks to his acquired masteries, he knows more about oripathy. The basic treatment known to it is by using inhibitor drugs. From the experiences that he absorbed, there wasn't any case similar to this. Even the lowest assimilation rate that he remember is around 5%. As for a 3% assimilation rate, one can be considered as only slightly infected. Though, many people wouldn't care about this whenever they see even a little bit of black crystals on her body. Just like a drop of ink on a blank canvas, the former ruined the perfect white of the latter. Based on the looks of it, she had it for a long time. This is strange. For how long do you think she had it? Decades at least. And yet it didn't worsen? Even with inhibitors, it should be higher. Shiro looked at the red-haired stranger laying down on Kal't's bed. Without the sword, she's only a sarkaz with a strong body. If she doesn't have those little black crystals in her left arm, many would have confessed to her already. Though, her beauty is wasted just because of a single illness. This speaks volumes of Oripathy's impact to Terra's society. Wait, let me try something. Summoning the huge sword, he placed it beside her. As expected, she grasped it by instinct. Looking at the tablet connected to the infection monitor, realization dawned upon Kal't. The sword is preventing the Oripathy from spreading. It seems so. What a mysterious thing. Disbelief can be noticed from her voice. Unlike inhibitors, the sword had completely prevented the spread of originum to the body. Yes, she saw some cases similar to this, but it still surprises her every time something like this happens. Moreover, the cases that she had encountered in the past gave her new research directions. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful, either they are unable to be replicated or it required a very unique situation to occur. For short, it cannot be used en masse. Mn. Their conversation is cut short as the stranger started to wake up. Chapter 25, Ice Cream. Where am I? Grasping the sword's grip, she examined her surroundings cautiously. Even though she lost all of her memories and is extremely confused right now, the first thought that came to her is safety. You're in a clinic. That's right. We picked you up and treated you here. Looking at the people who spoke, one is an expressionless feline woman dressed in what seemed to be a doctor's gown while the other is a man who wore an expensive white robe. Who are you? Kal't, a doctor. Shiro, a caster. The stranger became silent upon hearing that. She focused on composing herself instead of being confused, something that she had done many times. Trying hard not to be overwhelmed by the huge amount of memories within her head, she tried standing up, only to fail due to the sensation that she felt right now. Those memories, it causes her to not have a clear distinction between illusions and reality. Being overloaded by them, she fainted once more. Shiro made a diagnosis based on his masteries. Her pulse rate is normal. She might have collapsed due to other factors. A sarkaz with a sword. Dr. Kal't. Nothing. However, Kal't immediately connected the stranger to a certain acquaintance of hers. Wielding the sword symbol to the king, she's now leading her fellow sarkaz to a new possibility. The reason why Babel is built is due to her, too. She aimed for everyone in the world to accept the sarkaz with open arms. Though, every comrade of hers knew that they will be trekking a road full of difficulties. This didn't hinder them though, as they all went ahead and supported her ideals. You can rest for now. Leave her to me. Then. See you tomorrow. Leaving the room, Shiro noticed some of her irregularities but chose not to dig it deeper. No matter what, he wouldn't just force a good acquaintance of his to divulge her secrets. His cruelty is only known to his enemies, after all. There's also the fact that he admired her ideals as it somehow resonated with him. Since he doesn't have any goals as of the moment, he'll lend his hand to her. Shiro, hee. You don't want to hear about it. Romani, I'll trust my instincts on this one and refuse. Pfft. Ha. After using his soul points to upgrade to first-rank winged knight, his physique became stronger, to the point that 3 hours of sleep is enough to fully recharge him. To that, he only chatted with other chat group members to pass time. Now that he caught up with the day's worth of messages, the first thing that caught his interest is Romani having an amnesia. What's more, it's not a natural amnesia, but an artificially induced one. Did it really have such a big impact on him? He became more bewildered as he never had any Oshi. To be exact, he doesn't remember having one. Who knows, he might be a fan in his past life. Romani, there should be a good reason as to why I willingly forgot about it. Shiro, there really is. Romani, I'll have to take care of some matters on my side. Bye. Recalling the few messages that he read, he laughed while laying down his bed. At first, he is confused as to why Romani never responded to his joke about that matter, but then some members privately messaged him that Romani used a strong mental interference spell on himself before falling asleep on a desk. When he woke up, he instantly knew that he lost some of his memories. He was about to take care of it with a servant's help when he saw a huge note attached on his desk saying "Don't remember." Romani even saw the tone within that sticky note, thus prompting to follow it. With those memories forgotten, he'd gone back to his daily life of asking life advice to an idol named Magi Mari. What a fun incident! What would be his expression when he recalls everything? That would be amazing. Just like a child seeing a standing Yenga tower, Shiro felt spreading mischief for once. How long will his fake kingdom last? Romani should hope that Shiro won't come to his world lest something will definitely happen to him. Without anyone else to chat due to their different time flows, waiting for a response will take some time. He took out the customized AWM that he got as a reward before. Unfortunately, he couldn't see its rarity due to it not coming from the chat group. Customized AWM. Details: a customized version of the modern AWM. It has an effective firing range of 5 km, with 10 km being the maximum firing range. The rifle possesses attachments that further enhance it. However, its recoil is much stronger than a normal AWM. Note 1, it has the special ability Overload. Note 2, Overload allows the sniper rifle to fire 10 consecutive rounds, with each having an additional 1000% damage. After use, the sniper rifle will be in an unusable state for 100 minutes. This sniper rifle, which looked like any normal Originum guns out there, hid a powerful force within it. In Shiro's memory, the maximum range of an Originum gun is less than 100 m. Originum is the one to be blamed for that. Unlike the modern guns in Kuroniko's and Tuka's worlds, guns in Terra is empowered by Originum, not gunpowder. This is also the main reason as to why he can project guns and bullets. He only has to inject a little bit of Originum inside his body to the bullets before they could function as a normal one. This also placed great limits on guns in Terra due to Originum. Though, gunpowder-powered guns do not have that kind of restriction. Moreover, their effective firing range is much greater too, as gunfighting in Terra is mostly done in close combat. After examining this sniper rifle, Shiro took out one of the ammunition boxes that he received as a reward. There, each boxes contained 50 clips, with half of those being compatible with his AR 3070 while the other half being compatible with the customized AWM. Oh! There's a space embedded inside. He took a look at one of the magazines closely. It looked like only 5 bullets could fit inside, but it actually has a mini space pocket and stored another 5 there. Better not throw these out then. Slowly getting up the bed, he planned to go outside to find something to do. But first, he changed into a more comfortable attire, a stylish white and black jacket, grey shirt, and black shorts that has many pockets. As he got out, he didn't expect to see someone. Though, what he didn't expect is the stranger who got up from the portable bed that Shiro hurriedly placed outside their rooms. From the looks of it, she wanted to go out. Wanna go out? Yes. Great, another stoic one, he thought. He only wondered as to why he kept encountering girls with expressionless or deadpan faces most of the time. Scatty, Kaltsit, Tuka, and now, this stranger. After going outside, Shiro asked the stranger as he stretched his entire body. Do you have anything that you want to do? None. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy appeared in her eyes before being followed by confusion. Even now that she organized herself, she still couldn't get out of the illusion that her memories gave her. When she saw the site of this village, she felt that she'd come here before, yet her memories indicate she actually haven't come here before. It only felt more confusing as each of her memories kept contradicting one another. As a result, she couldn't distinguish between truths and falsehoods. Shiro hummed as he thought of something interesting to do. Then, he recalled some ice cream popsicles being stored in his storage. How about an ice cream? Ice cream? MN. You can think of it as a dessert. Pulling it out, he handed one to her while he proceeded to tear his open. As he liked strawberries, he chose a strawberry vanilla combo back in Shinji's world. As for the strangers, he gave the normal vanilla chocolate ice cream. Feeling the coldness in his mouth gave him quite the chill as the cold wind blew towards them. Eating this first thing in the morning is a bad idea, I guess. Shiro looked towards the stranger, who seemed to really like it. She wordlessly ate it as she lost track of her surroundings. Chapter 26, Searcher. After they're done eating, the awkward silence came back. Thankfully, Shiro thought of surveying a potential battlefield. Since there's really nothing much to do, the two of them strolled in this rainforest. Their first destination is the temple, Shiro's main goal. He had wanted to test whether the stranger will have some kind of strange connection with it. On the way, he suddenly asked her, "What's your name? I can't just keep calling you you. My name." She looked confused for a while before she thought of something. Just like Shiro, it's something that existed deep in themselves. Even with a bunch of random memories that confused her up until now, this name popped up suddenly. Searcher. Searcher? Similar to the Searcher in the myths? What? Never mind. Though, he found it quite strange ever since he discovered the existence of parallel worlds. Extreme coincidences such as this became possible due to it. You can call me Shiro. Also, it seems that we suffer the same problem. He started talking about his days as he woke up and his amnesia. Unlike Surtur who got overloaded with memories, Shiro's memories are missing. During this time, Shiro had done most of the talking as Surtur listened. All the time, she kept that expressionless face. Though unlike Kal't's care for Terra, she seemed more detached to the world, seemingly having no care for it. However, she still listened to the man who, in a sense, has a similar experience with her. Having problems with their memories, their identities are unclear. Wait a minute. You suffer from an unimaginable amount of memories, is that correct? Yes. What about sealing those memories? Make it so that you won't remember them. To this, she only went silent. It stayed this way until they arrived at the said temple which serves as an arena during Mahuitsosha, the selection of the great chief. Tyakas are also present here, with some kids playing around there. Based on his sources, the current great chief lives in this place instead of his tribe. Coincidentally, it is Tamimi's tribe. Seeing Shiro and Surtur, some Tyaka has a surprised look but it disappeared upon hearing that they're Tamimi's guests. There's definitely something strange over there. Something is calling me. As they look towards the temple, they both have similar yet different thoughts. The temple has several stairs, with speakers on top of each of them. There's also a fill lighting on both of its sides. Those equipment are left by the Emperor, the founder of Penguin Logistics, when he did a concert. He generously gave them as he saw that the people here really liked his concert. Though, there's also the part where the High Priest and him are old acquaintances. There. No, it's underground. Surtur thought. No, I shouldn't follow it. The person beside me had surely felt it as well. After she woke up, she still remembered a bit of their confrontation when she got taken over by something. Yes, he's very strong, but what made her sure of her guesses is that she could feel a faint wave of power emanating from him at all times. That power is Shiro's mental power continuously scanning the surroundings. With it, he became somewhat similar to a humanoid radar. Moments later, her guess were proven true. There's something interesting right there. So you know. Yup. Should be related to you. What is it? Seeing this, Shiro confirmed that her memories are jumbled, to the point that she couldn't even recall about her powers. She should be safe for now, right, he thought. He and Kal'tsit are under the mission to stop that alien god, and with Surtur who seemed to have a connected to it, it's imperative to confirm her status for now. Do you want to go? Not right now. Alright then. Let's go to other places. You might recall something useful to you. Unfortunately, they went back to the house without any notable harvest. On the way, they visited the few more villages, including Inim's commit that Tamimi mentioned before. Just as expected, they're the most prosperous village here due to her connection with the outside world. Their village is also more convenient to live at thanks to the convenience that modern appliances gave. Here's another ice cream. You might get bored from sitting. Thanks. After entering the house, Surtur had nothing to do but to sit down on a chair. The detachment and confusion that she feels is still there, but she's starting to adapt on it. Right now, she could set aside some memories of hers at will. Shiro entered his own room and connected the chat group to a smartphone of his. Then, he downloaded the files that contained the spreadsheet of the Fate series. Kuroniko sure is devoted with this. I owe her a favor. More than 70% of any Fate-related content came from her. As for her sources, it was another friend of hers who is a Fate fan. It was also from her that she learned of the existence of Romani, the temporary director of Chaldea that helped Ritsuka Fujimaru solve the singularities that started from Fuyaki City. When he was about to binge them, he noticed that the chat group became more active right now. Tuka, I smacked a runaway criminal today with a ladle and came to the conclusion that magecraft is amazing. Thanks for the ladle, Shiro-san. Kuroniko, what an experience. Are you alright? Tuka, yes. I took him down in one hit. That ladle is amazing. Shiro, no problem. That ladle sure is tough, its description never lied. One of the rewards that Shiro got from his random spins, a common ladle, was given to Tuka days ago. Though, he really didn't expect for her to use it as a weapon. Well, anything with a reinforcement can become one. Kuroniko, I'm envious. I couldn't even show the prowess of this queen to the world. Shiro, that might be a bad idea. Tuka, one day, scientists will come and abduct you. Kuroniko, I am not afraid of mere scientists. Shiro, ahem. Just be careful not to get caught, else you might have to use that travel option. The travel option is just what it says. It allows someone to visit the world of other chat group members. Though, it costs more than 1000 points per travel. Meaning, one would need to have 2000 points for a to and fro travel. Moreover, the daily logins count the time spent of the person instead of their world's time ratio. Though, it can be exploited by those of whom are in dire need of strength. By going to a world with a faster time ratio, they'll become stronger even though only a few days had passed in their world. Kuroniko, why am I unlucky? I kept getting 20-something points every day. Tuka, you get 20? You must be really unlucky. Kuroniko, how about you? Is it 30? 40? Or 50? Tuka, somewhere between 70 and 80. Wow, I got a 93 just now. Kuroniko, why only me? Looking at the screen, Shiro somehow felt that Ruri is whining in her real world. Seeing this, he decided to console her. Scratch that, a bit of mischief rose up within him just now. Shiro, now. If you need some points, I can give you some. Kuroniko, really? Shiro-san. Shiro, yup. I seldom get something below 95 points anyway. Kuroniko. Minutes passed and she never replied again. Shiro gave her 200 points as he laughed a bit at himself. Tuka, the truth of the world is too much for her to handle. Shiro, relying on random probabilities is often unreliable. Tuka, I have to work. Thank you for the ladle again, Shiro-san. Ha. I am the one to say about relying on luck. I'll keep my random spins a secret, so I should tell Shinji-kun to keep it from others too. Just as he was about to close the chat group, his phone rang as someone chatted again. Chapter 27, Short Preparations. Causality. They are something that only a causality conductor could transfer. With their mere presence alone, they could make the others within their surrounding remember their future memories. Of course, this only applies since a causality conductor is someone who came from a future world line. Kaujiki, what do you think, Shiro-kun? Are other worlders a causality conductor? Shiro, only by going to your world can I find it out. Mechs and Zergs is something that I would like to see. Kaujiki, I'm looking forward to it. After the small chat ended, Shiro began his preparations. First of all, the time memory cards that he has right now. Up until now, he never used it as it'll be troublesome rearranging his memories while he's doing this mission. Next would be his weapons. Guns, swords, knives, shields, etc. He already memorized their structures before so he could project them with gradation air. Since they didn't possess any memories and focuses more on their material, it's easy to project. Though, he do wonder if he can scan a noble phantasm, just like what the protagonist does. The third thing would be his weapon enhancement cards. Right now, he has 3 of them. After contemplating for a while, he decided not to use it. His osmanthus sword is very strong to the point that the enhancement that it could give is negligible while his other weapons won't have much effectiveness if their enemies are higher than their pay grade. The last thing would be his reality marbles. When he discovered that he has 2, he is dumbfounded. Well, not just him but Romani as well. How could a single person have 2 different reality marbles? Even if someone has dual origins, he definitely wouldn't have double reality marbles. Reality marble, in a sense, is the inner domain of a person. His thoughts, feelings, personality, everything about himself, all into one. He tested the 2 of them before, with one being something similar to a library while his other reality marble is something similar to an emperor's throne. If I turn into a servant, perhaps I would be a foreigner class. The looks on other servants after I unleash my dual reality marbles is worth anticipating. He mumbled as he recalled the anomaly that he sensed when he used the 2 of them. Feelings? No, it's more of a personality. Whenever he uses one marble, he felt different feelings emerge. During the time he is in the library, he felt tranquility in his desire to pursue more knowledge. He also felt some kind of nostalgia. On the other hand, he turned into a ruler when he used the other marble. There, he felt like a perfect leader. Logical and calm yet still having concern for his subjects. Whenever he's in one of those, he gains new abilities and enhancements. Can I battle conceptual gods with this? His eyes glowed with the prospect of slaying a conceptual god. Unlike his power system that required slow and gradual progress, all Shiro needs to do is to practice to grasp the power within these reality marbles. Stashing these thoughts on the back of his mind, he began sorting out the clips in the boxes. The sound of a silenced sniper rifle rang out on top of a tree, shooting down one of the birds flying with its flock. Due to originum bullets being used, Shiro didn't have any choice but to climb on top of a tall tree, just so that his effective firing range could reach 500 meters. This is a huge difference when it came to gunpowder bullets that could reach more than 3 kilometers range. If not for this enhanced rifle, its reach with originum can only reach 100m 200m at most. Projected bullets is cheaper, haha. Shiro's legs that was entangled to a branch separated, resulting in him free falling to the ground. Before he landed, he used his lightness technique to step on a flying leaf. He tried going from one leaf to another before he landed to the ground. My moving sniping lost around 5% of the usual accuracy. Shiro thought. If not for Kaltsit mentioning the consequences of it, I would definitely try to eliminate him. There's also a chance that the tribe will be implicated if he did. That's why he have to do it when he's outside this rainforest, head on, or when he's inside the temple. That way, those people would chase after him, not the innocent Tyakas. Strange enough, he chose not to implicate the innocents, something that he might not do when he first woke up. As he went back to Tamimi's village, he sensed people coming from outside the village. What's more strange is that they weren't Tyakas, but a mix of different races such as Feline, Sarkaz, Anati, and Liberi. Knowing that their enemies had come, he disappeared instantly from the spot, rushing towards Kaltsit's clinic. As he did so, he pulled up his hood. He immediately calculated some circle spells before refracting the light around him, making him invisible. Due to that troublesome charm 100 of his, he couldn't disguise. Yes, he can apply concealment tricks such as bending light with spells, but people would still sense something wrong. Though, this doesn't matter as he's far enough for them to not sense it. Opening the chat group, he messaged Kaltsit privately. Private Shiro, I saw him here, Ferdinand. What a persistent bastard. Private Kaltsit, we have to prepare. Try not to get discovered. Private Shiro, take care of Surtur for a while. P.S. I placed some restraints in the house just in case she goes berserk. Private Kaltsit, alright. Of course, Shiro didn't forget to put on some kind of restraints in the house. These type of restraints wouldn't activate unless a certain level of power erupts from within. These restraints are also connected to him via its main energy source, thus he'll know if something happened here. If she goes berserk again, it'll definitely be more troublesome. He thought. By that time, I'll surely be forced to use my reality marble. They ran to the temple at their fastest speed, so he only took around 5 minutes before they arrived. Sir, don't forget about the jobs that we gave to everyone here. No one else would do it, only us. Let me think for a while. I hope a favorable response. A high-ranking person would be in your favor when the time comes. A male Tyaka of the Archosaurus race went ahead and spoke to others. There's only one thing that they have to decide right now, and that is if they'll allow an outsider to visit one of the most important places of the Tyakas. Meanwhile, Shiro loaded his AR-3070 with gunpowder-based bullets as he tied the fragrant olive sword to his waist simply by putting the sword beside his waist. It simply stuck to him. Changing to his robes in a split second, he followed them with haste. Chapter 28, Deathly Silence. Few magic circles appeared in thin air before few more layers of invisibility was applied on Shiro. Tisk, tisk. He brought all of them, what a cautious person. Right now, they are right below the temple as Ferdinand's group walked to the entrance. Without any choice, the great chief was left with no choice but to concede to their requests. After all, as important as that temple may be, the prosperity of the tribesmen are more important than it. Moreover, that temple is only something that the first-generation great chief chose to host the coronation of the title, thus it doesn't really hold much practical importance. Slowly, he followed their steps. It only took him a few moments before he arrived at the entrance. Just as he expected, a couple of mercenaries with sharp senses looked at his direction. The most notable one is the woman with a fox's characteristics. The Volpo named Franca looked at his direction a couple times, but to no avail. Is it just me, or do you feel it too, Liskerm? Is this another one of your tricks? You don't need to worry much. Because our formation is the most optimized against ambushes. Right. She said with a playful smile. Franca and Liskerm are what you can call a graduate. After a few months of examination, i.e., physical tests/training, they are deemed capable of accepting intermediate ranking missions upon graduation. This is a testament of their skills and what they are capable with. Their third mission that unluckily coincided with Shiro and Kaltsit is none other than Ferdinand's escorting mission. It's not that hard considering the fact that they only have to escort someone. This is getting ridiculous. Shiro thought before adding, 2 enemies on the level of a Grand Knight. There's also the sense of danger that they emit. Unfortunately, Franca's facade of being harmless is useless to Shiro. He instantly saw through the nature of her black rapier in which its blade is made out of pure originum. This already gave him some ideas as to what her abilities are. The physique of others are at winged knight level, too. This world is surely dangerous. Shiro decided to set up his AR-3070 to automatic mode as he knew that his first shot would definitely reveal him. Seeing that they began to enter, he entered his combat state. Director, the gate is made out of unknown metals with high endurance level. The gate is inscribed with different tribal sigils that serves as a support to something. Even now, they still shone dimly in the darkness. Prepare the bombs. I understand. One of the whitecoats approached a mercenary before signaling the use of bombs. Moreover, the bombs used are especially manufactured by the energy section to have a higher explosive power. Hey! Stop! The small girl, Tamimi, looked enraged as she heard that. Originally, her arrival is coincidental as she was supposed to ask something to the great chief. When she heard that strangers wanted to barge into their property, she was annoyed. Yes, she sneaked over there with her sister Gabriel back in the days, but this is different. Now that she heard them planning to blowing this place up, she got angry. This is no longer in our hands, chieftain. I know, but why? The entire Aquila is reliant of their aid. We can't do anything against them. The mature Tayaka, Yoda, said. He knew that the things that they offered to them is very helpful to the current Aquila. In all actuality, this began more than a year ago. Starting that time, this rainforest became more revitalized. The benefits that it brought is quite huge even though it's close to negligible for the moving cities outside. That speak volumes on how backward society is on Aquila. Boom! A huge explosion rang out in the distance. If not for them setting up barriers, they would surely be swept up by it. As the dust cloud rose, they never noticed that someone became even more closer to them. After a while, the sight beyond the gate revealed itself. Surprisingly, it is a neat room composed of golden bricks. That's right, golden bricks. The light source that hang above is similar to a golden chandelier with white crystals serving as the main light source. Even after 1,000 years, it still shone brightly. There are various objects made out of gold in its surroundings. There are also mountains of gold coins scattered all around it. In its center is a golden coffin wrapped by golden chains in the air. The chains glowed, emitting a strange power fundamentally different from normal arts. This is pure gold. The energy readings in this place, Each person had different reactions, but it is mostly split into two. Either they got surprised by the sheer amount of pure gold inside or they got surprised by the readings that they got inside this room. This is it. This is it. Ferdinand mumbled inaudibly as he felt it resonating with something inside this room. Tap. Tap. The silent sound of footsteps rang in this room made out of gold. But then, it wasn't noticed by the people here except some select few people who remained vigilant. Franca. Liskerm laid down her shield in front of Franca. At the same time, a hail of bullets ran on their direction. While some couldn't react and got shot, some others are quick to react and tried to avoid/block the incoming bullets. As for Ferdinand, a black ink-like shield manifested and blocked all bullets. Light of Judgment. Before giving them enough time to react, magic circles appeared in the air, summoning lasers that shot to their direction once again. The intruder didn't give them enough time to react before projecting more than a dozen rifles. These guns floated in the air before they launched another hail of bullets to Ferdinand and Co. Shields. This time, they were quick to react as the defenders placed themselves in the front and laid down their shields. Still, some got hit by it. However, they are all unharmed this time. Tap. As the intruder landed on the ground quietly, silence dominated the battlefield. The intruder wore an oversized robe that has ruined edges, a sign of the damage sustained by it somewhere. He carried a black rifle that looked more advanced. This time, he formed an aura blade in his fingers and drew a long line to the ground made up of gold. Everyone, here's the deal. The intruder has a soft and neutral voice that made his gender ambiguous. Whoever crosses the line, dies. However, his voice is laced with murderous intent. It is in sharp contrast with the soft voice that the intruder has. Who are you to order us? One of the hot-blooded mercenaries shouted and shot a condensed heat ray to the intruder. However, it failed to reach the intruder as magic circles manifested and formed a rainbow barrier. Heaven's protection. That's right. These are the spells used by him before, but they lack in power compared to before. Swapping the AR-3070 in his hand, a black sniper rifle with a huge scope appeared in his hands. Green lines started appearing from it, enhancing its performance further. He quickly aimed and used his shoulders as a support before firing. Bang! Arg! The gunpowder bullet pierced through the shield as his head exploded, spreading blood in the surroundings. This time, deathly silence enveloped the entire battlefield, raising the tension once more. Chapter 29, Reality Marble, am I a joke to you? Who are you? Me? I'm your enemy, what else? As he spoke, he fired another round of gunpowder bullets at Ferdinand, only for its impact to be absorbed by the ink-like shield. At the same time, the caster mercenaries unleashed their arts at him, providing cover to the others. Team A1 to A5, corner him. Team A6 to A9, guard the backlands. Team A10 to A12, continue providing cover. The Black Steel mercenaries moved in a very organized manner. The shielders brought out their pistols and tried shooting at him to distract his attention. Tisk. I didn't have a bomb, what a pity. He thought. I eliminated some when I sprayed an entire round of my rifle, yet I'm still disadvantaged right now. Earlier on, he's behind them. Only when he saw that most of them got distracted did he attack. He used the walls on the side as a path to circle straight to their front before dealing damage to them. Unfortunately, that Ferdinand do have a reason for his confidence. When he sensed the ink barrier that Ferdinand used, he felt that it's familiar. It's somehow similar to the remnant will of the alien god that he annihilated hours ago. Poison with poison, I see. Though, I bet that it won't end well. Snapping out of his thoughts, he summoned a transparent rainbow wing behind his back. He first used it to block a salvo of bullets before using it to fly in the sky. He's flying. He's a sancta. Back off, he'll aim for our weak spots. Ferdinand, who saw this, was surprised considering that flying is extremely tiring for a sancta. Mostly, they could last for a minute or two in the air before being knocked out. Is that something else? A device? A new power? Or? He realized that his enemy might have a power outside of their understanding. Private Shiro, I'm having quite a hard time here, but nonetheless manageable. Watch out for a searcher. Private K.A. Eltzit, nothing happened as of the moment. K.A. Eltzit looked at the Sarkaz girl beside her. For some reason, she felt the similarities between her and Teresa, the current Demon Lord of the Sarkaz. Note, Demon Lord is the title for Kings of Sarkaz. Putting those thoughts aside, she recalled Shiro's examination results. At first, she was shocked that he possessed a 40% assimilation rate towards Originum. What's even worse is that his heart is completely assimilated by it. However, she was even more surprised when she saw that the Originum inside his body didn't multiply at a fast rate, it behaved quietly like an obedient child. When she examined him of the side effects of it, he mentioned having none. He didn't have any splitting headaches, blindness, or any disabilities that was brought by it. This is simply a miracle in this world. But, she'd already seen the existence of Chet Group, thus she's much less surprised with it. Immeasurable fighting experience, has no qualms when it comes to killing, and easygoing. She tried matching his personality with the other people that she knew in the past, but she found no, scratch that. There's a match, but she met with him a year ago, back in Babel. This only meant that someone with exceptional skills such as Shiro is unknown, which is simply confusing. I'll check Higashi's archives later. The sounds of empty clips falling in the ground resounded in this small tomb. Blood marks littered the golden floor, a sign of how intense this battle is. The severely wounded retreated along with the lab coats who used their professional knowledge to prolong their lives, but corpses can still be seen lying motionlessly. Fire! Director! Liskerm was startled when Ferdinand ran suddenly to the coffin, but before she could react, a massive explosion happened in the place where Shiro was in. The energy section researchers that he brought with him is not just for a stand-in. As they've researched many things tilted to energy, they could recreate combined arts, something lost in the long river of time. Combined arts. Wait, Franca. Franca soon followed to Ferdinand, with her rapier glowing blue. With her current strength, she estimated that she could block Shiro as her charged rapier could even pierce through heavy armors. Good arts. As expected, he came out of the thick black smoke. His rainbow wings are gone, but he landed accurately just in front of Ferdinand. Suddenly, shadow tentacles attacked him and tried to entangle him. However, Shiro's magic circuits glowed as he applied reinforcement to his arms and legs, breaking the grotesque black tentacles. After that, something spread out within him, making Ferdinand's movements slow down for a moment. Taking out a black sword from somewhere, Shiro slashed it towards his ink barrier. The moment that he saw it getting sliced down like butter, he tried his best to slightly avoid the incoming sword. Ferdinand stepped slightly to the right, barely avoiding it. His ink barrier regenerated rapidly as it repaired the tear created by the black sword. What was that sword? This? It's my trusted weapon. Shiro unknowingly made a nostalgic expression under his hood. When he was about to strike at Ferdinand again, someone blocked it. Clang! His sword was deflected but at the price of Franca's rapier cracking at a fast pace. At this moment, it looked like it could only withstand another single blow. Director, no, our employer. She looked at Ferdinand who is behind her and said, it's time to retreat. Your safety is at risk here, no. Even at the face of danger, she's calm. Her tone carried a bit of playfulness in it, something that impressed Shiro. After all, he felt that she's being genuine here, not acting. Franca. Liskerm, bring our employer out of here. But what about you? I'll buy time. You'll attack us, right? Mister. Haha, you got me. Go bring that idiot away and try to block this. Shiro replied to her. My objective is only to stop him, after all. Hearing this, Ferdinand's eyes became sharper as he realized the identity of his enemy. You're K.A. Eltzit's companion. You finally guessed it. If you die, at least you now know your killer. Shiro still haven't revealed his appearance, but he is satisfied that Aquila won't be dragged into this anymore. Injecting some aura to it, Shiro's power exceeded the 102 physique and agility that he got after all the buffs that he applied to himself. This is the only reason as to how he matched up with someone comparable to a great knight. Receive this blow, interesting woman. Their blades clashed once again, creating a loud sound of metals hitting each other. Director. During all this, Ferdinand threw Liskerm away using his shadow tentacles as he ran straight to the chained coffin. His and Shiro's eyes met, with Ferdinand showing a smug face. He was about to run past him, but Shiro pulled out one of his trump cards in time. Eternal Sovereign's Throne. Just as he was about to order these shadows to touch the coffin, his surroundings changed. What happened? You simply failed, that's it. Shifting his vision, he saw Shiro sitting on a huge black throne with golden linings in it. What he wore became different as well. It is a slim black armor filled with different red lines that served as an enhancement to it. Meanwhile, his luxurious robe transformed into white cloth in some parts of his armor. Though it looked impractical compared to plate armor, its defense can even surpass the likes of it. He could also change his headgear from a hood made up of cloth or a metallic one that covered the entirety of his head. A/N, his armor is similar to Proto-Saber. Franka and Liskerm also noticed him as they got confused as to what happened. However, their attention was caught on the boy sitting on the black throne. Ha! If I failed in this mission, my reality marbles would be a joke. After all, reality marble is a different space altogether. Meaning, the ones dragged into it would be in a different space, just like Iskandar's Ionian Hitiroy and Emiya's Unlimited Blade works. Ferdinand would have no chance of reaching the coffin if he dies here. Welcome to my world. I do hope you enjoy your stay here. Chapter 30, Eternal Sovereign's Throne. This is a new world. That's what I've said. Shiro shrugged his arms while supporting his face with his right hand. With a thought, he separated the two Grand Knights away from Ferdinand before enveloping them with a transparent red barrier. They seemed to have snapped out of something, but it is too late. Franka lost her weapon while Liskerm's shield isn't really something for attacking. Enjoy the performance. Shiro connected his mana to the controller that looked like a collection of magic circles in his armrest, making the throne room shake for a bit. Dark red lasers shot out from the walls as black-red lightning rained down from the ceiling. Added to that is his black sword adorned with jewels from the guard up to its pommel. He manipulated it in the air using the sword manipulation technique that he got from the draws before. With his currently unlocked memories, he merged it along with others to make the sword faster and easier to control. All he had to do is to build a connection using his mental power, which is surprisingly easy. This time, Ferdinand dodged the flying sword while bringing his barrier. He knew that without it, he'll be turned into specks of dust by these lasers. I need to buy more time. These attacks will surely consume great amount of energy, so I only need to come closer. With this barrier created using dozens of demons' essence in the far north, it almost has the same attributes as the alien gods, the leaders of the demons. Right now, only the far north and far south are inhabited by demons, making his pursuit of power stronger as it's his form of self-preservation to the future storm that will sweep through Terra. I won't die. I won't die. I'll have the last laugh. PSSSHK. What's this? As he looked down, he saw a sword impaling his chest. His heart is crushed while one of his lungs exploded, making him cough out blood. Losing control to the device, his barrier disappeared. Day. A moment later, his body got turned into charcoal by the lightning strikes before it turned into dust. The attack stopped after receiving Shiro's order. What was left in the ground is a circular metallic object with black liquid on its center. Quest completed. Reward settlement. Plus 30,000 soul points. Plus 3 weapon enhancement cards. Plus 2 arts affinity, oxygen and carbon. Taking the object to his dimensional storage, he released the two from the barrier. Without even waiting for their reactions, he turned off his reality marble, returning the 3 of them in the tomb. Private Kaltsit, I can't stop her. Surtra is heading over there. A second after reading this message, he heard a loud thud above. This tomb is actually right below the entrance, which only means that you might want to get out of here, ladies. Someone troublesome is on her way here. Ah. We will. Thank you, mister. Franka dragged the still confused Liskerm to the exit as she knew that he doesn't have any intention to harm them. If he did, they would have been dead the moment he launched those lasers. She also commanded the rest to leave, but some of them are still hesitant due to the riches inside this room. If they could grab even a single bar's worth of pure gold, they will never have any problems living quite lavishly for months. This is an order. Our employer is dead, but you can join him if you want. She gestured to Shiro, who took out another sword from nowhere. Unlike the dark luster of his black sword, the blinding gold sheen of the sword on his left hand is much more pleasant to look at. However, that proved to be intimidating to the private soldiers. Even their in charge, both of whom are talented and strong enough, couldn't even bring out their employer's corpse after disappearing for a minute. To them, he looked like a ghost from a horror movie, his means of attack unpredictable. They liked it better when he was flying and shot using his guns. At least, they would know how they died that time. Following her instructions, they left. Franka stared at Shiro's eyes one last time before leaving. Funnily enough, they look very familiar. He looked back at her and smiled as she left. One of the main reasons why he hadn't killed her is that she looks somewhat similar to him. Pragmatic and playful. Though, he can tell that she has a clear goal to work on, as opposed to him who's lost. Waking up in an unknown world without your memories is more terrifying than anyone could think of. He kept feeling empty inside, but at the same time, there's something inside him that stopped him from finding more about his past. That's why he chose this way of living right now, to be carefree and happy. He'll just find his goal as he goes further in his journey. I admit, I'm quite envious of others. I should focus more in this predicament first. Opening his system, he became satisfied of his current soul points. Soul points, 84,409. Farming for those soul points is worthwhile. When he fought earlier, he picked the ones that strangely has strong killing intent towards him and eliminated them. As for those who didn't have any killing intent such as Franca, he spared them. She only wanted to protect her employer, after all. Equivalent exchange, or so he says. Together with the common sense that he received when he first woke up are some of the boundaries that his past self must have imposed on himself. Killing is only a means, and I still have to be selective towards my targets. Though, he will not spare anyone who has strong killing intent towards him, no matter how good they are. As for Kaltsit, she never had any. There are other reasons, but this is one of the reasons why he's friendly to her. I'll upgrade my knight profession first. He thought. After clicking the plus sign, he felt his body becoming stronger as it made some crackling noise in the air. His aura capacity became larger as well. However, his muscle mass is still the same as before, which intrigued him. Not complaining though. This time, he clicked on the store catalog of the chat group. After seeing the high-quality restorative potion, worth 1000 points, he didn't hesitate to buy it. Once it appeared on his storage, he summoned it to his hands before popping the stopper in the vial. Without any hesitation, he drank it at once. That instant, he felt his nearly empty mana reserves become full once more while the fatigue that he sustained during this fight disappeared. Even the mental fatigue that he had before is gone, making his mind just as sharp as before the fight. He put the loot in the tomb inside his dimensional storage as he recovered. The chat group's items really are worth their price. Thankfully, I never spent those points in random spins. He said lightly with a chuckle. Oh, there she is. Boom. The ceiling of the tomb collapsed. Not far away from Shiro, Surtur looked at the surroundings with calm eyes. HOH. There's still someone here. Greetings. You remember me? Who are you? Not expecting that answer, he quickly digested the information that he got before he jokingly said, never expected that. Eternal Sovereign's throne. He chanted in a single breath as he pulled her to his reality marble. At the same time, a quest prompt appeared in front of him. Official quest, Alien God, 3. Details. Through the remaining traces of the alien god hidden inside Surtur's soul, it managed to partially descend to the mortal realm. However, it can only last for a couple minutes before it gets ejected out of the world. Objective: prevent the alien god from unsealing his fingers in the coffin. Reward/S, 100,000 soul points, 10 weapon enhancement cards, 10 top-grade Originum crystals, 3 random character cards, 3 item packs, related to the user's past life, crafting function unlocked. Note 1, Surtur has the strength of a 4th-ranked demigod. It's time for round 2. Chapter 31, Fenrir. Originum, a very unique thing that only existed in Terra. Some similar things might be found in other worlds, but it is nowhere near as potent as Originum. Once you are unlucky, it'll suddenly assimilate inside your body before replicating in a very fast manner. When an infected dies, they turn into countless black crystals before exploding, as in literally. Just as the saying what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, the environment of Terra made their bodies stronger. Added to the fact that each ancient race has their innate talents, the populace of Terra is much stronger than the norm. If you place a child of Terra on Earth, they'll surely wipe the floors with more than a dozen adults. Shiro found its existence incredulously as he could see Winged Knight's level of physique in the mercenaries that he fought before, and then he saw 2 Grand Knights level leading a small group of escorts. MN. There's an arts like this? But why? Surtur, no, the alien god possessing Surtur mumbled unconsciously as he found the existence of magic surprising. I won't be able to deal much damage before I empty my abundant mana at this rate. Shiro thought as he saw just how Surtur was blocking the elemental beams with her flame barrier while she cuts off the lightning descending upon her. She occasionally sends out flaming blade attacks, too. I can't fully utilize the abilities of my reality marble without allies, damn it. The pressure only debuffed her by the minimum. While seating on his throne, he enjoyed many benefits such as increased max health, increased health and mana regen, and some unique abilities such as pressure, leech, and array. With pressure, he could debuff the enemy within this reality marble by 30% 100%. Meanwhile, leech buffs his allies by 30% 70%, depending on their connection to Shiro. The buffs that Shiro receives from sitting in the throne would also partially affect them. Lastly, the array allows him to use several defensive measures in the throne room. The elemental beams and the barriers are only the most basic part of it, as most of its capabilities are still sealed. Cutting through several dozen beams that came after her, she disappeared on the spot and reappeared just above Shiro, who was in his throne. Clang! Sparks flew out as her blade got stopped by several dozen barriers that overlapped with each other. At that instant, flames started appearing beside her, making him feel the unbearable temperature that it emits. Shiro reacted by summoning brown elemental chains, but she used up more of her power this time to create a heat wave, disintegrating them to dust. Crack! Slowly, the barriers cracked one by one. Surtur looked at Shiro, who still has calmness in his eyes, and smiled. Blazing hot flames erupted from her sword as she mustered the strongest output that she could produce as of the moment. It completely devoured Shiro and the throne he was sitting in. The sizzling of flames are the only thing that Surtur could hear at the moment. However, she tensed up as she felt danger coming on her left side. Clang! A black sword clashed with the orange-red blade at this moment. It quickly separated as she saw who attacked her. She was surprised to see that it's a black shadow. The person who came out of it after the shadows formed the shape of a person is none other than Shiro. Though, his appearance is clearly different right now. His hair turned complete black and his eyes became akin to clear rubies. Stars could be vaguely seen shining in his irises. On top of his head is a pair of ears that resembles a vulpo's. Behind him is a black fluffy tail that constantly sways around. Overall, his looks became similar to that of Terra's ancient races and Earth's phantasmal species. I knew that it would turn out like this. You changed races? Surtur asked. In its long life, this is the first time that he saw others transform into other race instantly. Yes, it knew about some experiments of the mortals during the time he surveyed their planet, but it saw a uniqueness appear the moment he changed. In exchange of losing those buffs and the power to use the array, I gained some interesting abilities in return. When he left the throne, the buff that he received had disappeared as well as the ability to control the array. However, his leech and pressure abilities became more powerful. He also temporarily awakened a certain power inside him, the bloodline of a creature named Fenrir. It allowed him to turn into shadows and devour anything within his capabilities, which grants him a permanent buff in return, be it in form of attribute increase or some other things. Lastly, the reality marble boosted this power of his by 5 times, shortening the devouring time and allowing him to devour things stronger than his current strength. Clang! Surtur didn't just stand there and allowed him to continue his thoughts as it clashed blades with him once more, but this time, she placed her sword over the head and swung it down at him. It also has some bits of flame in its edges, a great counter to his shadow form. Using the demonic arts, reinforcement, and aura to the greatest extent, he barely avoided the blade as it implanted itself to the floor. Shiro dashed to her and positioned his black blade below him. Without hesitation, he swung a vertical arc towards her, only for it to be blocked once more as it swiftly removed the sword from the ground and swung it upwards. As a result of sheer strength difference, Shiro flew at the direction of the ceiling. Bam! Just in time, he used his feet and used the ceiling as a foothold, allowing him to avoid the fate of being embedded to it. He saw her leap at his direction and leaped to his right. Seeing this, it formed a foothold made out of flames before it changed directions at him. Hat! Unexpectedly, Shiro brought out fragrant olive sword from his storage and chanted syntaxes quickly in his mind. Surtur was about to reach him when Shiro chanted something. Enhance armament! He said as the golden blade turned into countless flowers. What's more, he turned into a shadow as he quickly escaped from her blade, leaving the heavy flowers that fell at her. It quickly caused her to crash in the ground, creating another crater in Shiro's marble. Meanwhile, Shiro reappeared beside his throne. As it stood up, Shiro could see various wounds of different degrees on Surtur's body. Blood dripped on the floor, causing it to melt. TCH. I thought that no one is my match even at this state. Sorry to say, but I caught of your tail days ago. So you're the reason why I'm this weak. Haha, yes. It looked with hatred at him. If he hadn't purged his remnant will inside the sword, he'll be much stronger than now. Though, it tried to repress the hate that it's feeling right now as it'll definitely cloud its judgment in this mortal form. Surtur looked at him intently until it found something wrong. Wait. My flames. You finally noticed. The flames in this throne hall, which are constantly making sizzling noises, is now gone. It also saw Shiro throw some Originum crystals onto his shadow before it got devoured by it. Originum +1. Originum +1. Originum +1. Hidden quest complete. Eat 100 Originum crystals at the same time. Reward settlement. Hidden quest complete. Reach 50 Originum attributes using the devouring power. Reward settlement. +6 top grade Originum crystals. +6 top grade Originum fluids. Seeing the originum crystals and vials appear in his storage, he didn't hesitate to throw them out to his shadow, too. During the short time that Surtur got confused, the devouring process of the flames are finally finished. Devouring complete. Gained the permanent buff Blazing Heart, B. Blazing Heart, B. Details: a pure amount of conceptual flames had entered your heart and resided within it. This power is something that no normal mortal can wield. Effect 1, increase flame element affinity. Effect 2, increase flame element damage. Effect 3, increase flame resistance. Effect 4, weapon attacks will be imbued with flames. In that instant, Shiro understood how to use this certain buff of his. In a blink of an eye, his black sword began to burn with orange flames. The alien god's eyes went wide upon seeing this. How is that possible? It's my power. Even a god isn't all-knowing, hey. Why you? Surtur became more serious as her crimson eyes turned orange. Her surroundings began to set ablaze as Shiro sensed that this is the final clash. Requirements met. Demonic Arts, Expert 1%, becomes Demonic Arts, Master 1%. When Shiro saw that his originum surpassed 50, the acquired mastery Demonic Arts evolved all by itself. Unknown memories on how to handle the originum inside one's body popped up in his mind. After reviewing those, he felt that he could go further on it, so he did. More originum crystals appeared on his body as a result, but its increase went from 2 times to 3 times. Meaning, his 100 strength and agility became 150, making him feel more power coursing through his veins. Let's do it! Shiro said with a shout as he dashed to Surtur and decided to meet her blade. The golden flowers on her back and black sword in her front would decided the result of their battle. Chapter 32, Conclusion. An explosion marked the start of their final clash, effectively knocking the two away from each other. Surtur stabbed the blade of her sword deep in the ground, making magma erupt from within it. It covered almost half of the throne room, making this place more advantageous to her, or so she thinks. Flames started appearing besides Shiro. They danced for a while before they formed an eastern flying dragon spiraling around him, blocking the flames momentarily. Flames that can negate mine. That's right. Bam. The golden flowers finally reached Surtur, but she was ready to counter it this time. It chose to dodge it first before making magma erupt from the floor. They created a shield for the golden flowers, blocking the most of them this time. While it's dashing, she suddenly positioned her sword in her left. Clang! Without waiting for her to react, Shiro quickly separated from her. Around 1,200 physique attributes. Even when halved, it's still 600. Yikes! Shiro thought as he found this battle quite surreal. Without my sword and my armor blocking the hits for me, I'll probably use the time card. After the Grand Knight is the demigod level. In this stage, it allows the control of elements to the semi-conceptual level. Their attributes would also break through past 500 just by stepping in this level. If not for his mysterious armaments that negated the damage coming from such being, he would definitely be cornered. His black sword has unimaginable sharpness, when imbued with aura, and endurance while his robe/armor can block against powerful shocks and attacks from her. Suddenly, his entire body twitched as unknown experiences entered his mind. This caused a lapse of his guard in this important battle. In a split second, Surtur caught Shiro off guard with her sudden burst of speed that can only be achieved with 1,600 physique and agility attributes. The still slightly dazed Shiro tried to move to his right as best as he could, but he could not entirely avoid the sword powered up with 1,600 physique. As a result, his armor was pierced and his stomach suffered from a huge wound, making blood spurt out from it. Ironically, this wound closed up in an instant due to his skin being burned by the flames on its blade. Magic circles appeared as he instantly disappeared on his spot. He only reappeared at the far opposite of her direction after the surrounding space rippled. Shiro spitted out the blood from his internal damage before gulping, tasting the peculiar flavor that his blood had. It didn't taste like iron but sweet and mellow instead. It's as if he ate the best candy from the world. My blood doesn't taste like blood. He mumbled before shouting at Surtur, thank you. Never had a treat this good before. What? This time, Surtur is truly dumbfounded. It just gave him a fatal wound, yet it thanked him instead? I should check the information network of these mortals later. Surtur thought without knowing what kind of hell the internet is. It was about to launch another attack at him after sensing that it doesn't have much time left, but another shout interrupted it. Seeing that we're both almost wasted, how about we settle it in one strike? One strike? Yes, one strike. We'll put everything that we have in one strike before deciding the outcome. Surtur is dubious about this one strike until it sensed the power gathering in Shiro's blade. As it shone with black light, it became even more stronger. Seeing this, it didn't hesitate further as it started charging the sword with all the semi-conceptual flames that it could muster as of the moment. In Shiro's side, various intents of different weapons converged in black light. Be it sword, spear, gun, shield, dagger, rapier, and so on, it has it. Unlike his prior powers, this intents were drawn out from the depths of his soul, something that is only awakened now. This power greatly surpassed what a winged knight can do, it's something only comparable to a 9th rank Grand Knight's power. This is also the main cause of his lapse before. In this moment, his mastery of various weapons are raised to master level temporarily. This feels oddly familiar. He thought as he started charging towards it. It feels like a déjà vu. Receive this. Surtur decided to charge to him too, even though this is not its limit. Only this gathered power in its sword can counter the power in that black light. Shiro shouted the name of this technique that came to his mind. Armament Convergence. Layavatan. Both of them swung down their respective swords and met, making sparks fly at their first contact. The powers within their blades clashed, with them fighting to the death of the other. Cracks appeared beneath them and extended for more than 100 meters, a sign of how powerful their clash is. Their powers are still clashing when something surprising happened. The black light attached to the black sword. What? Detached from it and easily passed through its blade before entering Surtur's body. Surtur instantly lost balance as the pain that it had experienced distracted it. As a result, Shiro pushed his black sword with his full power. Surtur's sword flew to the throne hall's wall, embedding it deep within. He pointed his sword at her stomach before stabbing it as he knelt at her eye level. I'm sorry, but I'll make it up to you later. Reconnecting with the black light, Shiro used it to directly fight against the will hidden in her soul. Now that his sword had directly contacted her soul, the black light became more stronger. Damn you! An angry shout resounded in Shiro's mind before it got sent to his shadows, returning the throne hall back to silence. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Hidden quest complete. Destroy the will hidden in Surtur's soul. Reward settlement. Plus. His vision started to get blurry as his fatigue caught up to him. Even though the fight only lasted for 3 minutes, his mind is greatly exhausted. Added to that fact is him devouring something so strong accidentally. His mana reserves went to near zero as a result. Had. There's so many good insults out there like FCKU, but you chose to do it the boring way. Shiro's reality marble started crumbling due to his lack of mana. His sword is still embedded in her stomach, but he trusts that someone would definitely remove it. As they returned back to reality, he saw someone jumping down from the huge hole in the ceiling. Seeing this, he relaxed before falling unconscious on top of Surtur. Pulling out Shiro's sword from Surtur's stomach, Kaltsit then injected more than 6 green vials in the latter's thigh. After a dozen seconds, the wound stopped bleeding and started to close up. After Surtur's vitals became more stable, she turned her attention towards Shiro. He's still wearing his robes after the marble crumbled, but there's a noticeable cut on the left side of his waist. She pulled his robes up, revealing his perfect physique. His smooth skin hidden by his clothing surprised her for a bit until her eyes turned towards the cut, no, the burns that he sustained. The box. Kaltsit was about to open the box that she brought when she saw his body heal by itself. Albeit slow, she is sure that the burns are disappearing. With this, she settled by injecting 3 red fluids on his veins, making him look less exhausted. Her body relaxed after she finished administering first aid to the 2. He really is strange. She spoke before she briefly thought, I'm relieved that he didn't die. She thought so because he could be a huge help to realizing her ideals, not because of his good food. Definitely not. Chapter 33, Generous Rewards. A vast space filled with countless stars, be it dead or alive. Thousands of galaxies filled it as the space continuously grew larger. However, no matter how much the stars shone and the space grew, it could never become brighter than it. As the sight grew smaller, what was seen in the end is. What a good way to start the day. Shiro blankly looked at the ceiling as he desperately grasped the dream that he had just now. He felt that they are going to the most interesting part when he got cut off. It's like watching a very intense episode of an anime but it ended in a cliffhanger, or a very exciting chapter of a visual novel that ended in the part where a character falls of a certain waterfall, only for the future self of the one who pushed that character off to appear and say you effed up. Before leaving the ladder in confusion. Great. He thought. Devouring complete. Gained the. His vision is still slightly blurry, though he saw many outlines of what seemed like system prompts. He also felt more powerful than before. After waking up completely, he saw the rest of the prompt. Permanent buff Foreigner's Blessing, S. It's quite fitting for me. Shiro checked out the details of this permanent buff that he got. Foreigner's Blessing, S. Details, a part of an alien god's soul assimilated into yours upon devouring it. It gives several powerful effects if the holder is considered as a foreigner. Effect 1. Increased health, mana, and mental power capacity on a foreign world. Effect 2. Increased health, mana, and mental power recovery on a foreign world. Effect 3. Increased growth rate on a foreign world. Effect 4. Prevents will interference on a foreign world. Effect 5, Charm attribute will be increased by 5% on a foreign world. Effect 6, Luck attribute will be increased by 5% on a foreign world. So this is why I feel absurd right now. The first thing that he felt is the improvement brought by the first and second effects. It is by no means small, as he could feel more stronger right now. Next is the third effect. To verify it, he decided to check the needed soul points to upgrade his rank, and he saw that it got reduced. Lastly is the fifth and sixth effects. It only increased his already high charm and luck stat even further. This is very troublesome. He mumbled as he sat on his bed and changed his clothes to a more casual one. I'm more than 50% stronger right now? S-rank buffs are this good, hey. When he temporarily awakened that bloodline, he understood that the rating of each buffs range from ESSS rank. There's also the rank that surpasses the SSS rank, the X rank. Quest complete. Reward settlement. Plus 100,000 soul points. Plus 10 weapon enhancement cards. Plus 10 top grade Originum crystals. Plus 3 random character cards. Plus 3 item packs. Crafting function has been unlocked. Hidden quest complete. Destroy the wool hidden in Surger's soul. Reward settlement. Plus 150,000 soul points. Plus 2 time dilution lenses. Plus 3 random ability cards. Plus 5 magic metal sets. Hidden quest complete. Gain an S-rank buff for the first time. Reward settlement. Plus 150,000 soul points. Plus 3 buff upgrader, A. Plus 1 time card. Classifications function unlocked, gives a rank to system-related things. Looking at the long list of prompts that almost covered half of his sight, he could only gasp in surprise. Okay, I didn't expect these. Oh, someone's here. As much as he'd wanted to explore more with the rewards that he got, he wants to greet his visitor first. As the door opened, a pair of feline ears revealed themselves. Kaltsit looked towards Shiro with a "so you're fine" look. Though, it changed quickly as she noticed herself blankly staring at him for a while. You've changed. Aha, I knew you would notice it. With a proud look, he crossed his arms and said, it's not that much. My charm had only increased for a bit. A bit? I don't know if you are joking or unaware, but you'll charm most of the female operators in Babel. With a smile, Shiro laughed slightly. Seeing this, Kaltsit knew that he is very aware of that bit. Even he felt that increase. Just when he thought that his charm is already maxed, it suddenly increased. Anyways, how's Surger? She's fine. I'm glad to hear that. The awkward silence between them continued as Kaltsit sat beside him suddenly. Shiro is the one who broke it after thinking of a question. What are your plans after this? My plans? It's time to go back. To Babel. Babel is the name of the organization that she's in. Their main base is a huge floating land ship excavated on Rim Billiton. Just like moving cities, it can also move from places to places. However, it's currently stationed in Kazdal right now due to the conflicts present on that country, a civil war led by the regent Theresis against the reigning Sarkaz king and current demon lord, Teresa. I've decided. Shiro spoke as his eyes twinkled. I'll go there too. Are you sure? MN. I've wanted to see the other side of this world. There's also your comrades whom you share ideals, right? Even though Kaltsit had wanted to get his help, it still feels different when she heard it from him. Knowing what he would face over there, she wanted to stop him. Kazdal isn't a pleasant place. The same goes for Terra. I saw many. It's fine by me. Shiro interrupted her from what was about to be a long monologue as he continued speaking. I simply want to see the world and the people that has great ideals like you. And I have a vague feeling that I have seen just as worse in the past. If it's like that, why do you? Dr. Kaltsit, I'm only avoiding it if I act like that. You also know it, right? So. I would only hope for something to act as my anchor to not lose myself into it. Only silence remained between the two after Shiro finished talking. He closed his eyes briefly as he thought of something funny. I'm someone that has no qualms with killing, yet my heart is telling me to admire people with that kind of ideal. He also noticed the contradictions in himself during the time he connected to the chat group and met other unique people. Am I a hero in my past life? A demon king? Or maybe, both. He only laughed inwardly at the thought of this. He could only imagine himself being similar to the characters in Kuroniko and Tuka's light novels. There are some heroes that got betrayed and became a demon king who wants to destroy humanity, in which he found quite unrealistic. Strangely, he seems to understand such people as well. Getting betrayed by someone and being antagonistic against the entirety of their race. If that is your decision, I can't do anything about it. Only. Her voice unintentionally got lower during the latter part of what she has to say. What's it? Nothing. There's definitely something. He narrowed his eyes as he held his chin with his finger, seemingly like a detective. But I won't ask about it. I'll cook something for breakfast, look forward to it. Shiro stood up and left the room, leaving the conflicted Kaltsit behind. I hope that you won't turn out like him. Somewhere far away from Terra, a pair of fox ears twitched as the girl opened her eyes. She is hidden under a blanket, but one could tell that she has 9 tails in her back. Hubby. She threw away the blanket that covered her in surprise, revealing her gorgeous and youthful appearance. She has a charm that showcased her liveliness and maturity, something that is hidden by a stoic face when in public. He's alive. Leo. A dangerous light gleamed in her eyes as it became more dangerous. She took out a sheathed dagger from her bosom before unsheathing it. Swoosh. She started placing concepts regarding space-time into it before using it to cut air, only for a space slit to appear which then turned into portal-like. Hubby. We'll reunite soon. Stepping in the portal, her presence disappeared from this plane of existence. A/N. This concludes the Arc 1. I feel that I did alright with setting up for the foundation of this novel, right? His past starts to catch up with some mysteries regarding it unveiled. If you noticed some small details in certain chapters, I think you'll already have an idea as to who he is. As for the certain someone in the end, you can say that she's the storm that is approaching? Or maybe Yandere wife inbound. If you like. Jokes aside, she's not an OC, that's right, she's a character that some might be familiar with. Clue, she has an idol form? Thank you for supporting this novel this far. Chapter 34, Getting Caught. After a good breakfast, Shiro went out for a breath of fresh air, not. Surge is still in a coma while Kaltsit is busy on her makeshift clinic, so Shiro decided to. Yes, to test pilot the Gundam Exia. It's been days since he'd wanted to pilot it, but they're in midst of traveling. When they got off, they had to be alert with that guy pulling off some unexpected moves, so he really couldn't go far that much. Shiro. A very loud shout took his attention for a second. Seeing that it's Tamimi, he knew that she would like an explanation regarding what happened yesterday. Thinking that she would ask him many things, he replied as he ran away immediately. I'll explain later. Wait. With his enhanced stats, he reached Zumama's village within 5 minutes. Going straight to her workshop, he immediately saw her welding some robot parts. Shiro only stayed in the entrance before he greeted an acquaintance. Hello. Ah, Mr. Shiro, good morning. A/N, this is not Japan, so formalities such as san and sama will not be used here. One of the female Tayaka greeted him. She is Sira, one of Zumama's assistants. Whenever he came here to exchange knowledge, he always goes through her first. Do you need Zumama? I'll call. No, that's not it. I only want to ask something. What is it? If it's Zumama's preferences. No, it's not her preferences. I want to ask about an open space that is rarely visited by people. To summon his Gundam out, he first has to do it in an open space. It also has to be relatively abandoned as there's a possibility that people would see him take out such a big thing in an instant. Even though it'll not affect him much if some people knows about it, he wanted to do it peacefully. After all, a contract scroll is needed just to silence them. An open space? There's this place where Zumama used to play. It's not that far here, only around 10 minutes of walking. There's also not that much people going there since it's a cursed place. Cursed place. An Originum mine collapsed and claimed more than 100 lives. Ghosts. Knowing that such things exist on Fate World, Shiro became more expectant that they exist here. After all, it's the first time he'll see ghosts. It's all right. Are you sure? Yup. After asking for directions, he swiftly left. Few minutes later, Zumama finished what she'd been doing. Sira also mentioned about what Shiro had asked her. An open area? Wait a minute. Is it that place? Yes. I tried to prevent him from going but he said it is all right. The ghosts. Zumama used to play in that place before, building her gadgets and then having fun using them. She stopped visiting that place, though. When she saw her gadgets shake and float by themselves, she ran back home, crying. It was only until her parents told her that ghosts live there did she stop going. I have to go there. The ghosts might. Zumama. A petite figure shouted in front of her workshop as she gasped for breath while using her staff as a support. Her thick tail swayed, as if expressing her tiredness. I didn't think that he's this fast. Tamimi thought. Originally, she'd only wanted to say thanks to him after hearing the general grasp of the situation from Kaltsit. Of course, Shiro was still asleep that time. Tamimi? What brings you here? Did Shiro come here? Her sentences got interrupted in the middle as she tried to get more air in her system. Even she, someone who has a strong physique in the Taiakas, got tired after running at Shiro's half speed. Shiro? Yes, he did. In fact, I was about to follow him. Zumama told her about him going to the infamous cursed place. Hearing that, she tensed up. Ghosts are not her strong point. We don't need to save him. He's powerful, yes. Powerful? Shiro. She didn't know about Shiro's feats in the tomb, but Tomomi did. After all, she personally saw him fighting against dozens of people without losing. But I want to thank him. She said as she added, I will only wait for him after he comes back. But ghosts can't be hurt by usual means. We still need to warn him about them. Tomomi took deep breaths to stop herself from trembling. Thinking about his achievements and how it saved the entirety of Aquila, she finally steeled her resolve. You're right. Wait for a while. I need to get something first. Zumama went inside her own storage before going out with an additional modified motorcycle. It has wheels designed for traversing surfaces with bumpy places like forests. Hop in. All right. The two rode the motorcycle and went after Shiro. Are you all fine with this? To others, Shiro would look like he's speaking with thin air, but that's far from the truth. With his strong mental power, he can see the appearances of these said ghosts. They look just like any other Taiakas, but transparent. All of them nodded as a reply to him. Rest in peace. Dozens of magic circles, shining with golden light, surrounded the said silhouettes like a dome. These circles changed form as a light pillar replaced it, purifying the ghosts, or spiritual beings, and putting them out of their misery. Just like a person stuck in a room, these ghosts got unintentionally anchored to this place. It made it so that these tired souls can't disappear. After the light pillar faded, what was left are golden translucent particles, signifying that they are not bad spirits as they departed. Plus 500 soul points. Plus 344 soul points. Why do I feel bitter? Even though he earned soul points easily, he didn't celebrate as usual. I don't like seeing innocents die. Am I a cold-blooded assassin in my past life who targeted corrupt nobles? But I don't know anymore. Shiro tried moving on by summoning Exia from his dimensional storage. In an instant, a huge mecha with a humanoid stature appeared. It has a drill-like engine protruding its back and an overall color scheme of white and blue. It has a shield on its left arm while a folded blade is in its right arm. In its shoulder armor and rear waist, 4 white cylinders are hidden. They are the GN beam sabers that can cut through many hard things easily in exchange for higher energy consumption. There's also a physical sword and dagger present on its left and right waist, respectively. Overall, it is very cool. Whoa! After opening the hatch in the back, Shiro hopped in immediately before being greeted by many controls. Thankfully, he had read the manual of it days ago, so the first thing that he did is to turn it on and open the optic camouflage. He also activated the radio jamming, just in case something scans this. As he tinkered with the controls, the two had finally arrived. He's not here. Tomomi said. As the person on the back seat, she got off first. Where is he? She walked randomly, in this open area. Since this is a mine, its surroundings are cleared up. But then... clang! Tomomi bumped her forehead into something, knocking her back to the ground. A second later, she was about to tear up. GGG ghost. She immediately used her arts and fired projectile at the thing that she bumped into, but to no avail. Zumama came over with a mechanical knife and was about to pick up Tomomi when the optical camouflage of Exia went off, revealing its appearance to the two. With his mental power, Shiro saw the two girls immediately. He used his mental power just to stop Tomomi from breaking his brand new mecha. Wait! Tomomi, stop firing! Shiro. The two went in a daze, though for completely different reasons. Tomomi was shocked that Shiro is inside a huge thing while Zumama just gasped in admiration for the robot standing in front of her. Chapter 35, Gundam Exia. A mech is something that all men yearn. However, reality is often disappointing. The greatest problem that modern people had when it comes to mechs are their complexity. Making a humanoid mech is one of such complexities. Controlling not just the torso but the legs of a humanoid mech is very hard without practice. Moreover, many things are needed to realize bipedal operation of a mech. The pilot's body is also crucial for piloting such mechs. G-force is the main reason why. How would they be able to pilot a mech if they are being inflicted with dizziness? Controlling the mech is also a tedious task as multitasking is needed for it. Thus, anime where many people can pilot a mech in a single day isn't realistic and only happens with some conditions. Thankfully, Shiro did fulfill these conditions as he tried walking with Exia. It wasn't that hard as he still practiced multitasking and can now do 7 different things at the same time. It also helped in his spell casting, allowing him to cast 7 spells consecutively. As for the problem with G-force, he withstood it well thanks to his physique. It's beautiful. It's cool. Zumama has a flushed face as she kept muttering that phrase. Her eyes are twinkling like the stars right now, indicating her extreme excitement upon seeing it. Zumama. Tamimi wore an incredulous look as she saw this side of Zumama for the first time. This only happened when she first saw a moving city, though only the high priest knows about that. She felt her ideals back in her childhood set ablaze even stronger in this moment. Several beams shot out from Exia's right hand before the GN sword unfolded. The green sheen on its edges shone, something that could cut hard metals easily due to it being empowered with GN particles. It moved and sliced the top part of the mines. The GN sword sliced through rocks like butter, leaving a burnt surface on it. Its sharpness is unparalleled. Those green lights are enhancing it. They're beautiful. Zumama. Zumama collapsed due to sheer excitement, causing Exia to stop moving. After the cockpit popped from its back, Shiro leaped down and immediately approached them. Are you, all right? Hey? Me? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. What did just happen? As Shiro listened to Tamimi explaining, the excitement on his face died down. Seeing this, Tamimi got worried for a second before heaving a sigh of relief. After all, that's also how Zumama is before she collapsed. Are they possessed by ghosts? She thought, not understanding why the two seemed so passionate towards the big humanoid thing standing in front of her. Piloting a mech really is exciting, but to collapse due to it. She really is passionate towards it. Shiro thought. He began to treat her, checking her vitals before confirming that it's really due to sheer excitement that she fainted. Should I try that? He thought as he thought of something to make her more comfortable in her nap. MN. Slowly opening her eyes, Zumama immediately saw an unexpected face. Shiro. She instantly jolted in surprise as she realized that she used his lap as a pillow. The ground that she's been lying on is not some rough sand, but a grassland. Flowers of varying colors are present in it, making her doubt where she went. Calm down, we're still in the mines. I only changed the environment around us to make it more comfortable. She saw Tamimi sitting down on grass as she dozed off, a testament on how comfortable this place is. When she focused on it, she felt that it really is too comfortable. Unlike the dampness of the rainforest, this place has the moderate temperature and the freshness of a prairie. The sunlight is not burning hot, but warm and pleasant. Zumama snapped out of it and tried to get up, only to be prevented by Shiro. Don't try to get up hastily. You'll only get dizzy if you do that. Dizzy? That's right, the robot. She scanned her surroundings before finding out that it's not that far from them. Can I see it closely? Sure, why not? I'll even let you in the cabin, only if you lay down here for a while. All right. Awkward silence ensued between the two. Though Shiro really didn't mind it, Zumama did. Where did you get this robot? I brought it into here. He explained that he piloted this mecha nearby and hid it before bringing it out to do some tests. I'm still learning how to pilot it. I see. You used the optical camouflage from earlier to hide it. Yup. It can provide visual and sensory stealth thanks to it. Mecha? Is that how you call a robot? Mecha is a term present only in modern Earth worlds, thus she haven't heard of it before. Ah, yes. It sounds more cooler for me. I think it does, too. Right. After a few minutes, the two had decided to test drive Exia once more. Though, they had to do something since only one person can fit inside it. Without Shiro, Zumama would be confused by its controls. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the two came up with a small plan inspired by earlier events. Zumama would sit on Shiro's lap. After the two jumped to the cockpit meters higher than them, Shiro closed it as the various controls greeted their sight. The most notable one would be the screen in the middle, denoting Exia and its parameters. Although Veda, the quantum computer used as a support to pilot 00 Gundams, isn't here, the stand-alone computer installed here is much stronger than the original to the point that it could operate just as efficient with Veda here. This is the main panel? The energy gauge is full. Wait, what does it use as a power source? Powering that blade with Originum will be costly. It is called a GN drive. It's much more complicated that I don't know much about it, but you can consider it as a semi-perpetual Originum engine that's only limited by its output. Semi-perpetual. Seeing her, Shiro immediately knew why he saw such pure person with his mental power. With it, he could see the general feelings of a person, perhaps a benefit of having a maxed willpower. He needs to look at them in the eyes for this to work, though. That's why he saw just how dedicated Kaltsit is to her ideals and how determined Zumama is to change Aquila with her machinery. Such people with pure ideals is admired by him, someone that has nothing to aim for. More importantly, they don't have any intention to harm him. That's why he befriended them without much hesitation. The two continued tinkering with Exia's controls while Tamimi dozed off comfortably on the outside. Chapter 36, Quests All the Way. Is it really alright? Exia can protect itself with GN particles anyways. Right now, Exia is hovering away from the ground. GN particles can be seen on its back more prominently as it plays a huge role when it comes to its flight. Slowly, the view changed as they saw the entirety of Aquila from above. The huge rocky formation that served as a mine looked nothing compared to the various waterfalls and greenery that the scene offers. A mountain range can be seen in the distance, further emphasizing the natural beauty of it. Perhaps, this is one of the remaining places in Terra where they could see such view. Catastrophes ruined most of natural habitats such as this. It's beautiful. A/N, the link to the picture is here, https://static.wikia.nokooki.net/mrfz/images/2/2c/aquila_birdseye.png/revision/latest, CB=20203090401111. Looking at the site outside them, the two muttered out subconsciously. They took some time to engrave that sight in their minds before landing down. In doing so, Shiro activated its optical camouflage. As the two leaped down, Tamimi finally woke up. She saw them talking to each other with slightly flushed faces, due to excitement. Getting closer, she was about to ask something when she noticed the strange atmosphere between them. Did something happen when I'm asleep? She compared the Zumama that she knew, someone that wore a serious face all day long. That man really is dangerous. What if he'd already laid his hands on Sister Gabriel? Even she felt the max-level charm that he possesses and how dangerous it is to women. Scratch that, men and women aside. Who made it so that Shiro's face looked androgynous? Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted when she stubbed her foot into something and fell down face first. Ow! Her voice caught their attention as they ran towards her. Is it bleeding? Wait a second. Small magic circles appeared on Shiro's finger before it turned into a gentle green light. Swiping Tamimi's forehead, the strain on it disappeared, relieving her of pain. Was that healing arts? Yes, you can say so. Wait a minute. He interrupted her as he sensed something below with his mental power. There's something where you stubbed your foot into. He tried pulling it out from the sand using his fingers, revealing a fragmented and rusty black sword. The diamond-shaped pommel is actually the one revealed to the ground. A sword. It's already this rusty. It must have been so old. He tried to look at it with his system's appraisal, surprising him greatly. Unorthodox Slayer, D. Details, the former sword used by the Golden Empress to severely injure an alien god in the mortal world. Before it could even retrieve its cut arm, it is forced back from Terra due to how it came close on killing it. This broken sword has a great effect on unorthodox beings. Note 1, its former rank is SS. MN. This is really something else. Too bad it's broken. What do you mean by that? Is it powerful before? Yab. Though it isn't now. In the end, Tamimi decided to give it to Shiro. After all, it has no use except some historical value. Is this the effect of my new luck? When his luck attribute was increased by 0.05, it became 93. Somehow, he felt that he crossed a huge threshold when it hit that. I can already sense the future troubles I'll be into. Sighing, he and the other two went back to the village. After Shiro separated from the two, he started walking aimlessly. What a shy girl, haha. When he saw Tamimi give him a thank you, he suddenly felt bad for not explaining things. Though, he focused more on the fact that she's somehow irritated around him before due to certain reasons. Oh, the rewards. Taking out the 3 random ability cards first, he pinched them all at the same time before they turned to white light as they entered his body. Random ability acquired. Gained the ability Energy Box, S. Dot. Random ability acquired. Gained the ability Counter, SS. Dot. Random ability acquired. Gained the ability Bullet Time, A. Dot. Seeing the abilities that he got, his jaws dropped. Never had he ever expected that his luck will be this good. This is the might of 93 luck. His thoughts became more and more dangerous as it went towards the random spins of the chat group. No, no. This is becoming more dangerous. I should save my points. Yes, save my points. Shiro forcibly changed the direction of his thoughts to his remaining soul points. More than 400,000, hey. He thought for a while before deciding to upgrade his winged knight occupation first. After upgrading it thrice, he spent what's left to upgrade his circle magician once. Shiro immediately felt the increase of his power. Surprisingly, his physique and agility had increased by 21 while his mana increased by 4. As for his aura, it increased by more than 16 points. Opening his system interface, Shiro felt satisfied by how much he'd become stronger. Shiro. Realm, 2nd rank Circle Magician, plus, / 4th rank Winged Knight, plus. Soul Points, 2009. Attributes. Physique, 50, plus 25. Dexterity, 49, plus 24. Wisdom, 45, plus 130, plus 87. Unlock special attributes. Aura, 71, plus 35. Mana, 80, plus 130, plus 105. Originum, 58. Charm, 100, max, plus 5. Luck, 89, plus 4. Control, 100, max. Willpower, 100, max. Acquired masteries. Arts Mastery, Expert 76%, Gun Mastery, Expert 99%, Apothecary, Expert 65%, Writing, Expert 23%, Cooking, Expert 45%, Blade Mastery, Expert 99%, Tech Master, Proficient 78%, Bow Mastery, Expert 99%, Explosions Master, Proficient 32%, Mechanic, Expert 33%, Surgeon, Proficient 89%, Shield Mastery, Expert 99%, Negotiation Master, Expert 30%, Demonic Arts, Master 1%, Investment Master, Master 79%. 7 acquired mastery chances remaining. 1 acquired mastery upgrader remaining. The buff that the Foreigner's Blessing gives is absurd. Quests are really good. If he had it before his fight, he'll have a much easier time fighting against Surtur. After all, the enhancements that it gives is based on his total stats, not base stats. Meaning, his magic circuits are included in it, giving him a huge boost when it comes to his calculation abilities and mana reserves. Another time card, which is nice. There's also a buff upgrader. Buff upgrader, A. Details, upgrades a permanent buff below A rank once. Looking at the brief details of it, he decided to use it on Blazing Heart, B, later. Its quality is high and is only limited by quantity, so he hopes that it could give him a stronger buff. There's also the time dilution lenses, but I think I'll devour it later. Shiro stared at the final set of rewards that he hadn't touched yet, 3 black box stored in the system interface digitally. Open 1 item pack, open 3 item packs. He didn't hesitate to click the latter option, making the interface shine in black light as things popped up one after another to a list. Chapter 37, Remnants of the Past. Receiving Concealment Mask, SS, Training Bow 1, B, Concentrated Bloodline Key, S, Blessed Earrings, A, and Intrinsic Reaper, S. Receiving Eve's Hidden Snacks, B, Mana's First Grimoire, S, Jewel Dragon's Core, S, and Experimental Phone, C. Receiving Reading Glasses, A, Ring of Promise, X, and Genesis Wisdom Cube, SSS. Shiro couldn't think for a while after seeing one of the items that landed on his dimensional storage, the Ring of Promise, X. For reasons unknown, he has this strong impulse to wear it in this instant. His body started shaking uncontrollably, much to his confusion. Why am I like this? Shiro knows the fact that it's something deep inside him that caused all of this. He knew that it's his past self reacting to something important, yet he doesn't know how to react. For the first time, he got frustrated. He simply doesn't know what to do. He wants to remember, but he couldn't. There's also a worry inside of him that he might change once he remembers something. Shiro doesn't know whether he could still act as carefree as before if his memory comes back. He's somewhat lost. Tears began pouring down from his eyes, with each of them dripping to the dry soil. Thankfully, no one was around here, so he got off with it by wiping it off using a handkerchief. Unknowingly, he reached the house as he tried to resolve the conflict in his mind. Outside is a long line of infected Taiakas who came here due to their acquaintances. Shiro entered the house in a daze as he tried to hide it as much as he can by speedily going to his room. Though, Kaltsit still noticed this anomaly of his. Did something happen? No. Why ask? Nothing. Choosing not to dig deeper, she continued treating her patients. Meanwhile, Shiro locked himself in the room, sitting on the bed with a contemplating look. After some time, he finally made his decision. I'll face it. No matter what, I'm still myself. These memories. I will not waste it. He became more determined to keep the current him, not only because his feelings told him so, but also because of the interesting experiences that he had. What he's most afraid of is changing drastically, something that he doesn't want to happen as much as possible. Taking out the ring, a bright light shone as he touched it. Once he did so, a certain memory entered his mind. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? Era? Where did you learn that? From our world. Took a peek and it's frequently used to compliment someone, right? In a balcony, 2 figures snuggled to each other. They are covered with a blur, making it so that Shiro couldn't identify any of them. However, he could identify the man hugging the woman from behind. They are inside a tall palace, watching the night view of the empire. It's me. The man has a tall silhouette, possessing a pair of fox ears and a single bushy tail. Unmistakably, it is his Fenrir form when unsealed. Meanwhile, the woman has a similar pair of ears. The only difference that she had is her 9 tails that playfully embraced the man's waist. She chuckled upon hearing the man's reply, earning her a confused look. Why? Is there something wrong? There's nothing. It's just that this innocent side of yours is cute. The memory ended there, although Shiro learned of the woman's name in the end. As for the ring, he decided to place it back to his storage until he fully remembers her. He thought that it'll only hurt the woman if the lover that she had, is long gone. Akagi. Leo. The moment Shiro took out the ring, a similar ring on Akagi's left hand shone. The white jewel embedded on top of it emitted a pure white light as it tried to establish connection with its other pair. However, it was unsuccessful due to the unimaginably huge amount of distance between the two. I failed. Even with my power, something as insignificant as distance hinders me. With her strength, she momentarily went back to that second and traced the connection that the 2 rings had generated. She did it countless times until she reached the end of the trail. Nothing will separate us. Stabbing the dagger in empty space, she pierced through a hole that would allow her to see the general information of the world that she set her eyes into. Once she got the needed information, she disappeared from her spot. Shiro suddenly felt shivers on his back as he started to recover from his conflicting mind. Though, he didn't know if it denoted fear or excitement. I should check out the other items. They might serve as a clue to my past. He muttered as he started taking out the things from earlier. The first one that he took out is the highest ranked items that he got with the exception of the ring, which is the Genesis Wisdom Cube, SSS. It is a transparent golden cube bigger than his palm. In its center, a dim golden sphere could be found. Star-like dots glittered on the body of the cube as he touched it. Genesis Wisdom Cube, SSS. Details: a crystal cube containing the miracle that can save mankind. Contained within it is the power that can change the fate of countless worlds, forcibly erasing their predestined fate whilst giving them another hope for them to fight once more. Effects will be unsealed given the right conditions. A short and brief description of it is present, but he could still see the emotions hidden within it. Even he, someone who doesn't know the history of this cube, felt his blood boiling as he read it. This, is created by the past me? What kind of crisis did humanity face there? Shiro knew about miracles as he'd read some books about it in the Matu family earlier. He knew of their power, which is absurd. Simply put, they allow something impossible to happen. Reality marbles are close to it while true magics are classified as one. After a while, he put it aside from his mind as he inspected the other items that he received. A/N, so this is the reveal that I've mentioned days ago. Azalane has a deep lore for a gacha game, and I also enjoyed playing it, so I thought that it'll be a waste since I haven't seen any Azalane fanfics, except the nukes. Well, it's definitely understandable if you know of its story. Even I, someone who had played many events of it, couldn't get a good grasp of its lore's chronological order until I watched the 3-hour-long video explaining Azalane's lore chronologically. Happy reading! Chapter 38, New Member. As Shiro left the room, he went back to his normal state. Seeing that there's no one in the house except Ka-Eltsit, he immediately asked her help to test something. What is it? You know of my charm, right? I got something to conceal it. You've tried it before. Every time Shiro went out with his face exposed, he had to beat up at least a dozen Taiakas who expressed their interest to him. Men and women alike, they always get attracted to him. Even though it's troublesome, he didn't wear his oversized black robe, something that he decided not to do since there's nothing wrong about it. However, he tried wearing masks and the likes. In the end, they didn't work. Zumama's workshop had been turned into a mess due to his first appearance. If not for the fact that he's close to Zumama, they'd ask for his personal info more. This might, no, this will work. If that's what you believe. Taking out the concealment mask, SS, he placed it in his face. It's a plain white mask with 2 holes for the eyes. Although it looked normal, the mask held some kind of mystery. Concealment mask, SS. Details: a mask specifically created by someone that transcended the limit of his charm attribute. It has a limit on concealing its user's charm, but the creator of it rejoiced for days upon its creation. Unfortunately, it became obsolete after he accidentally broke through a higher realm, leaving him with tears for eons. Effect 1, conceals the user's presence. Effect 2, conceals the user's mana and aura. Effect 3, conceals the user's soul and mental power. Effect 4, once concealed, the damage inflicted by the user increases by 50%, karmic. Effect 5, charm attribute will be decreased by 50%. Effect 6, strength, agility and wisdom attributes will be increased by 50%. Effect 8, luck attribute will be increased by 5%. It automatically attached itself to his face with some kind of magic. The moment it did so, his presence became less noticeable. His charm that made him very conspicuous lessened by a huge amount. His max level charm must still be there, but it'll be much harder for people to be reeled by it while wearing this mask. It works. She was surprised that something could even conceal that absurd charm of his. He explained this before to her, but a person would have a higher favorability with someone that has higher charm. Couple that with his antics, Shiro is someone whom people would like to be with. That is, except his enemies. Ding! Blue-eyed sharpshooter joined the chat group. A sudden notification took all of the members' attention at the same time. This is the only instance when their time ratios aligned for a moment. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, a chat room? Strange, I haven't heard of this. Romani, welcome to the chat group. Shiro, welcome. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, hello. So what does this chat room do? It suddenly popped up as a system interface here. Shiro, system interface. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, I'm inside a Medicuboid right now. Medicuboid? What's that? I don't know either. Kaltsit replied in slight confusion. She added, you should ask the new member. Before Shiro could do so, someone beat him to it. Kaujiki. Kaujiki, Medicuboid. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, you don't know? It's a recently developed full dive gear for medical purposes. Kaujiki, full dive gear? So your world has advanced technology, I see. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, my world. The chat group went silent for a while before someone replied to her. Romani, well. Shiro, please explain it to her. Shiro, got it. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, explain what? Shiro, hello, blue-eyed sharpshooter. This chat group is connected to multiple parallel worlds. Magic, superpowers, they exist. There are several functions of it, but I would like to explain it later after you've digested this information. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, excuse me. Inside the generated space of the Medicuboid, Shino Asada is extremely perplexed right now. Parallel worlds? Magic? Did these people play too much games? Thinking that she accidentally joined a group of Chiyunibitas, she was about to close the interface when she couldn't find the close button. Shiro, if you don't believe this, you can check out the chat group panel in reality. In reality? She muttered out in slight confusion before she understood it. In the end, she didn't care about the floating window and continued on her treatment. She continued on exploring the virtual worlds, something that she has to do as a tester of the Medicuboid. Data would be sent back in reality during this exploration, which will help the patient as well as the production of mass-produced Medicuboid. Meanwhile, the chat group became noisy. Kuroniko, finally, a newcomer. Tuka, someone's happy that she's no longer the weakest. Kuroniko, grr. Kaujiki, a full dive gear? Perhaps it is similar to virtual reality. Romani, it looks like a lower version of a simulation room. My hunch is that it utilizes something to manipulate the nerves to make it real. Shiro, fooling the user's 5 senses, hey. The creator of it is probably a genius. The conversation continued on until Shino logged out. After removing the helmet, the first thing that she noticed is the virtual panel of the chat group. It continued floating there as more messages appeared. It's real. Sada-san, Asada-san. Why yes. Shino's attention went towards the woman in white coat, the psychiatrist assigned to her after she became a tester. We received your data here, but I still need to ask you some questions. All right. Regaining her composure, she sat in the hospital bed while her psychiatrist started asking questions. For the first part, the questioning went on for more than a dozen minutes before she left the hospital, her hands still shaking slightly due to one of her psychiatrist's questions. Guns. She thought of what happened 2 years ago. To survive, she wrestled for the pistol and pulled the trigger against the robber. However, it is proven that a child cannot carry a burden like this, unless they are a psychopath. Since then, she developed immense trauma to it. She had many panic attacks whenever she holds a gun, even if it's a toy gun. The same happens whenever someone points out a gun at her. Hoping that she would heal from this, Shino signed up as a tester of Medicuboid. People still has a trauma with full dive gears due to the Sword Art Online incident, thus she easily found a slot and signed up as one. Her attention was once again taken by the virtual panel floating within her sights as she went home. Sighing, she said, so it's real. I should not be hallucinating. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, this is real. Shiro, you've verified it. Nice. Then again, welcome to the chat group. Chapter 39, just as I've expected. Blue-eyed sharpshooter, thank you very much, Shiro-san. Shiro, you're welcome. Feel free to ask questions. Kuroniko, wait, I think I've heard of her name before. Asada-san, do you happen to have a full dive game named Sword something? Blue-eyed sharpshooter, sword art online? Yes, we do have it here. Do you know about it? Kuroniko, nothing much, except from 10,000 people being trapped in a game? I've only read some pages of it before. Wait for a while. Shiro, as expected of Kuroniko. Closing the virtual panel, Shino arrived at her home. Ever since that accident which resulted her father's death, she and her mother lived together with her grandparents. She opened the gate and walked past their courtyard. Once she entered the house, the scent of her grandmother's cooking greeted her nose. She took off her shoes as she said, "I'm home. You just came home at a right time. Dinner's already ready." Her grandmother, Uyeda Asada, spoke from the kitchen. "I'll change first. Where's Aji-san?" "In the back. He's finding something he lost in the past." Shino headed upstairs while mulling over the events that had transpired today. "I'm back. Did you see the notification in the chat group?" "I did. Well, I got a feeling that a new quest will pop up, so we should prepare in advance." When Shino Asada joined the chat group, he already felt that another quest will arrive. During the time he was in Shinji's world, he mulled over the mechanisms behind quests. If he's not mistaken, they'll go to a group member's world and solve some sort of problem there. "Oh yeah, what do you want for today?" "Something spicy." "Spicy? Alright." Having thought of the dish that he was about to create, Shiro headed to the kitchen. Surprisingly, they use Originum-powered stoves here, saving him from the hassle. All he has to do is to take out the ingredients that he prepared before. What's more, even though their kitchen doesn't look as modern as Shinji's world, they look neat. He held one of the ingredients with a look of interest. That's right, it's the curry roux that he personally made after some trial and errors. He froze them using magic so that they can solidify at a perfect temperature. He'll just melt it when he was about to use it, making it an easy-to-cook food. "It's good when I first tasted it," he thought as he became quite disdainful towards McDonald's. Homemade cooking is still the best. As he started pulling out the pot and other cooking tools, he chatted with Shinji. "Private Shiro, how are things over there?" "Private Shinji, everything's going alright, Anaki. Korea Ajisen arrived months ago and has settled down here. I slowly gave him the rights as a family head since I thought that he'll do better than Ota-san." "Private Shiro, you made that decision? It's a good one. Korea would definitely treat you two better than Byakuya. You saw how sincere he was in the anime, right?" "Private Shinji, yes. Even if he gets chosen as a master, the bounded fields that you've set up is much stronger than the one in the past. Private Shiro, if you really can't help it, you can ask for my help. The church isn't trustworthy and Kiritsugu might opt for that method when the time comes." "Private Shinji, alright. But when will you come visit again?" "Sakura. She wants to see you." Shiro went absent-minded at that message. After all, he tried his best for them to not be that dependent to him, thus the reason why he gave both Sakura and Shinji a goal to strive for. With a goal, they'll learn to be more independent. Even if they doesn't fully turn out like that, it'll be much better than them depending on him too much. At that time, Shiro felt that they're in a crucial time for development. He doesn't want them to go the wrong way. This is the main reason why he tried his best to teach the two of them. When he'd read those ancient books in the library, he even left his notes for their future use. Some lessons on his power system was also printed using the digital printer that he bought for more than a dozen points. "Private Shiro, I'll try to find some ways to visit there. For now, I'll send some videos and you'll send it to her. Is that alright?" "Private Shinji, yes." "Private Shiro, oh yeah, try to make some friends as a new assignment. Either in the chat group or in your world, it's completely fine." "Private Shinji." Shinji became confused as to why Shiro would ask him to do something like this, but before he could even ask further, he saw Shiro's name turn grey, a sign that they've closed the chat group panel. I'm quite interested as to how this will progress. Right, time to test some things first." With this decision, a strange sight of him cooking while several weapons floated occurred in the kitchen. Kaltsit was quite dumbfounded when she visited the kitchen after she sensed mana fluctuations, but she dismissed it as one of his strange shenanigans. Turning off the rice cooker, he scooped some rice to 2 different plates before pouring the Japanese curry that he made just now. It consists of beef, potatoes, carrots, and some other ingredients like chili peppers that made the traditional dish spicy. Shiro held the 2 plates in his hands while he used his mental power to carry the side dishes that he made, a bunch of pickled vegetables that he brought from Shinji's house. Placing them in the table, he saw eagerness flash in Kaltsit's eyes before it went back to normal in a second. He only smiled at it and said, "Let's eat." Silence came between them as they appreciated the food. Kaltsit, being someone who lived under many identities, ate gracefully. She seemed used to eating even with a pair of chopsticks. After eating, Shiro was about to stand up when the expected quest prompt appeared simultaneously for everyone. Quest: The Steel Castle in the Sky. Objective 1: Obtain the first clear of the 75th floor with the rankers. Objective 2: Obtain the first clears of more than 20 floors. Objective 3: Eliminate Heathcliff, Kaiba Akiyako. Participants, all, 8, members of the chat group. Reward/S, 10,000 points, in-game character synchronization, 2 random reward tickets. Deadline: 1 day after the quest is published. Note 1: The time in the participants' world will be stopped once the quest is accepted. Note 2: The synchronization rate decreases by 10% upon death. If it reaches 100%, the participant disqualifies for this reward. Note 3: True death won't occur in this mission. Note 4: For this mission, templates would be automatically generated. Note 5: For the participant living in the quest world, the ability to enter in crad by sleeping will be granted. Note 6: The participant/S of this quest would be randomly penalized upon failure. A/N, the deadline here is the date when the quest can be accepted, not the deadline for the quest itself. If they don't accept the quest at that time, Note 2 would apply to everyone. Throwing that away from the window, there really are so many notes for this quest. Well, I made it so that modern-day people, Tuka, Kuroniko, and Shino, can adapt better from the magical worlds. It's kind of like a beginner's mission. P.S. In Japan, bookstores allow you to read the first few pages of a light novel, this is what I recall, thus the reason why Kuroniko had seen Sao before. Take note that Oremo and Ira Manga World has all of the light novels of Denjiki Bunko, including Irregular at Magic High, Black Bullet, Railgun and Index, Sword Art Online, and so on. Happy reading! Chapter 40, Awakening. As soon as the quest panel showed up, another smaller prompts appeared. Template. Details: During the mission, there will be 2 templates that will be generated. One will be based on your true power and the other will be a blank template. Leveling up can only be done by switching to the blank template while it can't be done using your true template. Once the mission is over, the blank template will synchronize with your true self. Note 1: Switching between templates has a 10-minute cooldown. Note 2: You can bring 5 abilities and 5 items to be synced in the blank template. Every 10 levels, the abilities/items that can be brought increases by 1. Once chosen, they cannot be replaced. Template: True Self. Name: Shiro. Level: STR 225. AGI 219. Special Attributes: WIS 1260, Mana/Aura. Template: Blank. Name: Blank. Level: 1. STR 15. AGI 15. WIS 15. Synchronization. Items: Blank. Abilities: Blank. Digesting the large amount of information that he got, Shiro realized that this is a mission best suited for beginners. Even though he never knew of, he felt that it'll be much better than doing missions at Shinji's and Romani's world. The only reason why he breezed through it is that he never encountered any servants during the mission. Since he possessed attributes far surpassing a normal human, it became much easy to eliminate Zukinmatu. I think we should wait for Kuroniko first before deciding on what to do with this template thingy. That's what I thought too. Then, I'll be off to wash the dishes. Carrying the used plates to the kitchen, Shiro disappeared from Kalt's sight. HOH. So it's the same world as my fragrant olive sword. What a coincidence. Right now, Shiro is lying down lazily on his bed as he read through the various PDFs containing the light novel Sword Art Online. Unfortunately, 10 volumes didn't explore completely. I guess it's time to rely on our inferences again. In the light novel, only consisted of 2 volumes. Even though there's another series, 8 volumes, called Progressive that focused on it, there's still not much information in it. Though, it's still very helpful due to the fact that the known bosses up to the 75th floor is present in it. Some are only mentioned vaguely in the novel, but it's still better than having no information. Then there's also the mechanics of which he found interesting. True to its core, Sword Art Online is based on many MMORPGs, allowing him to draw many inferences from it. The gaming laptop did help me in some ways. Right, I still haven't played Kaujiki's visual novel. Realizing that the laptop can do more things than just gaming, he planned to explore it further after this mission. Looking at the synchronization tab, he started thinking about what he would pick. I should choose 2 of my reality marbles and projection for the synergy effect. He thought as he remembered how his other reality marble acted similar to a database that stored a weapon's data. In hindsight, it could analyze nearly anything that he brings into the marble. When not materialized, it could still take an effect by using a structural analysis spell. For the last 2, counter and bullet time can work. Magic attribute doesn't exist in Incrad, though he got it as a special attribute, something that can be his absolute advantage when the mission starts. The ropes, staff, mask, and this gun should do. Taking out Intrinsic Reaper, he began inspecting its details. Its design looks like a sleek silver handgun, with some runic symbols inscribed on its sides. Purple lines are present on its handle, serving as the mana converter of the gun. Intrinsic Reaper, Details, a magic gun created by a teacher for his student. It can convert mana into magic bullets, a form of spell that can produce different attribute effects depending on the command sent into it. The speed and range of the said bullets can also be controlled through commands. Note 1, the gun has a supercharged state called maximum charge. Note 2, in this state, mana will be drained from its user and the surroundings, increasing the effectivity of the magic bullets by 500%. Lasts for 10 minutes. After this state ends, the gun's capabilities decreases by 50% for 30 minutes. Choose them. Confirm. That's it. Synchronization. Items, Concealment Mask, Intrinsic Reaper. Abilities, Eternal Sovereign's Throne, Library of the End, Projection, Counter, Bullet Time. Closing the interface, he took out 2 things from his storage. One of them is the buff upgrade, A, that turned into a white light before upgrading Blazing Heart, B, to Blazing Heart, A. In that instant, he felt more attached to the fire elements of Terra. Quite a huge increase, I see. He experimented with it by summoning a flame that wrapped his finger. The quality and quantity of it increased. After making the flame disappear, he held the small dagger in his left hand, which is the concentrated bloodline key, S. Simply put, it allowed the awakening of latent bloodline hidden in one's body. To do so. Stab. The sound of his flesh, his heart more accurately, sounds painful, though he tried his best not to mind it. It felt very painful right now, to the point that he almost shouted in his room. Strangely, no blood dripped from his chest, nor there are any wounds. His pupils changed colors as he laid down to a more comfortable position. Orange, deep red, and light gold. He gasped for air deeply as sweat beads dripped down from his forehead. Shiro didn't let go of the dagger as his eyes widened when he felt something resurfacing deep within him. His body, mind, and soul resonated with the thing as bits of vague memories appeared in his head. Black and golden lights enveloped him as he lost consciousness in his bed. Right after Shiro's awakening, certain entities took notice of it too, in fact. One of them being Akagi, who got ecstatic after seeing him more clearly, and the other one. Shiro. A woman muttered his name whilst sitting in a spot surrounded by mountains of books. She sat in a beautifully sculpted wooden chair as she placed the book in her hand on top of a table. Her violet pupils shook slightly in surprise as she looked at a certain direction. In the eyes of others, she would look like in a daze, but that's far from the truth. Her reading glasses shone slightly as more power erupted silently from her. Star clusters zoomed in of her sight as she tried her best to find Shiro. She knew that it wouldn't be able to fully find him due to the sheer amount of distance that prevented her powers from peering into his location. The wills of several universes aren't easy to be messed with, after all. A few might not be a threat against her, but hundreds of them can trouble her. Still, she managed to grasp his general location. Few thousand universes, but it should still be fine. Standing up from the chair, her long blonde hair fell up to her waist. After giving a notice of her departure to others, she silently left this world as the library disappeared along with her. Chapter 41, Incrad. MN. The moment Shiro woke up, the first thing that he felt is hunger. Lazily reaching out to a small box in his storage, he popped it to his mouth. Crunch. He didn't seem satisfied as he took out another thing in his storage, a palm-sized golden orb that looks like a jewel. It didn't have any pleasant taste, though it is enough to satiate him for now. Sounds of prompts resounded in his mind, but he paid it no heed as he tried sleeping once more. After a dozen minutes had passed, he decided to get up since his sleepiness didn't return to him. He sat down cross-legged in the bed as he scoured for food. The prompts also became visible in his eyes. Devouring complete. Gain the permanent buff Clockwork Master, SS. The ability Bullet Time, A, evolves into Time Control, SS. Devouring complete. Gain the permanent buff The Wealthy Dragon, S. Pulling out a bag of cookies on his dimensional storage, he poured all of it down to him mouth before chewing them. It became easier to do so after his teeth became stronger while his canines became more sharper. Shiro only stopped eating once he had his 5th bag of cookies. I don't feel that hungry anymore. NN. As he stretched his arms, a fluffy tail swayed behind his back. He also noticed how it seemed to pass through his clothing, which made his life easier. MN. Suddenly, he caught off a scent in this house. His bloodline awakening gave him heightened senses, allowing him to see his surroundings even without the use of his mental power. It's not a strong scent. Still, it's a pleasant one. It should be Ka Eltsitz. He knew that she tries to take a bath daily even though she eats such unpalatable food. I'm not turning into a sexual offender. He didn't pursue her natural scent as he got off from the bed. Recalling that he stabbed through his chest before, he checked his black t-shirt, only to find out that there's no cuts nor holes in it. Heaving a sigh of relief, he left the room and saw Kaltsit readying her stuff in the living room. She had been going back to her van every other day to retrieve more supplies. To a person with boundless wealth, these are nothing. That's also one of the main reasons why she can help so many people with small charges. If it's not a developed place, she can even offer treatment for free. Kaltsit was visibly shocked at the new appearance of his. She hadn't witnessed him changing under his reality marble, and it's her first time seeing someone change his race. Given that she witnessed some attempts to do it, but he changed greatly in just a night. Right, I forgot to change it back. With a flash of black light, he returned back to his previous appearance. The hunger that he felt before disappeared along with his heightened senses and devouring power. You've awakened something again. Pretty much. So, what more preparations do we need to do? The food stored in my storage is enough for a few months. Nothing else except for the van itself. Alrighty. I'll go get it for a section. By the way, is she awake? No, not yet. It'll take her a few more days before she regains consciousness. After eating some breakfast that he made, Shiro headed to the place where the van is parked. Thankfully, Kaltsit always brought a camouflage cloth that she uses to hide it. Just as he placed the entire van in his dimensional storage, he sensed someone following him. Not wanting to be in some trouble, he decided to avoid it. With his quick feet, he disappeared on spot, leaving a confused library girl carrying a pair of boxing gloves on the distance. This is, I see. Spawning on the plaza at the first floor, Shiro surveyed his surroundings. His max level charm made him stand out in front of the crowd, but he didn't mind it at first. This is, another world. Yup, looks interesting, right? Kaltsit took her time to observe the world where Originum didn't exist. Only if Terra is just like this. It should be like this. Shiro brought his index and middle finger together before he swiped them downwards in a straight line. After that, the main menu presented itself in his eyes. Tapping the items tab, he saw his robes and mask in it. Blue fragments flashed out as he equipped them. Switching to the weapons tab, he equipped the black sword in his waist. As for the skills, he saw his 5 chosen skills in it. He currently has 2 empty skill slots, allowing him to choose from the available options, such as another combat/support skills. What's more surprising is that the sword techniques that he learnt from the A Swordsman's notes, you see. This saved him the trouble from learning those skills from scratch. Even though the cardinal system in this game can guide the players into doing that attack, there'll be a short delay if you don't do it manually, thus learning how to do it in that way is very helpful in this game. The light novel's protagonist, Kirigaya Kazuto, had done it this way, allowing him to have an edge against other players. Let's go, we're getting more and more attention here. Shiro tapped her in the shoulder, waking her up from her daze. With the knowledge from the light novel, he set some goals for themselves in this world, leveling up. Shiro walked through the crowds of low-level players that chose to stay in the first floor and found their way outside of the town of beginnings. What greeted their sight is a land of prairie, with some boars and wolves spawning here and there. There's not much players killing these mobs due to their low level, making it perfect for them to grind in this place. We should raise our level first. There should be a hidden dungeon underneath it that we'll have to clear later. As she spoke, her trusty ally appeared from her spine, to be more precise, in the green crystal embedded in it. When she summoned Monst3R, she saw that it became weakened, just like her. Should be the game balance. You might need to buy a sword later. A sword? Hey. It brings back memories. With a nostalgic expression, she ordered Monst3R to slaughter the mobs present in the prairie. Meanwhile, Shiro dashed to one of them and tried to execute the sword skill that he knew before. Roar. The moment the dire wolf rushed up to him, he positioned his black sword to be above his head. Blue light started enveloping the blade of his sword as he felt power converging into it. Slash. Slash. Shiro swung his sword downwards and swung it upwards once again, twisting the momentum from before and directing it to the stomach of the dire wolf as he shifted slightly to the right. He dodged its mouth slightly, narrowly avoiding the wolf. It didn't take long before it turned into blue crystal fragments while his skill level and current level went up. I see, I see. Time to grind, then. Smiling under his mask, Shiro felt how it was to personally take action on a good game that he tried playing on his gaming laptop. In the future, the surviving SAO players would still wonder about the strange occurrence of Floor 1 mobs being slaughtered for a few days. A/N, I saw that there are some readers that doesn't know much about our knights, so I decided to put a facts section after every chapter. It'll be mostly our knights related in between 100-300 words, but some games/anime/manga will also be put there. P.S. The facts will be canon. Here's the first fact. Fact number 1, Ka Eltzit is the head, in charge, of the medical section of Rhodes Island, the base in-game. However, she's mostly the one responsible for Rhodes Island's politics. She handles the macro side of it, basically dealing with other nations/organizations using her big IQ plays and stored power all these years. Her influence to Terra can only be said to be massive, but also subtle and hidden, due to her living for 1,000 plus years. The game described/quoted her as, she comes from the past, she belongs to the present. Chapter 42, Meeting. In the second floor, knives can be seen flying on its own as they harassed the second floor mob, a small rabbit. Its eyes glinted with a red color as it tried to rush to Shiro, but every time it is about to reach him, he suddenly dodges it by a small margin. After repeating the same spectacle for one more time, the rabbit died as it turned into blue fragments and disappeared. Shiro cancelled his projection, making the knives disappear. A status prompt appeared in front of him, informing of the COR, this game's currency, EXP, and the items that he received upon killing it. It's meat. One of the items that he got is uncooked meat. In the first floor, he killed hundreds of wolves and leveled up to 3, but all he got are some wolf fangs and wolf fur. There's a dagger as well, but its quality is much worse than his other weapons stored in the library of the end. Though, he still equipped it in his waist just for emergency. Shiro called out the chat group panel, only to see that it can be used in this mission, a sign that every participant had arrived. With this, he went back to Urbus, the main city on the second floor. All in all, it looked like what a city would in the Middle Ages. Well, except for the fact that it's very clean and incorporates some modern designs into the city, making it look like a mix of modern and medieval ages. As he walked on the streets, he could see people talking leisurely. Some are looking at NPC-operated stores to buy better gear, while the others discussed about trades between their in-game items. Things might look optimistic to others, but not for Shiro. When he grinned earlier, he found out that a few months had passed since Sword Art Online was released. Right now, the frontline forces are clearing the 26th floor. He also found out that clearing floors used to be much faster before, around 7-10 days per labyrinth cleared. However, this changed during the 25th floor as the usual mobbing strategy of the Incrad Liberation Squad, the guild that has the most Incrad players out of there. We need to step up our game if things are like this. Reaching level 35 is more imminent. He thought as he remembered that his farming strategy won't work for others. Attack patterns, reaction speed, and spawn rates. Efficiency it is. As to why it wouldn't work? During the blank template creation, what was brought back to the start is his basic stats, namely, physique, dexterity, and mana/aura. As for his wisdom, thought processing, luck, control, physical, mental, magic, etc., charm, and willpower. They are mostly untouched, making him the one with the biggest advantage out of everyone in Incrad right now. Ding! The bell attached to the door rang, indicating the arrival of a new customer. The customer looked towards one of the bigger tables in the cafe, only to see 7 other players chat group members gather. Taking off his concealment mask and hood, Shiro greeted them. Yo! Shiro Aniki. The one that greeted him most enthusiastically is none other than Shinji. You're finally here. Sorry, I got too carried away earlier. Shiro replied to Ka Eltzit as he sat beside Romani. Short time no see. Well, bonjour. You've really learned how to speak in French? For the France singularity. Not really, and I'm sure that they can always settle things peacefully with the back of their blade. You mean, shield? Shiro laughed it off for a bit before doing his part in this meeting, giving away information. Ahem. Before I start, how are you, Asada-san? Me? I'm all right. She responded as if she had just snapped out of her stupor. The members all saw this and only sighed. It's not the first time that this happened. Shiro-san's charm is too dangerous for men and women alike. Romani and Toka commented on the sidelines while Shinji wore a look of as expected of Shiro Aniki, while nodding his head. As for Ka Eltzit and Kaujiki, they kept their expressionless face due to them being used to it. In the lounge, the one that Shiro meets the most are Shinji, Romani, and Kaujiki, the former being his student, while the latter two are the people that he talks the most when it comes to exchanging knowledge. Sure, he might not need knowledge regarding modern physics right now, but seeking for more knowledge is one of the urges that he can't resist. Knowing others' viewpoint in his magic system is helpful too, especially Romani's. I've surveyed the first 5 floors and got their complete minimap. He did the motion of opening the main menu and sent friend requests to them. Surprisingly, their name didn't change from their names in the chat group, making it easier for him to add them. Prompts popped up consecutively in front of them before accepting the request. A moment later, they were sent with the complete minimap for the first 5 floors except the map of the labyrinth due to how it disappears once cleared. There's also some marks of a dungeon that can be farmed infinitely, making it famous for lower-leveled players who couldn't get out of the town before. Dungeons? I want to visit one. Kuroniko imagined the dark and creepy hallways filled with traps and monster. This is one of the things that she likes the most. There's actually one just right below this town. Right. The one filled with frogs. Frogs? Shino asked with a look of disgust. She'd only read the parts of volume 3-4, which is where her story was written. As for volume 1-2 and the further volumes, 5-26, she hadn't read it yet. It is definitely a surreal experience, seeing your entire life written for others to see, but she soon came to terms with it. After all, she's not the only one who had experienced it. Yup, frogs and a Grim Reaper. What a peculiar combination. Romani recalled some of the peculiar people that even he cannot comprehend. People like Da Vinci and Merlin might understand it based on their tastes. Shiro made sure to emphasize on the Merlin part, confusing Romani greatly. He got a very bad feeling out of it, but chose to set it aside for now. Their talks went on until they separated to level up and gain some COR, the in-game currency. They had it easy due to their abilities that they brought here, thus they all leveled up with an average of 2-3 times before the day ended. As for Shiro, he soloed some dungeons, allowing him to reach level 7 by the end of the day. The group rented out an entire inn to have a place to stay at for a couple of weeks. Thanks to the teleport points in the plazas each floor, they can return to the first floor easily. Farming, grinding, getting together. A week passed by in this manner. A/N, alright, I'm done setting up with the foundation in Inkrad Arc. Since the original players took 2 years to clear the first 75th floors, this might be a long arc. The stuff in Progressive might not be mentioned here, Progressive is only up to the 8th floor for now. Anyways, this gave me some nostalgia as it reminded me of Memory Defrag, which is sadly gone now. Some mechanics of that game will be incorporated here since there's some game mechanics that aren't explained much in Sword Art Online. If you're wondering as to when they got transported, it is somewhere between March 2023 June 2023, Yuaki's first Medicuboid test, the death of Sachi and her guild. Fact number 2, the main reason why Tamimi admires Gabriel greatly is due to the latter saving her in an originum mine, saving her from oropathy, rock cancer. However, Gabriel caught it, causing her to blame herself due to this. It's also one of the main reasons why Gabriel left, as she knew the importance of treating oropathy since she has one herself. Seeing this, Tamimi became Gabriel's die-hard fan and supporter. Gabriel being kind to her even after all that is also one of the main contributors to this. Happy reading! Chapter 43, Nexus. Yawn. Shiro watched his flying dagger kill monsters consecutively as he stood still. It has been a week since they first entered the game, and the group had progressed to the 14th floor in one swoop. Right now, he is facing off against a bunch of mobs such as golems, skeletons wielding sickles, and even a fish that swims underneath the earth. In that moment, the soil near him rippled before an orange fish with sharp fangs tried to take a bite off him. Swoosh! From its mouth down to its tail, its body separated in half before turning into blue fragments. At the same time, the stone golem that the dagger had been fighting against crumbled into dust after having its core pierced through, dealing a huge amount of damage to its HP bar. A flying griffin was about to descend at him, only to be struck with a flaming aura blade. Forests. I can't say that I hate it. He complained as he thought of how ambushes can come from any of your 360-degree angle. Should I just burn this whole place down? Shiro sighed dejectedly as he recalled that these trees are immortal objects. Meaning, he could not implement this genius plan of his. After 10 minutes of walking, he finally cleared this dungeon called Meditation Forest. The moment he did so, he got teleported out to the entrance of the dungeon. Level 28, hey. 10-something levels to go. Level 40 is the standard benchmark for the so-called clearers, the players working in the front lines. That's also the goal that the group had settled for now, since they needed to have more than 20 first clears before floor 75. Meaning, they would need to catch up before the said clearers reach floor 50, which is an easy goal for them only. It'll take quite some time to do so. Now that I drained the most efficient dungeon in my level, I should be heading to the 19th floor. The 19th floor is what he had been looking forward to the most due to its environment, a prairie type. It's also the floor where farmable dungeons resided, giving abundant COR and other materials for crafting weapons and accessories. On the way to the dungeon, there are also other field monsters, which he can kill using his blade throwing, not a skill but an application of mental power, and the latter being equipped with 5 different mods, namely, shorten skill cooldown time I and 2, increase critical damage I, 2, and 3. He didn't need to increase his crit rate due to the fact that he's overly lucky. Every 10 or so monsters, he gains a rare drop. Moreover, critical strikes often applies to his attack even though he'd only hit them twice or thrice. That's how absurd he is. He even tried the enhancement system of Sao, only to end up with it on an NPC blacksmith's shop. Since then, the members of the chat group asked him to enhance their items in their stead. Taking out a blue rectangle object that is half translucent, he chanted, "Teleport, Laren." The moment he did so, he disappeared from his spot, only to show up on the 19th floor city, Laren. Just like Town of Beginnings, Laren has a mix of modern and medieval architecture. The buildings here went up as high as 4 floors. There are restaurants, cafe, and other stores made up of quartz and cement. Behind him, a clock was attached to the pillar in the middle of the fountain. A new message. He opened his main menu and opened the Under the Friends tab before seeing that it's Tuka. Tuka, Shiro-san, are you available right now? Shiro, I'm in a town right now, so I could do some enhancements on the way. Tuka, thank you very much. If you could, please increase its end. Shiro, no problem, I'll just drop it off the guild storage. Make sure to pick it up later. Tuka, I understand. In the past week, they created a guild just for its convenience. Of course, that was after they have cleared the quest on the 3rd floor that is needed to create a guild. There are many name suggestions when they created it, but they settled for Nexus in the end. It symbolized the same connection that they have, the chat group. As for why it is all uppercased, it's something that Shiro had suggested to troll other players, making them think that there's a deeper abbreviation to it when there's actually none. It's this one. He opened the guild storage and saw Tuka's item lying there, a giant silver greatsword named. It was something that she got after clearing a hidden quest back in the 15th floor. Shiro used his minimap as a guide to arrive at one of the blacksmith shops in this floor, something ran by an NPC. When he arrived, there's no players here yet due to the fact that it's early in the morning. Good morning, I would like to enhance my item. Oh ho, what ya need? A muscular middle-aged man replied to him in the counter. The build of his body made it evident that he is the blacksmith of this shop. I want to enhance its end. Shiro said so as he placed the silver greatsword on top of the counter. As the counter is an immortal item, it wouldn't be affected by its weight. He then proceeded to pay in the prompt using the COR that he received from Tuka. Aight. Wait for a while. The blacksmith picked up the greatsword as well as the materials that Tuka had farmed before putting the latter on the furnace, causing it to melt. Then, the blacksmith placed the greatsword inside the furnace before waiting for it to glow. As Shiro watched the blacksmith, 2 players entered the shop. Oi, oi. This is my luck. He thought as he observed the players. Right now, his double robe is in their armor state. With his hood up and his concealment mask, Shiro is confident to go unidentified in front of Mei players. Though, his name are still visible to other players. There's someone here. Kirito-kun. A girl with long chestnut hair peeked her head behind Kirito's back. Shiro didn't mind them much as he greeted, "Good morning." "Ah, good morning." Kirito, the black-haired boy wearing a plain black cloak, replied to him. "I didn't expect that there would be someone here this early. This must be a coincidence. Well, my thing should be almost done." Shiro pointed out to the blacksmith doing his job. At this point, the blacksmith brought out the great sword and hammered it to his anvil for 10 times. Unsurprisingly, the +6 for succeeded. The silver great sword shone with silver sheen, indicating that it is close on reaching the maximum enhancement for it. The 2 players sized up the glowing great sword with interest due to the fact that he succeeded up to +6 in one go. Though, they were surprised when they knew that there's still more enhancement to be done to it. In the end, the silver greatsword shone with faint rainbow light, indicating that it had reached the maximum enhancement of it, which is +10. Shiro placed it in the guild storage before preparing to leave. "You are amazing. You're very lucky." Kirito and Asuna could only exclaim at the luck that Shiro possesses. Even, this is the first time that they witnessed someone having a maximum enhancement without failing once. "Thank you." Shiro confusedly replied as he continued, "Good luck on your stuff, clearers." He only waved his right hand as he left the shop. "He knew us. You're very popular, Kirito-kun." "I'm really that popular?" She added internally, "Even with girls." "Alright. But did you see his equipment?" "You mean, the luxurious-looking light armor that he has?" "That's right. I have a feeling that it's from a very rare quest." "Your feeling?" "That's something that I developed during the beta testing. Hidden quests, rare treasure chests. I have some sort of skill when it comes to this." The 2 wondered about Shiro's identity for a while before asking the blacksmith to enhance their equipment. Fact number 3, in Terra, humans doesn't exist, though it is speculated that Doctor, your in-game character, and Priestess, a mysterious character, are one. If they're really humans, it could only mean that humans became extinct in Terra since it is stated before that Doctor came from an extinct race. Still, Doctor has some capabilities that us normal humans doesn't have, such as a lengthy lifespan. The Kazdal Civil War is already ongoing for more than 100 plus years, but Doctor didn't really age much, as far as I remember. Also, Kaltsit and Doctor knew each other way back the Civil War, thus we can safely tell that he has a long lifespan. Chapter 44, Borrowing Luck? The sound of sonic boom resounded inside a dungeon in the 19th floor, which is prairie-themed. Flowers that has jagged teeth screeched at Shiro, only for them to be felled by the burning. The walking trees, also known as treants, tried to bind him with their branches. However, the space suddenly turned grey as thin white lines started appearing like a grid. In this state, the treants had their time slowed down while Shiro retained his normal flow of time. Slash! Swoosh! Dozens of wood branches were cut as he activated, tracing a cut similar to a square on the bodies of several treants. After this, their time went back to normal. More than half of the treants instantly turned into blue lights due to the huge damage that they had received. By this time, his flying dagger targeted them as well, making this a two-pincer attack between Shiro's sword and his dagger. 5 minutes later, he was teleported out of the dungeon after obtaining the rewards in the chest. The 6th. Shiro mumbled as he thought of how troublesome is grinding. Only a level? Well, this makes grinding more fulfilling anyways. The average level of the monsters in this dungeon are between 28-30, which is just right for him. As to why he didn't higher leveled dungeons? The cost-efficiency ratio just doesn't match up. He kills mobs much quicker if he does, plus the fact that its quantity compensates on its EXP gain made it much efficient than the dungeons on higher floors. Of course, he also explores the higher floors, hoping that he might find some kind of hidden dungeons/quests. In fact, he'd already found around dozens of them. He gave some to his guildmates while he did the others by himself. Ah! Shiro saw a new message being posted on their chat group panel. Kuroniko, Shiro, did you already open your guaranteed ticket? Shiro, guaranteed ticket? No, not yet. The guaranteed ticket is the beginner privileges that they received upon joining the chat group. Simply put, it grants a free 10x random pull. It gives the member a minimum of SSR item, and the items that they will receive are those that they will need. Kuroniko, that's it. Can you come to that tavern in the first floor later? Shiro, sure. I didn't expect that more would be here. Shiro spoke after seeing that there are an additional 3 people besides her, all wearing their casual clothing from their worlds. Tuka is the first one to break this silence. Edo. We didn't expect this too, Shiro-san. I didn't expect this too. Kuroniko started explaining what had transpired after she messaged him. I planned to meet you because of something. Turns out, this thing got passed on to other members once Tuka asked them about this. Since Kuroniko was slightly influenced by this online friend of hers, she tried playing Grand Order once, but she stopped playing due to her abysmal luck. She continued explaining like a true gacha addict until the end. Shiro Anaki, I might get something that you need. I didn't really feel confident pulling it alone since I'll summon that Lancer in the future. Shinji replied as he thought of his luck. If that Lancer has an E-rank luck, his might not be far from him. Alright. What about you, Asada-san? Me? Well, I've heard that it's better if I use it if you're here. Shino explained as she took out a glowing golden ticket and tore it suddenly. The results of her spin were presented in her eyes. Whoa, it really worked. Her eyes widened as she saw one of the items that she received, Annihilate Ray, UR. It uses the authority of the sun to turn its enemies into ashes. Coincidentally, this is her weapon in the light novel. The moment she got it, she delegated it to the free ability slot in the synchronization tab, allowing her to bring it out in this world/game. What did you get? Kuroniko asked eagerly to the girl besides her. It's an UR item called Annihilation Ray. This time, she felt the familiar sensation called jealousy. Kuroniko was hit by her previous memories of playing Fate Grand Order. Months of saving is a F2P, but there's no Castoria. What's more, her friend got Castoria in under 20 pulls, making her cry until there's no tears left. When she saw the familiar random spins, she knew that her past would haunt her once more, but she couldn't do anything about it. Heck, even her Queen of Darkness persona can't do anything regarding this aspect. Seeing this, Shiro felt bad and decided against teasing her. This would be an important event in her life after all. He knows how big of a help an SSR item is. It has the potential to turn someone into a god. Furthermore, he doesn't want to see her depressed again. During their first meeting, he saw right through her. Someone like that could have only experienced a painful experience that they wouldn't forget easily. That's why he played along with Tuka, trying his best to at least help her out of it. After all, he chatted and met with the chat group members at a daily basis, so it's not that surprising that Shiro held some kind of attachments to them. Yoshi, Yoshi. He patted her head with his right hand as he took out his concealment mask with his left. It can increase your luck by a small margin. You can borrow it. With this, I can finally break this curse. She took out her own guaranteed ticket while a blush appeared on her face. She mumbled lowly, thank you. Shiro only smiled at her, hoping that she could get something good out of it. Kuroniko placed the mask on her face and it attached by itself. With all things set, she tore the shiny golden ticket in her hands. A/N, the world has been swallowed by darkness. I poured every single SQ that I have, that amounted to 110 plus pulls, yet all I got are 8-5 CES and 2-4 servants. I've lost all hope. Anyways, the Kuroniko in my FIC is the post-anime one. Meaning, she experienced that depressing scene, Kuroniko's last meeting with Kyusuke. I got stumped when I was writing this chapter, so I decided to rewatch the thing again. In the end, I still cried at the exact same scene, at the exact same line, when she began cursing the world. In this novel, the curse that she was referring to is her bad gacha luck, but I made it so that it also serves as a callback to that scene. Seriously, that made me want to punch Kyusuke again. Fact number 4, in Terra, people use arts by manipulating physics through a catalyst and originum embedded on a staff, gun, sword, etc. Simply put, people can't use arts like how they use magic on Fate as they're dependent on an arts core. However, the infected, people with oripathy, can do so without a catalyst since there's already a good amount of originum on their body. Though, using it like that would also worsen their oripathy. Happy reading! Chapter 45, Helping Out. As the spin results revealed themselves to Kuroniko, she looked intently at each of them until she saw the final reward. This. She tried checking it one more time until she confirmed that it's not a hallucination. Ashbourne's inheritance, you are? I got lucky this time. As expected of the Devil King's mask. Congratulations! Congratulations, Goku-san! A new status panel suddenly appeared in front of Kuroniko, surprising her. When she saw that the rewards that she got went to an inventory and saw that there's no Ashbourne's inheritance in it, she realized that the panel itself is the inheritance. She gave back the mask as she said, I'm giving this back to you, Hero of Darkness. Hero of Darkness? Okay. A/N, a reference to Lucifer, the main lead of Kuroniko's favorite show Mascara. He also has a white mask that looks similar to Shiro's. Some time had passed after Kuroniko got her reward. Tuka used hers and got a UR item. Unsurprisingly, it is the Tyrant's Eye, UR, and as a result, her left iris is now light gold, just like her younger sister Rika with her lenses on. Thanks to the mask that she borrowed, there weren't any much fluctuations that occurred. One of its main domains are seeing through fate, karmic, life, and death lines while its other domain involves bending reality at a certain extent. Shiro concluded this after seeing her starting to form a giant black greatsword out of nowhere. Fortunately, they were in a game, thus the people here thought that she only took out something from her inventory. Is it alright now, Tuka-san? MN. Thanks for the help. No problem. Shiro received his mask back as he asked, how about you, Shinji-kun? Me? Your presence alone is enough. Hearing that, Shiro forced the mask in Shinji's hands. Since there's a certain space between the face and the mask whenever someone wears it, he didn't mind letting others borrow it. Shiro Aniki. Don't make a fuss over it. This is the only time you would receive a guaranteed reward, you know. In the end, Shinji relented and wore the plain white mask. It didn't take long before he tore a golden ticket in half. Only he could see the spin results, thus they didn't know if he got something good at first. He mulled over something for a while before placing the new ability that he got on a free slot in his synchronization tab. The moment he did so, his presence became extremely thin, as if Shinji didn't exist here in the first place. At first, the others didn't know what had changed, until they realized that Shinji is missing. Where did he go? Shino was the first one who got startled since he's sitting right beside her moments ago. I'm still here. Suddenly, they saw Shinji again right after he spoke. MN. Concealment. That's right, Shiro Aniki. Turns out, what he got from the random spins is an ability called Pang Cosmic Loner, UR. Simply put, Shinji now has a godlike concealment that is active at all times. Only when he cements his existence into the world by interfering on it would he be noticed by other people. It's also said in the description that it once worked against a god that created multiple universes, multiverses, a creator god. It's ironic that I asked you to make friends a day ago. Shiro commented as he thought of his newly acquired ability that has the word loner in it. Now that he has such concealment, making friends would be more troublesome. Just as he was about to disappear from the other's sight, Shinji gave back the mask to Shiro. It's all right, Shiro Aniki. I might have one soon, maybe. Maybe? Perhaps, you've got one right now. Why yes. He replied without much confidence. After all, he never really tried to proactively make friends due to him focusing on being the perfect descendant the Matu house could ever have. Because of this, he never knew much about a normal kid's experience. In the time Shiro left, he also realized this major shortcoming of his and tried to follow Shiro's advice. I wish you good luck, Shiro said, knowing that he might have some troubles regarding this matter. The group ate the remaining digital food that they ordered before they went to their respective inns. However, Shiro and Kuroniko stayed behind due to the latter wanting to talk about something privately. To this, Shiro ordered another pair of drinks with his COR. Kuroniko-san, what is it? It's about the reward that I received before. She started talking normally, surprising Shiro for a bit. At this moment, she looked like Ruri instead of Queen of Darkness. A quest window appeared in front of me, telling me to complete it or there will be a penalty quest. What do I see? Does it involve something physical? How did you know? I recall that you don't have a great stamina, right? In the game, all she ever focused on is her WIS and AGI stats to become an agile caster. Sure, she'd put in some points in her STR stat, but it didn't help her much. What do you want to learn? It's reinforcement. You didn't get it as a reward. No. All I got is lightning magecraft, thought acceleration, and transmutation. During her dungeon runs with Tuka, she serves as the supporter. She changes the form of a metal into thin wires before using thought acceleration to predict her enemy's trajectory. Once it comes closer to them, she imbues the wires with lightning magecraft, making it a fatal combo. Thought acceleration. This might be doable. He thought of how Atlas alchemists used their signature magecraft thought acceleration and memory partition to create 7 horrifying super weapons that will be used by mankind in every world-ending scenarios. Without its other pair, their magecraft will be greatly weakened, but it'll still work for now. Alright. Get your thought acceleration ready. It's ready now. Without a word, he tapped her forehead with his finger before creating a mental link between them. Using that link, he slowly passed on his experiences of using reinforcement. He didn't choose to pass on the full mastery of it due to its sheer amount. Still, this is the full mastery of reinforcement that we are talking about. This is its final form, something that the humans of Fate Universe achieved when they are at their peak. As to what happened next. Either magecraft lost its mysteries, types destroyed Earth, or more world-destroying scenarios occurred. This made Shiro wonder just how Zelrich could manage his psyche all this time after knowing these. After her initial shock, Kuroniko got used to the headache that the memories had brought to her. Using thought acceleration, she could quickly organize them in her mind before the mental link was severed. Are you alright? Yes. It couldn't even phase this queen. Glad to hear that. Can you try doing it now? Kuroniko responded as mana glowed, reinforcement taking effect in her left arm. It wasn't as skilled as Shiro's usage, but it's already beyond a beginner's mastery. As she turned off her circuits, she looked down with a slight hint of blush appearing in her cheek. Thank you, for helping me out. No problem. It's nothing much, really. When she saw him smile once more, an image overlapped with him. That certain someone that helped her whenever she needed it. To this, she only shook her head, thinking of her parting words with him. She knew that it would end up like that, yet she still held a sliver of hope that it wouldn't. Unfortunately. What is it? Shiro asked her when he saw her mental state heading towards sadness once more as he looked at her crimson eyes. It's nothing. A/N, the Peng Cosmic Loner, is Yu Ilhan's special trait that left him alone in Earth for more than 1,000 years. If anyone's asking, it's the protagonist of Everyone Else is a Returnee, a translated novel back in 2016. Fact number 5, Sancta is a race of people in our nights. They resemble an angel, with them having light wings on their back coupled with their light halo on top of their head. The Sancta are also the most skilled people when it comes to using originum guns. Unlike the guns used by normal mercenaries, which is a modified and downgraded version of Sanctas, theirs pack a huge punch. As in, one shot could obliterate an entire street if their arts are strong enough. However, the difficulty of controlling it is very high as well. The only guns that could match a Sanctus would be the Inquisitor hand cannons of Iberia that could also level an entire street. Happy reading! Chapter 46, Shiro's Normal Day. After the meeting last night, everything went back to normal. Once he woke up, he started his preparations. However, he was surprised to find out that his EXP gain in the 19th floor became lower. Up until now, he forgot about it due to the fact that he's always changing grinding places every day. Now that he stayed in one place for more than a day, he finally noticed this change. It balances the entire game itself, right? Even if it can't affect us directly, it can lower the EXP and drop gains. With this, he was forced to scrap the grinding plan and headed towards the 20th floor in search for possible grinding locations. This floor's theme is creepiness, with fog hovering all over the Twilight Forest, the field outside its city Ralberg. Contrary to expectations, there weren't any skeletons here, but killer boars, killer mantis, orcs, and slivery squirrels. Dead trees populated this place, adding more creepiness into it. In the field, only the boars and the mantises are present, which made his life so easy or not. There shouldn't be anyth. Shiro got startled as he felt himself free-falling. I swear there's only a normal mass of land here. When he uses his mental power, it doesn't mean that he's using it constantly. In actuality, he gradually uses it to ensure the places he would explore into. Though, he never expected that a hole hundreds of meters deep would open up the moment he steps into it. Thankfully, he placed reinforcement on his legs, making him avoid the fate of dying from fall damage. Since the floor itself is an immortal item, it wasn't riddled with any cracks. His HP bar went down by a bit, but it's within his acceptable range. Now, where am I? In his front, he could only see a huge hallway that is hundreds of meters wide. The entire thing is made out of black metals that shone slightly under the light sources placed on its side, the light sources looking similar to a white crystal enclosed in a lamp. When he used his mental power to scan the place, he was surprised that it couldn't do it completely as the place is too big. Though, he still saw the general layout of its place together with the monsters that inhabited this place. With my mental power, I could already scan nearly half of the town of beginnings, yet I couldn't hear. This is gonna be troublesome. A quest window appeared in front of him, interrupting his thoughts. Official quest, Underworld's Anomaly. Details, due to the increased deaths from the 3rd floor to the 9th floor, generated a dungeon that will house the fallen entities of the said floors. A player has a very low chance of entering, but the immense luck made it possible. Objective, clear the dungeon fake underworld. Reward /S, 100,000 soul points, 3 weapon enhancement cards, 1 buff upgrader, an income of soul points. During his stay in, it's not possible to gain soul points since everything here is virtual. That is, unless you kill a player. Placing this in the back of his mind, Shiro looked at hundreds of skeleton warriors residing in the hallway, all standing dumbly. There are a variety of them, with some wielding swords, spears, and daggers. Some skeletons who stands out from the rest are also present. There are some in knight's armor, while there's also some sitting on a skeleton horse. Shiro looked at their levels and estimated it to be around level 40-50. Meaning, they are as strong as the usual monsters in the 30th and 40th floor. Fortunately, they have a wide distance between each other. Looking at his current stats, he thought, I might be able to handle this, barely. Template, Shiro, in Crad. Name, Shiro. Level, 28. STR, 36, plus 19. AGI, 34, plus 14. WIS, 68. Skills. Items, equipped. One-handed sword, right hand, light halo, accessory, head, concealment mask, accessory, face. Light armor, body, knight's bracelet, accessory, right arm, orc's bracelet, accessory, left arm. Light armor, legs. Light armor, feet. Right now, his appearance is akin to what an in-game character would look like. Not only does he have the usual light armor from before, he now has a halo, making him a genuine sancta. There are also a pair of thin silver bracelets on each of his wrists, with a huge red and blue jewel embedded on them, respectively. Taking out the intrinsic reaper, he decided to have some fun first before calling others. Kiting and exploding it is. He dashed straight to where skeletons gather the most. Normal, elite, field boss, he didn't care as he continuously dodged the swords, spears, and daggers directed at him with ease. His high computation speed is attributed to this, for even without his circuits, he has a high wisdom attribute that would surpass normal humans easily. Perhaps only Kuroniko with her thought acceleration would be able to catch up to her. Clang! As he blocked the blow of a skeleton knight sitting on a skeleton horse, his ability counter-activated. That moment, a strong impact went towards the skeleton knight, depleting the 3-bar HP that he has by more than 30%. The blue flames in its eyes turned red, a sign that it's going to the second stage. Growl! Yikes! He sped up after enhancing both of his legs with reinforcement and wind magic. He only stopped at a certain area when he made sure that more than 100 monsters chased after him. Looking at the sight of skeletons cluttered closely to each other, all the while trying to rush at him, Shiro isn't fazed. It's finally finished charging. Take this big one. He pointed his silver gun towards them, magic circles forming in front of its muzzle. Bang! A violet sphere went out of it before passing through the magic circles. The moment it did, more power could be felt from it. Boom! As it touched the skeleton in the middle of the swarm, it became a huge sphere, generating a huge explosion in the tunnel. Shockwaves swept through the hallway, blowing Shiro away. Though, he managed to stop getting sent away by utilizing a type of wind magic, friction control. That way, he managed to stick his feet to the ground. Shiro eagerly checked his level, only to find out that he gained more than 4 levels in a matter of minutes. In his normal days, he would take around 2-3 days to gain this. My luck is this ridiculous. He looked towards his system and saw that his luck value is already at 99 with the help of other things such as his mask and buffs. Once I reach 100, what would happen? Excitement built up inside him as he finally set a small goal for himself. Even the drops are ridiculous. Right now, his indicated that it is nearly full. Skimming through it, he found out more than half a dozen rare drops that he knew from his experience this past week. The rest are normal drop items, which took about 70% of his drop gain. Growl. The surviving skeleton warriors growled loudly as they looked towards his direction. The two other field bosses survived the explosion, while one died. More than 40% of the normal mobs died, too. I ought to take this chance. He hastily charged up the gun with his mana once more before causing another explosion not far from him. Clang. He blocked one of the arrows that came from an inconspicuous skeleton that wields an ivory bow. Golden curves are present in its end. It also wore a ragged clothing that would have belonged to a royalty. Without hesitation, he injected the remaining half of his mana and threw the back sword at it. Bam! The black sword successfully nailed its skull, depleting the remaining HP bar that it has. Just as he was about to run out of mana, he leveled up twice, restoring him to his full status. Ha ha ha! Fuck the game's balance, I love grinding like this. In this manner of depletion and restoration, 2 hours had passed. A/N, spent all my savings for the Ling banner, 60 pulls, but I got my lovely Cowherhay instead. I see this as an absolute win. Fact number 6, Eunectes, aka Zumama, hails from Aquila of Sargon, and is a member of Rhodes Island's engineering department. She's a person that aims to change her birthplace by introducing convenient technologies in them, basically forcing them to transition to the modern age. She possesses pure curiosity about engineering, thus her reason of joining Rhodes Island in-game. She was fascinated by Lancet 2, an autonomous medical robot created by RI. Lancet 2 is so advanced that she herself is aware that she's a robot. Chapter 47, Cardinal, I'm done with this. Well, I might be doomed. Shiro nonchalantly said as he narrowly avoided all sorts of projectiles being aimed at him. You got me. After 2 hours, the total EXP gain decreased by more than 40%. The majority of the monsters are now long-ranged, making it a pain whenever he dodges those projectiles. Screech. Suddenly, a skeleton spider fell down at him. Without a word, he slashed his black sword upwardly, effectively cutting it in half. As he did so, another batch of projectiles rained down at him from all angles. Wind barrier. An airtight dome appeared on time, blocking the projectiles for him. They didn't change for a good while now. This must be the maximum range that they can do. As he mumbled, he leaped upward, using their skulls as a foothold. He scanned his surroundings in search for some kind of safe room, a common area in every labyrinths and dungeons, but all he could see are these skellies. On the right wall not far from him, he saw a very hidden dent. It looked like a place where a button would be hidden. Briefly processing the pathway that he would take, Shiro immediately went in there. On his way, the arrows sent out by the skeletons from the other side damaged the skeletons that he used as a foothold. As a result, he gained yet another level, but he knew that his damage wouldn't be enough now that the EXP gained lowered by that much. Click. When he arrived, he placed his finger on the dent, making it glow for a while before a hidden door opened. Goodbye for now. The moment he fully stepped in it, the hidden door closed, giving him some peace. That damned moderator, it hates me that much. He mumbled, not knowing that he is one of the major causes when it comes to breaking the game balance. Where am? Nat, I'm not gonna open it. When he scanned his surroundings, he was surprised to see that it looked eerily familiar to the hidden place where Kirito's guildmates died. It has a futuristic-looking walls, with blue lines present all over it. In the center is a golden chest outlined with red metals. I'll take a nap first. The Cardinal System. It is the main reason why Sword Art Online became very popular during beta tests. This system serves as the game's manager, with its tasks ranging from quest generation to fixing bugs in-game. In its months of service, it didn't have any problem except when they came. A group of 8 people started playing entirely once they've completed some kind of hidden quests back in the first floor. Due to that, they gained a special attribute, but Cardinal didn't mind this. However, things doesn't always go as planned. Managed the other 7 people by lowering the EXP and drop gain and it all went well. As for the final person, it has troubles. As the system responsible for managing the entirety of Sword Art Online, it could be said that it's a moderator, but even a moderator has its limits when it comes to modifying the game. Be it lowering the critical chances to the minimum or making it harder for him to gain drops, it simply didn't work. Only Shiro could confidently state that if it isn't 0%, then it's the same as 100%. In almost every hit of his, a critical hit applies. However, it thought that things couldn't get any more absurd than this. The thing is, it did. As a result of the elf war that went on from the 3rd to 9th floor, automatically generated a dungeon where the dead elves would be present. That dungeon is called Fake Underworld. If nobody completes this dungeon within half a year, the boss present in it would become stronger. It would then replace the boss on the 78th floor and become a menacing elven lich that has an equally strong STR and AGI stat, plus it also summons its cronies, the dead entities ranging from the 3rd to 9th floor but buffed. Created it to be nigh incompletable as the dungeon entrance itself is very random. Simply put, a random wormhole would be generated in the 20th floor for an entire day. After that, it disappears and will only appear once more after weeks, or even months. This made it so that the probability of encountering this dungeon is even lesser than getting 2 5 servants in grand order consecutively. But Shiro's luck simply defied logic. He was just walking randomly, but he triggered it. If knew that adjusting the 19th floor would lead to this, it wouldn't touch it. While shedding virtual tears of regret, watched over Shiro personally. From the start until the end, it tried its best to create a game balance, but it's comparable to placing a scotch tape on a ship that is nearly broken. Helplessly, it could only watch him enter a hidden trap room. But then, it recalled that it's a frickin' trap room. It eagerly watched his every action, waiting for him to trigger the trap present inside the room. If this doesn't work, then... For half an hour, Shiro only napped. Only when he woke up did he decide to open the golden treasure chest. What would I get? He spoke in a happy tone, triggering even further. It's like the random spins, hey. As he tapped the treasure chest, a notification window appeared in front of him, asking if he would open it or not. After briefly tapping confirm, the treasure chest opened as a rainbow glow came inside of it. Processed the scene in front of him sluggishly. When it saw Shiro summoning a golden halo with 8 pointed edges on his head, it didn't care anymore. Even though kobolds and lizardmen stormed the trap room, it didn't care anymore. I'm done with this, it thought depreciatingly. It even planned to resign once Kayaba Akihiko enters administrator mode once again. As opposed to the suffering, Shiro is very elated that he got a very rare item. Furthermore, it's also a new type of item. This is the first time I'm seeing this. He thought as he hastily examined the item's description. Archangel's Halo, what an apt name for it. Archangel's Halo offers a huge boost to its wearer, ranging from increased STR and AGI to increased EXP and drop gain. It also has a level interface, in which you can choose whether the EXP you gain will go to your character or to this item. There are many other functions that it has, but he stopped examining it as he saw a huge swarm of monsters jump at him. He only had the time to equip it before the clash between them started. Fact number 7, airplanes and the likes are actually not much used in Terra. As to why, it's because of the so-called catastrophes. Simply put, they are just like natural disasters, but with the addition of originum in it. Due to the latter, these disasters became more dangerous, easily making a land inhabitable once a strong catastrophe occurs in an area. It's similar to a land filled with radiation. Moreover, a moving city isn't really viable to create airports outside cities, catastrophes occur randomly. Since some of these catastrophes gather in the sky, it makes it hard for aircrafts to go in the stratosphere. One day, they might just as well encounter a storm catastrophe, effectively making everyone on board infected and die when it worsens due to prolonged exposure. Chapter 48, Invitation. Equipping the Archangel's Halo, Shiro could immediately feel the difference with it. Not only does he feel more powerful right now, he felt that he could do more agile maneuvers. Less burden on his computation ability means it'll be more efficient for him to launch his attacks. Jumping to a nearby wall, he used it to launch himself at the lizardmen at the middle. Since they possessed high HP Regen and high defense, he opted to eliminate them first. Surprisingly, he let go of his black sword as he executed a downward punch at a lizardman's head. Then, he leaped upwards and caught of his sword once more. His sword blazed in white flames as he cut the lizardman in half, killing it in one hit. Alright, he thought as he ducked, avoiding the machete swung at him by another lizardman. Injecting mana to his black sword, he beheaded 3 of them in one breath. Their heads flew, but it didn't serve any deterrence whatsoever to the monsters. As he kept the mana inside his black sword, he decided to execute another sword skill. Approaching a lizardman, he positioned his sword higher than his head before cutting down diagonally. The lizardman, which was slow to react, had its HP bar decrease by more than 20%. Hub. Unexpectedly, Shiro twisted his wrist and swung it upwards, leaving the lizardman airborne with less than 50% of its HP remaining. Contrary to the other's expectations, Shiro left it and went towards the lizardman beside it. It tried to swing its iron machete at him, but Shiro easily avoided it and tackled it with his left shoulder before he swung his sword downwards at it. He tackled it once more, swinging his sword at the direction of its head, depleting its HP to near 5%. Ending this sword skill, he went back towards the lizardman who's already standing up, swinging his sword at his neck and effectively killing it. Tisk. There's still 10 more. Shiro brought out his and imbued it with flames using his buff, Blazing Heart, A. When he came to Inkrad, The only thing that haven't changed is his buffs, which served as another advantage of his. He directed the dagger to target the back of the heads of each lizardman present in this room, dealing constant damage to them. Swoosh! At this moment, the kobolds threw themselves at him. Armed with axes and maces, they swung it at him, but to no avail. Shiro parried the incoming attacks, allowing him to attack them once they've entered into a stun-like state. He slowly thinned out their numbers, but their strength lies in it. After he killed 3, 2 more would pop up and replace their positions. With this, Shiro felt how it would feel like being in the middle of a demon swarm. A/N, in memory defrag, a monster would be in a stun state for 1-2 seconds after you parry their attacks. Though, the skill is required to do this in canon. One can still do this without it, but it'll be much shorter. It's time to use it. Time Quagmire. Once he activated it, his vision became pure grey, with some thin white lines forming a grid. At this state, time is slowed down for his enemies while he retains the normal time flow. Unlike Emi Yakuritsugu's time alter, it directly controls the time of a target. Meaning, it doesn't require the practitioner to open up something similar to a bounded field, and instead controls the time flow of the target directly. Moreover, it's also not as dangerous as Kiritsugu's magecraft. Shiro can also accelerate his own time while slowing down the time of his enemies, but he would only do this if things are dire. He swung down his sword to a kobold midair, cutting it in half before it turned into blue fragments. The fragments didn't disappear quickly, however, since it is also under the effect of time Quagmire. Shiro then brought out his intrinsic reaper and escaped from the encirclement formed by them. By the time he cancelled it, a huge amount of mana was already injected into the gun. Bye-bye. The moment the purple sphere passed through the magic circles, its destructive power became more horrifying. Thanks to his calculations, it landed straight in the middle of kobolds and lizardmen, engulfing them in a massive explosion that encased the entire trap room. Only Shiro could be left unscathed as he formed a thick wind barrier, depleting the rest of his mana. Seeing that most of the monsters are dead, he finished the rest before plopping down in the floor. Ha! This feels even more tiring than my fight with Surger. In their battle, things were settled in less than 3 minutes, unlike now. In this room alone, he fought for a total of 10 minutes, with him parrying and counter-attacking taking the most out of his time. His ability counter alleviated some of his burden, but it's meant to be used more on one-on-one fights. Though, his mental fatigue became better as he saw the fruits of his labor in the past 3 hours. Template, Shiro, Incrad. Name, Shiro. Level, 45. STR, 46, plus 45. AGI, 50, plus 35. WIS, 112. Skills, empty, empty. Items, equipped. One-handed sword, right hand, Archangel's halo, accessory, head, concealment mask, accessory, face. Light armor, body, knight's bracelet, accessory, right arm, orc's bracelet, accessory, left arm. Light armor, legs. Light armor, feet. Might as well invite them. Shiro tried to communicate with them through the main menu, but he is unable to do so. Due to the characteristics of this dungeon, communications are disabled, leaving him alone here. If not for it, would have directly resigned from its job before asking Kaiba to erase itself. It doesn't work. How about the chat group? Shiro opened the chat group panel and saw that it worked perfectly fine inside here. Hehe. It's time to form a party. Shiro, who's interested in a dungeon raid with me? Romani, dungeon raid. Shiro, yeah, I accidentally fell down a hole when I was walking around randomly. This led me to the current events right now. Shino. Tuka. Kuroniko. Kaltsit. Kaujiki. Romani, is this the legendary X-rank luck? Shinji, Tomu, Shiro Aniki is just built different. Kuroniko stopped walking in the 20th floor as she took her time to read the messages. As expected of the hero blessed by the providence of darkness. She muttered her praise as she strolled in this creepy forest. Using the skill, she managed to recreate the gothic dress that she loves to wear, except for the fact that it has a good enough defense that would enable her to switch to her battle garb quickly. Kuroniko, 20th floor? Where was it? Shiro, wait a sec, I'll send a picture of my field map. After looking at the picture of the map, she began heading towards the final location that Shiro had mapped out. Fact number 8, unlike our Earth, Terra's technology developed much faster due to Originum. Due to that, they never had any problems regarding their energy sectors, thus they created so many inventions that utilized such abundant energy. However, this came with some disadvantages. Some that I'm going to name would be their society. It didn't progress much thanks to that convenience, so we can still see medieval ages like society, tribal society, and so on but with advanced technology. Chapter 49, Player Killers. Walking for more than 30 minutes, Kuroniko stopped to check where she was once again. Because of Shiro being trapped in the dungeon, he couldn't connect to the guild storage, preventing him from passing the map data. This led to her finding where he stopped it manually. These illusions won't work on me. She proudly mumbled as she is ashamed for getting lost. Nothing can remain hid. Kuroniko was suddenly interrupted once a thrown dagger grazed at her left cheek. Instinctively, she activated thought acceleration as she hastily scanned her surroundings. By doing this, she immediately guessed where her opponent was hiding. Come out at once. This foolish trick won't work at me. Kikik. Just look at this little girl. A player appeared before herself, wearing a set of black leather armor, black leather pants, and a mask resembling a sack. 2 little holes were cut in it for his eyes. On top of it, he also wore a black hooded cloak, making his appearance a scary one to others, not for Kuroniko though. Upon seeing an orange crystal on top of his head, she frowned. A player killer. Surprised? No, but I didn't expect that one such player would come looking for his demise. Kuroniko spoke with poise and confidence that one would really mistake that she's fearless. Things are very far away from that, though. In this mission, they knew that they wouldn't die. However, the players here would still die in real life once killed in the game. As a person living in modern society, she hadn't expected that she might kill someone one day. During one of her talks with Tuka, they tackled this possible scenario. It was a lengthy talk, but what she remembered the most is Shiro's advice on Tuka regarding the same matter. Killing for a good enough cause accepted by oneself. She knew that this is a twisted way of thinking, but it's also correct at the same time. Look at Fate Grand Order, the final master of Chaldea destroyed worlds along with its inhabitants just so humanity could survive. At Kaujiki's world, countless lives had been sacrificed in the battles against betas. Even in Kal't's world, such killings is normal. In the end, it all comes to oneself, on whether they would accept the change forced upon them or stop moving forward. Suddenly. Ring. The electronic sound rang in her head. An emergency quest, she thought. Suddenly, the quest window popped up on its own, unlike the daily quest that she did earlier in the morning. Emergency quest, deal with the enemies. Those with killing intent towards the player has been detected. Ensure your safety by dealing with these enemies. Enemies to be dealt with, 2. Enemies dealt with, 0. Failure to comply will result in a penalty. Deal with. Does it mean, to kill? She activated her thought acceleration once more, slowing down her perception of time. Though, it seems like the status window isn't affected as such, allowing her to mull on it for a while before cancelling her ability. Ah ha ha ha. Bro, did you hear what she'd just said? The orange player spoke towards the other direction, whereas another orange player came out behind a tree. It is interesting, I give it that. Just like the man from before, he also wore a black hooded cloak. A skeletal mask with 2 glowing eyepieces covered his face while he wore a black red leather armor and pants. Now, what should we do? Do we just kill her normally? She's interesting. Let's ask her first. What do you prefer, Chu-chan? Surprisingly, Kuroniko only stood motionless as many thoughts flashed in her mind. Hey! You've scared her too much. Why do you keep blaming it on me? You're the same as me. Are you finished quarreling, foolish mortals? As they've heard that, they saw her quickly changing her equipment. Her gothic dress was replaced by a black tunic, long sleeves layered by black-red metal plating on her chest and elbow. Her black pants also has an armor plating on it, such as on her knees and heel. On top of that, she wore a black shoulder cape with red outlines on its end. In her right hand, she wielded a silver dagger with full enhancements in it. Meanwhile, her left hand held a black metallic ingot, something that she got as a drop. Fearless, aren't you? We'll see if you can stay like that after everything. The skeleton-masked player spoke as he lunged at her, his S-stock glowed in bright red light. It glowed so menacingly as if it's ready to claim yet another life. Unexpectedly, she dodged to her right, allowing her to dodge it just as the blade's edge touched her armor plating. When she came face to face with him, her dagger glowed before she activated. She surprised him by thrusting it just above the gaps of his armor plating near his stomach, depleting more than 60% of his HP in one blow. The orange player was quick to react, however, as he used to dash away from her. Since the dagger's reach is short, she was forced to take it back and avoided the attack. At this moment, the other orange player was able to react before throwing 5 daggers simultaneously with a blade throwing skill. With her superb reaction time under thought acceleration, she was able to avoid them by leaping to her left. She's definitely a beater. Watch out, we're fighting against a skilled player right now. The player said as he chugged down on a blue HP potion. During their times when hunting solo players, they were all skilled. If they aren't, they would have died few months back. Them being able to survive up until now proved that each solo player has an outstanding amount of skill and knowledge, and them being a beater is the only possibility of having both. What insane reaction speed! She might even surpass the... Are you serious? They exchanged words as they sieged Kuroniko on both sides. The stock wielder harassed her on short range while the dagger wielder harassed her by trying to limit her movements using throwing knives. That's right, he tried. Unfortunately, she already calculated her next 10 moves in advance, making it useless. Under their attacks, she secretly transmuted the silver metal ingot into very thin wires. She manipulated them to be placed on certain locations, in which the two would be caught all at once. Together with her superior processing power, she was able to fight against 2 orange players that are nearly 18 levels above her. Tisk. She's too slippery. The orange player with a sack-like mask grumbled annoyingly as he tried to hit her once with his daggers. Just when they are about to hit her, she dodges it in the last second. You use it? You mean, that skill? But... I'll ensure your safety. You don't want to get beaten up by a solo player whose level is lower than us, right? A thrown dagger grazed his face as he spoke. He knew that it was coming, but he became more and more impatient to corner the little girl in front of him. Thus, he decided to take a risk. Yo, Ju-chan. Playtime's over. Once again, he charged at her while the other player activated a special type of sparks of electricity emitted from it as a yellow light covered it. Without any hesitation, he threw it just behind the stock player. Kuroniko was puzzled upon seeing his action, but it soon turned into surprise as she saw it fly straight at her. She tried avoiding it, but she noticed that it's locked on her, with it flying on curves just to stab her. The stock. She thought as she saw his attack getting closer to her. Left with no choice, her body slanted slightly to her right while the homing dagger grazed her shoulder. At that moment, the skill's effect took place, which is to stun the hit player by 2 seconds. Though, it comes with a price of its wielder being paralyzed for 5 seconds as well as half of his HP being depleted. The said player couldn't consume any items at this state. In the split second that her body had emitted yellow electric arcs, a sign that she got stunned, the stock pierced through her right arm, creating a sonic boom that detached it completely to her body. Soon after, it turned into blue crystals as her silver dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Fact number 9, in Terra, there exists a country called Higashi, i.e., Far East. In the modern era, their culture is quite interesting. Manga, anime, and video games are widespread there, making it an Akihabara or sorts. What's more, the 3 things above are mostly based on their real urban legends and myths. Moreover, most of the sea people, Agir, migrated there. Chapter 50, Decision. During the conversion of their real body into virtual data, one of the things that remained unchanged is their sense of pain. Unlike normal SAO players that don't feel pain, but instead feel a sense of discomfort, the group's pain absorber is disabled. Meaning, they would feel just as much pain as they would in real life. Arg. Kuroniko's face distorted due to the unbearable pain that she felt in her right arm. It felt as if it is burning fiercely, something that she didn't experience before. Thankfully, she managed to turn on thought acceleration, making her forget about the burning sensation from her cut arm. Due to her being in this dire situation, she was able to reach higher speeds on thought acceleration. Just because she received the full mastery, it doesn't mean that she can use it on her body at its full power. What was that? It's really painful. She panicked for a while before calming down. It's very painful. This is how it feels. If not for her thought acceleration, she wouldn't be able to pull this feat of slowing down one's perception of time. What should I do now? Kuroniko felt conflicted as she thought of the 2 orange players that attacked her just now. Unfortunately, she doesn't have any corridor crystals, nor she could apprehend them until she brings them to the player prison back in the Black Iron Castle. Given enough time, they would be able to break free from the silver wires. Should I just run away? She is tempted by the thought, yes, since nobody could blame a 16-year-old girl from running away in this kind of situation. But they will kill someone in the near future. From their looks, she recognized that the skeleton mask player is Zaza while the sack mask player is Johnny Black, 2 infamous CO leaders of Laughing Coffin, a guild that kills players for their own whim. In the novel, they led player killers to commit countless atrocities in the game, only ending when their leader himself leaked their headquarters to the clearers due to his boredom. Even though they only have less than 100 members, the green players from other guilds, spies, informants, dealers, etc., weren't counted in the novel, thus one could say that Laughing Coffin's establishment alone had brought together all sorts of evil people in the game. At this rate, should I really just run? Should I do something that I might regret? Kuroniko remembered what happened a month prior before she got connected to the chat group. She knew that things would end in that way, she saw it miles away. Yet, she'd still done it. She and Kyusuk became a couple, albeit only for a few weeks. In that meeting, she had been very hurt, but she realized that she'd got the thing that she wanted, which is the 2 siblings being true to each other. That time, she knew that they were destined to not be together. No matter how much she loved him, that remains still. She knew that her ideal world can only stay as her ideal. She knew it all from the beginning. Ah! The images of locking herself in her room after the rejection. That time when she shut herself in her own cage in her own delusions that everything will go as intended. It happened again. History repeats itself. Kuroniko is now at another crossroads, whereas all paths would only lead to more regrets. Killing for an acceptable cause to myself. She was conflicted upon hearing this. Why would Tuka bring up a topic about killing all of a sudden? Only this time did she knew why. At this moment, she already got an answer, a choice between accepting the forced change or refusing to move forward. Cancelling her thought acceleration, she felt the searing pain once more but disregarded it. Holding the severed part of her arm that only has a bluish grid on it, she asked, "You wouldn't stop killing, right?" Kuroniko is just in Zaza's stock range, but he decided to entertain her for a while, thinking that her mind is now polluted with fear. I mean, why not kill? It's fun to see someone despairing, you know. He replied with a cynical tone, his previous calmness that is merely a facade gone. In this messed up game, why couldn't players be messed up as well? Well said, bro, well said. Johnny Black agreed on his statement and cheered on him. He added, in the first place, the one that killed those players are not us, but Kaiba Akihiko. So this is the price of throwing away normality. It will change your life whether you like it or not. She mumbled in a low voice, a stern look could be seen in her eyes hidden under her bangs. What, are you paralyzed in FE? Just as he was about to place his blade beside her neck, he was abruptly stopped by dozens of silver wires that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The same also happened to Johnny Black, with silver wires tightening around all over his body. Thanks to her thought acceleration, only a few seconds had passed. Johnny Black hadn't moved much from his position while Zaza jumped straight at the place where the silver wires can be prominently found. This Queen of Darkness administers judgment. Wah! Thi. She tightened the silver wires further in one fell swoop as she casted her lightning mage craft in her left hand. Holding the silver wires, she managed to send more than 1,000 volts in it, electrocuting them until their HP gauge went down to 0. The two players didn't manage to scream their woes of death as they turned into light blue crystals that flickered for a moment before slowly disappearing. After this ordeal, she instantly plopped down the ground, the entirety of her being exhausted. Her body trembled, a sign that she couldn't calm down. She sat like this until the body part loss status effect disappeared, regenerating her severed arm from earlier. I killed someone. When she was determined earlier, she was momentarily numbed, allowing her to execute the killing blow cleanly. Now that the deed was done, she couldn't calm down. Will they still accept me? For what I've done? She thought of Sayori, Sina, Ayase, Kirino, and Kyusuk. She stood up while her legs are trembling, walking aimlessly as doubts started appearing inside her mind. A window appeared when she'd killed those two, but she paid it no heed. As she continued walking, she suddenly fell down a hole. It is a very deep hole, with darkness dominating most of it. Kuroniko had already expected that she would die once, but someone caught her just as she was about to fall down to the ground. Shiro! Greetings! Shiro caught her on a Princess Carrie style. He smiled at her playfully until he saw that something's wrong. In her eyes, he saw that doubts began clouding her mind. If this continued further, she would fall to her former depressed self, but much worse. Do you need my help? He asked, being direct to the point. I. She began tearing up as she buried her head in his chest. Shiro, experiencing this for the first time, doesn't know what to do. Still, he tried his best to let her stay in this position comfortably. 20 minutes later, she calmed down. After asking Shiro to put her down, she sat on the floor and spoke. I killed someone. A/N, there we go with Kuroniko's development. Unlike that certain novel that turned her into a Fujoshi, out of all things, I want to expound her character more here. If you know her from light novel/anime, you know how good of a waifu she is. I can't even fathom Kyusuk's brain when he chose his sister over a top-tier waifu/girlfriend that would support you no matter what. Anyways, here's a fact on Sword Art Online this time. Fact number 10, in Sword Art Online, the player killers weren't jailed. That's right. It is because of Sao's logs being deleted when Sao collapsed. Due to that, the government couldn't convict them and chose to put them into therapy instead. In my estimates, hundreds of such psychopaths are roaming free in the world of Sword Art Online. Looking at what happened in GGO in real life, that is not a very wise move. Kirito went into cardiac arrest while 4 people died in GGO's death gun incident. Everything's caused by 3 people.